We are back once again live at the BEC here for the Blast R6 Manchester Major. How are we doing, everybody? Yesterday for the quarterfinals was absolutely nuts. The gameplay, completely unpredictable. The results out of this world. The crowd, magnificent. They were so good that I wanted to involve them in the very beginning of the show. I am joined by Charlotte and John. Charlotte, how are you doing?
I'm very good, thank you. Excited for today.
John, are you enjoying the game so far?
It's been amazing, can't wait for today.
It's going to be epic. Now, one thing that we always need to do is we need to boot up the stage, but to do that, we have to take the lights out here in the building. So I've brought you guys up here to help me out. So I've got the cord here. If we pull this together, the lights will go out. But I need Manchester to count us in from 5. Are you ready, guys? Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A semi-final Saturday of Seas. Let's have it, Manchester! We are just getting started here at the BEC. Yesterday was quarterfinals day. Like I said earlier, unheard of, completely unexpected results. And it's all about this right here behind me. By Sunday night, we will find out which of our teams will raise, arguably, I'm going to call it the sexiest trophy I have ever seen, high in the air, and become our major champions this time around. I just want to test the water with Manchester really quickly. Who do we think will be in our grand final and raise the trophy? Will it be Beastcoast? Will it be Team Liquid? Will it be BDS? It is all to play for. There is one more team, of course. And I don't know what's happening here. I've had a complete brain fart, but I'm bringing it back. Is it DarkZero? Of course, how could I forget the team that has Bolo and the wonderful Canadian on there, 2 world champions. But we need to get into this, so let me run it back for a moment here. If you missed all of the action yesterday, 4 epic quarterfinals took place. Here's how it went down. No words can describe the electric atmosphere in this arena on the first day of the Manchester Major. The fans delivered, and so did the first favourites on stage. BDS blazed through the semi-finals, showing sensational form. But after that, the shocking results ruled the day. We said goodbye to both finalists from the Six Invitational. And we said hello to a new crowd favourite as FaZe and the world champions Furia faced chance of send them home. Beastcoast and DarkZero represented the stars and stripes with pride and precision. All in all, it was a day of madness, magic, and moments that the fantastic Manchester crowd will remember forever. And can you believe it? it was only day one. Plenty more to come here at the Blast R6 Major.
Good afternoon, Manchester! Good God, it's incredible in here and the energy is electric. It's a good thing we solved our slight electrical issue with Ian earlier on today, but here we are, finally back for our second day and our semi-finals. So let's go through things. First of all, hi, I'm Milosh. With me on the desk are Jesse and Alfama. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Good morning, Milos. It's a beautiful day in Manchester today. We had an insane day of Siege yesterday with upsets galore, and now we got a pretty exciting day of semifinals.
Super excited to be here, super excited for these semifinals. I think there will be great matchups, and I can't wait to see who's in the grand final.
Let's go through them then. Our bracket, here's what it looks like, starting off with our day, and we also, of course, only have our two semis set for us. We're down to Team Liquid facing off against Beastcoast and BDS against DarkZero, but we have 4 quarterfinal best of 3s. How did those shape up, Jesse?
Well, the quarterfinals really were, as I said, full of upsets. You know, we got some great games coming through. Obviously, Secret BDS, the European game to go all down. A lot of people thought the BDS would be coming out on top despite being the lower seed, and they absolutely did, sent Secret packing.
And I think out of all these ones, Furia Liquid was absolutely crazy. I think it was grand finals material. Everybody was so high. I'm actually super happy we went to the third map. And looking at the rest, you know, another big upset. Beastcoast beating FaZe. I don't think many people put money on it.
No, absolutely not. DarkZero versus M80, then the all-North American to finish us off. M80, unfortunately, not able to get it done, but they sent DarkZero to the semifinals, who will be playing later today.
Of course, here's the schedule for today. Beastcoast versus Liquid and BDS versus DarkZero. So let's recap things in even more detail on our next segment. Panorama, let's go with it. We take a overview of everything that had happened here in Panorama, and our focus in the moment, the monster, and the good girl, because we have a great good girl here, Olive, but we'll get to it later on. First of all, our moment. Sure, we've had great stories, but who would have expected the world champions getting kicked out of the major in quarters?
Very clearly the most impactful moment of yesterday. I don't think anybody expected it. I kind of had trust in Liquid still because they've looked better and better throughout the tournament, but you know, taking off the world champions, really stopping the dynasty, the Ace curse happening, it was amazing. It was a crazy game and well deserved from Liquid because I think overall it shouldn't have been that close.
It really shouldn't, and Liquid even tweeted before the game, you know, your dynasty ends today, and in fact, it did. Furia will not be going back-to-back-to-back major champions. They only get the 2. Liquid send them home, and you can see it on their faces how excited they are to be here. You almost get the feeling like it might finally be time for Team Liquid.
Yeah, this is the tough time for Furia, and of course, Furia might be out of the tournament, but they have something to say to all of us who supported them.
Hey guys, we are Furia. We just lost to Team Liquid today. We are very sad right now, but I would like to thank everyone who always support us, and yeah, Dia de Furia and Furia all the way. Thank you.
What a moment, and there it is. Give it up for Furia, the world champions, eliminated from the major. Liquid will continue on, though. And we got split here in the audience on it. Some Liquid fans in here, but the monster, no two ways around it. We talked endlessly about this man, Jesse.
It has to be Gunnar, right? He had an insane performance yesterday, and it's not just that he racked up a ton of kills throughout the 2 maps that they destroyed FaZe Clan on. It's how he was doing it, too. Early on Cafe, getting down in these wrap positions, just denying the plant at the last seconds, surviving to the late round where he had massive impact. It felt like Gunnar just could not be stopped, and we're seeing some of these insane moments now. We heard the confidence from him in the interview, too. He always knew, you know what, guys? Doesn't matter if we're down in numbers, I got this. And constantly, he did have it.
Obviously, there was so much quality in his gameplay. Every time he killed someone, that has a huge impact. It felt like everything was going his way every time. Like, everyone on this clutch, like, he's actually not visible from the cover of Cyber. It's actually crazy. But in terms of quantity, 28 kills, 8 deaths. Who does that in quarterfinals? That was crazy.
Gunnar is him, as some would call it, but for Beastcoast and Gunnar to perform the way that they did, they had to knock FaZe out of the running, who are the runners-up at the Invitational, and with them out of the way, well, they had something to say to everybody that supported them.
Hello guys, it's KDS from FaZe Clan. Thank you for having us on the major Manchester. We loved so much with you guys in the crown. Sometimes we lost, happens. So we are going to be better in another major.
There it is. We all say goodbye to our second-rated team in the world. Goodbye, FaZe Clan. Maybe you'll have it better in the next one. And of course, our third and final piece, let's give it up for our good girl, Olive. There she is, a guide dog that makes it happen. We love a good girl, no two ways around it. And this is coming from a cat man.
Likewise, Milo.
Hey.
She was a good girl. There's no denying that.
So,
Cutest person in the room.
I mean, yeah, you're not gonna get cheers louder than that. But you know what? Let's see if Ian can do even better. He's in the middle of the crowd. Let's see what he's got to say.
Thank you very much, Milos. I'm hoping that as this weekend rolls on, I'm going to be down here a lot to talk to our amazing fans here in Manchester. Let me introduce them all to you. First, sir, what's your name?
I'm Cormac.
Cormac. You, sir?
Artifacts Warden. Chris.
All right, so I'm going to come to you first, Cormac. You've got an Irish accent.
I have indeed.
But you live in Manchester. When you found out the major was going to be taking place here, you must have been absolutely buzzing.
It's absolutely sick because I only moved to Manchester in October. So it was announced, instantly got the tickets. Had them.
Is it living up to the hype? What do you think of the crowd?
Amazing. All of you guys are absolutely sick.
You think they should give it up for themselves? They should make some noise for themselves right now, right?
Yeah, you all deserve it. Give yourself a round of applause. Absolute legends.
Well, let's get some predictions, not just for today, but who you guys want to win the entire thing. Let's start on the far left. Who and why?
TZ all the way, yes. I've been following them for quite a while. Everybody loves Bolo. I've been watching Bolo on YouTube and Twitch forever. So while I would love VP to be here, which they're not, so I have to go with TZ, definitely.
What about you, sir?
Team Liquid all the way. Let's finish the story.
Team Liquid fans in the building, just finally, briefly.
It's got to be Beastcoast, baby. Gunnar, let's go. The passion on Gunnar stole my heart, absolutely stole my heart yesterday, and I want to see them win.
Don't forget about BDS, of course. Right, I just want to ask you about the trophy. What do you make of that trophy? It is a thing of beauty, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it looks absolutely stunning, even if it does look like he's doing the ooh hand.
I love it. And if you want to know how this beautiful trophy came to be, let's hear from Nelson at Ubisoft.
Nelson, can you introduce yourself and what you do here at the event?
I'm Nelson Garcia, and I'm the Associate Director for everything that is live experience at Ubisoft and Esports.
And this trophy that we're standing right next to, that's the one that we're going to be talking about right now. It's Deimos. Can you tell me a little bit about why Deimos, and basically just a little bit about the trophy itself?
Yeah, so Deimos is the new seasonal operator, as everyone knows. We are super happy to create new trophies based on the seasonal operators. We want to recreate what we did in 2022, which is the trophy series. And Deimos is an iconic character. He's the bad guy.
It's actually a pretty insane trophy, and players have been talking about it a lot in the background, saying this is an insane trophy. Do you know how much it costs by any chance?
So I can't share those numbers, but it's kind of expensive. It's you can tell. And this trophy has been made by Jules New and Gael, which is an agency. So it's two people that did Beaux-Arts in Bordeaux, and they are amazing artists.
So basically, it all just kind of ties together. This trophy right here, the drone skin, the Manchester Major visuals. Yep. Just lastly, as a Ubisoft representative, what does it mean to you making all this come together?
That's a huge question. For me, I'm a passionate guy for esports. I just love esports. I love the community. I love the passions. And I will be honest, for my only motivation is when we're done, the event, it's done. We are all home. When I see kids going back home and people, everyone, and they have a smile, we did your job.
Well, fantastic. I'm sure that everybody out here in the crowd thinks that the job has been done pretty well. So thank you for joining us, Nelson. Thank you for presenting this beautiful trophy, and we'll take it right back to the studio.
So many reasons for our teams competing here to pick up that big trophy that we have behind us. all according to plan, it says. Has anything gone according to plan for our team so far?
I mean, just based on the bracket, it looks like a lot of plans have been shattered so far. But for the one team that makes it through the top 8 and makes it to that trophy, it will have, at least hopefully mostly, gone all according to plan.
I've got to say, it's one of the best looking I've seen. Probably in Jönköping, Azami was looking a bit like this one. I think it also works because it's one of the most badass characters in the game right now.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not going to repeat the same bit that we saw at SI23 with the, gunshot that we saw in the middle of it. But hey, we got a trophy. We got everything except for our team. So let's get started. Liquid v Beastcoast.
It's an amazing feeling. Like, we beat Furia. We are ready to take it.
I think our team is very versatile. We all come from different teams, top teams in NA.
We didn't start on the best shape, but every match we keep improving. We have a lot of experience. We have played a lot of tournaments. Me and Nesk, we have been playing the game for a long time.
Liquid, I wasn't thinking they're gonna make the main stage. They're getting a little too old, in my opinion.
Beastcoast, I don't have anything special to say. Like, they, of course, are a new team. Just need to play the right things against them.
Quarters, semis, finals, not the same thing. What really matters to me is winning the entire thing.
Our biggest strength is our bond. Doesn't matter who we are facing, we are always together.
It's another day at the office for me. Lifting that beautiful Deimos trophy will be amazing.
Our first game of the day is about to begin, and that's Liquid versus Beastcoast. But before we set our match in, we have her introduce our 2 teams. Let's start off with Team Liquid here on the analyst desk, and I guess with a little piece on this squad, because it seems like every time Liquid make it to main stage, our conversation is, wow, maybe this time they can do it.
Always feels that way, doesn't it? But it seems like consistently Team Liquid are struggling to get that final moment. It's been years since Brazilian fans have been looking to see Paulo lift a trophy. Obviously, we saw him do it all the way back with Nesk, but this is a new team and they have had so many expectations on them. Thus, up until this point, their failure to capitalize on those expectations have been a real drain on their mental. And if they don't get it done now this tournament, it feels like they're really starting to run out of time.
And it feels like we're saying this about Liquid every single tournament, but because they have such amazing players, such big names, legends of the game that haven't won a major in so much, it was Season 7 of Pro League Finals. We're just expecting that from them. And then I think that they've really gotten to the final iteration that they needed, maybe to take this major. We've seen them, I think, at the best level that we've seen them in years, probably even all the way to Jönköping. That's where the last time I actually thought they could take it.
Way to not put pressure at all in Liquid, because even on top of all of that, they're the last standing Brazilian team at this tournament, which, when was the last time we've had that?
It's actually been a very long time. And I think we've seen a huge Brazilian domination through the years. Liquid being the best team from Brazil, 545 days. Imagine that, that's almost 2 years. And it was actually Jönköping, and they lost 3-2 to BDS. You know what this means? It means that if they go in semi-final and BDS wins the next one, we may see a big rematch, BDS versus Liquid, in grand finals for the title of the EU Major.
I'm not gonna call anything on that game. I'm definitely looking forward if we get to it here, but Jesse, if we zoom out for a moment and take a look at kind of top 3 performers in pure kills in the tournament, does anything line up with Liquid?
The thing about Liquid is when you look at who's getting the most kills in the tournament, it's basically all them. You see Reaps there, the second most kills, but we see Maya with the most kills in the tournament, 176. We see Paulo next with 164. And in fact, if we zoom out, if we just take a look at the players that are still alive in this tournament, because obviously Reaps has been taken out already, it's also Nesk there in 3rd place. Liquid have 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and guess what? It's not on the graphic. They have 4th as well with resets. The key thing here, though, is they've played over 200 rounds. Nobody else in the tournament still alive has come even close to that benchmark. So you've got to imagine, if Team Liquid can manage to push this all the way, if they manage to lift this trophy with how many rounds they've played throughout this tournament so far, they'll have earned it.
It's actually crazy how much they've played. They went through the LCQ, they went through phase 1, through phase 2. It's actually one of the things that they said on the desk. It's like life. You overcome obstacles, your team grows stronger because you have had that much experience. You build better team chemistry. I think actually them having had the longest season in professional play out of any other teams has helped them a lot to mature as a team. Taking in Maya, they're probably here the one that has the most experience, the most recent one with all of the official games in his first part of the season.
Well, that's Team Liquid kind of locked in all the intel that we need before we get into the game. But our team caught up with Team Liquid as they were walking into the arena this morning. Let's see what they had to say.
Palu, you guys had a long, winding road to the semifinals, starting all the way from the beginning of this stage in Brazil. Can you tell us about it right now?
Yeah, it was like a really great run. Like, we are the team right now that played almost everything here. And let's say we are ready. Like, we are playing every map, and doesn't matter what we are facing. Like, they put anything in front of us, we are gonna beat it.
And then Team Liquid here in the semifinals. Palu, you and I talked about no major trophies in your cabinet so far. Nesk and you have been long-standing members throughout this Brazilian squad. What does this mean to you right now in the semifinal?
It means a lot for us. Like, we had a couple of opportunities. We reached like 3 grand finals, and none of that we won. But I think right now it's different. We are really feeling it, and yeah, we are ready.
And Beastcoast are going to be your opponents today here in the semifinal. You say you're ready, but how ready are you to face this North American squad?
I think they are a strong team. They showed a great performance yesterday against FaZe. But yeah, we are a different team, and I think FaZe made a lot of mistakes. I think they were the favorites in the matches. But yeah, the game is like, it depends on every day what you are doing, what the effort you are playing on the match, and I think we are just better.
Thank you so much for your time.
It's good to hear from Team Liquid and Paulo and the squad coming in this morning, but Alfama has something to dig deeper on the telestration in the back. All yours, our friend.
Indeed, I have something to look at. I think one of the biggest reasons that we see Liquid right now in the grand final is because they were able to shut down the aggression on Furia's side. Now let's take a look at yesterday how they were able to do it. We're on Chalet, bar defense, and Furia has, like always, they want to contest entries by playing aggressive. They have a 3-layer defense on the top floor. One here on piano, first layer, then second layer in the hallway here, and third layer in chimney and library. Now, when you're on the side of Liquid, how do you problem solve that? First of the things that you want to do, you want to have active droning, pre-placed drones to get the information how to get onto the map. Now, with that pre-placed drone, Lagonis actually spots the warden. That's your opening engagement that you want to look for here. So Lion comes in and is actually cutting off that warden, ready to send a Lion charge and have Nesk come in to punish the warden. He's getting ready, sends the Lion charge, Nesk is ready, the warden is not moving because of the Lion charge, and that's a first great kill on the side of Liquid. Now, it's not finished. There is a full layer of setup that you need to get rid of. Now, Nesk has moved to the snow balcony and is cutting off completely all the way to chimney, 2 angles. One on library, one on chimney, and that's cutting off the rotation between these 2 roamers. And actually, that's going to give him a kill. Because of this, Melusi tries to challenge him to help his other roamer and gets picked. That's 5v3. Now, third person and third layer to get rid of is the chimney player here in this corner. Now, how do you do it? Well, again, take a look at the setup from Team Liquid. Double pinch. Nesk from the snow balcony window, and at the same time, Palu from outside is able to punish him from main. But they need information on the one I move in or not to punish him. So again, Palu will get on his drone and take information, and actually his drone gets shot, he understands the one I moving, and now he can go and pick him up. That's a 5v2, again, isolating 5v1s, getting red information, and being able to pinch them together. Now, there is one last remaining roamer upstairs, and it's Azami that's covered the window here. Nesk will cut her off here from that window, which means that Maya can now come in and kill her for free in the back. Again, double pinch from Team Liquid. What's impressive to see here, every time they see a roamer, they're able to 1v1 them or 2v1 them based off information. That's Liquid punishing aggression on the side of Furia, and they need to do the same against Beastcoast if they want to win today. Back to you, Milos, on the desk.
Thank you very much, Alfama. And yes, thank you for breaking down here things for Team Liquid and what makes them so good, especially on that Chalet map that we've had. But now, Jesse, as Alfama kind of gets his steps in for the day, we talk about Beastcoast and what this squad can offer. Because, surprise, they're in the semifinals.
A surprise to many. And I mean, this is a team that have consistently had 0 expectations. Nobody thought they would even make it here to Manchester. Nobody thought that they would make it into the top 8. Nobody thought they would beat FaZe Clan. And now nobody seems to think they'll beat Team Liquid. I don't know about this team, but it seems like when the expectations are the lowest, they pop off and step up. I've really been enjoying watching Beastcoast play so far because not only do they have that really strong, fundamental, individual style of play, but they also really understand the game. You see them coming through with really strong strategies, really good adaptations. Hot and Cold has been one of the best IGLs throughout the entire world. Even with a short time on Beastcoast, they've been an absolute joy to watch, and I really think if Liquid aren't careful, this is a game they could lose.
I think we can make it make a statement basically on every player on that Beastcoast roster, but we have to mention him for the nth time so far. Gunnar has been incredible through the tournament.
You know, there's a guy in the front row with a sign that says Gunnar sucks, and you know what? Unfortunately, the stats just don't prove him right. Gunnar is currently performing his best of any tournament he's ever been at with a 1.60 KDR, and in fact, that's a better kill-death ratio than anybody else throughout all of Manchester. He's been the exact opposite of sucking through this major. He has been arguably the best player we've seen on the main stage, and it's not just the amount of kills he gets. It's not just how he's always in the front lines on those defensive roams, finding those frags. He can also play a late round. The impact of his kills, denying the plan. We saw it so many times on Cafe against FaZe, which you're seeing now. The importance of these frags even go above and beyond what the stats suggest he's doing for his team. The amount of times he's able to step up in the most crucial moments for Beastcoast is unbeatable.
All right, thank you very much to the two of you, either on the telestration or talking about Gunnar here. But our team caught up also with Beastcoast as they arrived this morning to the arena. Let's see what they had to say.
You guys beat FaZe Clan yesterday, straight into the semifinals today. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, obviously I feel good, but I've also been in this exact spot. I think this is my third time now, and I haven't gone past it. So I'm glad, I'm stoked that, this is a new team. We're very young. We're made it to this position, but we want to win. We're not happy with being fourth place.
Your second map performance yesterday against FaZe Clan was particularly on everybody's lips, and you shouted, "I'm him." Twitter shouted, "He's him." Are you him?
I would say I'm him. I think I definitely needed to find myself a little bit, but I think in this tournament I found myself.
And then looking at the semifinal, you guys are going up against Team Liquid, another Brazilian roster. Is this going to be different from yesterday?
I mean, they're definitely a different team. I'd say they're a little bit faster. I played them before. I beat them before. I expect to be at the same result today. We want to win, and we're hungry to do it. So.
And then just looking at your opponents, once again, Team Liquid, they took down Furia, the 3-time champions in the past 3 big events. How good of a Team Liquid team are you going up against right now?
We're going against a confident Liquid. A lot of people give them crap for some of their performances regionally and whatnot, but they're confident, they're winning, and that's what matters. So we're going to take it seriously. They're probably going to be the hardest game of this event.
And then just looking at you guys, Beastcoast, pretty new team from NA coming in. A lot of expectations were a little bit tempered, I guess, from audience, community members, and so on. Do you feel like you've exceeded those expectations and proved them wrong?
I mean, if we haven't exceeded expectations by now, I don't know what they want. I mean, we can win a major, and hopefully that does it, but this team is special, and I hope it just keeps going.
Fantastic. Thank you for your time, Gunnar, and good luck.
Riding the wave into the semifinal, and maybe Beastcoast can make it through, but they'll have to go up against Team Liquid on the other side. Our maps for this series. Let's bring up our map bands. Please, Jesse, guide us through them.
All right, so the big question was, do Team Liquid ban Nighthaven Labs? And in fact, they will. The respect shown to Beastcoast, it's by far been their strongest map. That opens up Skyscraper to be picked for Beastcoast. Liquid on Sky, they've yet to win it since SI ended. Trying against NIP and E1, but only getting a combination 6 rounds through the both of them.
And Liquid picked attack on it, which is crazy. Now, if we look at the second map, it's Bank from Liquid. Not too surprising, they went 3-0 in Brazil League on it, but just one quick thing. In phase 1, they lost it 1-7 versus G2. So I believe they've learned a lot from it.
Surprising they don't go for the Chalet. That's got to be what Beastcoast take out here. Team Liquid are so strong on that map. They are very much undefeated. We'll find out what the final map ends up being. And of course, Beastcoast will not allow it. We go to Oregon to finish off this series. This is going to be a fun one if we can get all the way there. Certainly for Beastcoast, 1-0 this stage, taking out M80 in a crushing 7-1 game to end the NAL group stage.
Are we seeing a team that's really won it here in the map bands?
I would say it's very balanced, it's well thought, it's surprising, but it's well balanced.
Yeah, that second map is going to be a real toss-up. I don't know if Beastcoast were expecting it, so if Liquid come out with some brand new strats, that might catch them off guard.
We prepped the info, we prepped the maps, and now we got to get our competitors up. Manchester, you ready? Our competitors, bring them up!
They're not making waves, they are the wave. Can they crash another Brazilian party? It's Beastcoast! Let's stop calling them underdogs now, shall we? They sent the SI Grand Finalists in FaZe Clan home in the quarterfinals. 4 of these men were all on different teams last stage. Now they are here at a major semi-final. Their opponents are the Kingslayers. Now they want the Manchester throne. It's Liquid! In perhaps what was the biggest upset in recent history, this team sent home the previously unstoppable world champions in Furia with a loud Manchester crowd willing them on. Is this finally their time? Now I'm going to grab a quick interview with Gunnar and Lagonis here in front of our live crowd. Let's start with you, Gunnar. Are you done with this team being called the underdogs?
Yeah, I think it's time that they're the underdogs.
Lagonis, you and your team were extremely emotional yesterday after knocking out the world champions, your rivals in Furia. Have those emotions settled now? Are you ready for this challenge?
Yeah, it's settled down because we are not finished. So I think because like we won against Furia, so probably we are not the underdogs. We won from the world champions, so yeah, I think we are.
I got nothing to say, we'll see.
Lagonis, is he him or are you him?
I'm him.
How do you feel about that?
We'll see, bro.
All right, let's get into this, Lagonis. I'm gonna shake hands and go and take your seats, ready for our first semi-final here in Manchester. Who's taking it? Is it Beastcoast? Is it Team Liquid? Is it Beastcoast? Is it Team Liquid? Let's get into this semi-final with a TriCast. 3 wonderful men ready and willing to talk you through all of the action. It is Parker, Pengu, and Fresh.
Well, thank you so much, Ian. We decided to bring one of the EU lads, the UK lads, I should specify, onto our broadcast yesterday. A stunning result from both Liquid and from Beastcoast. And yes, I think it's time we stop calling them underdogs. They did, after all, finish first overall in North America. But so much disrespect has been thrown their way yesterday. Gunnar said, and I quote, "I've never been cheered before." As you can hear, it's not gonna happen again. Liquid is by far and away the favorite here. Does that surprise you, Jack?
I don't think it surprises me at all, Parker. I think, Liquid are the more established team. As much as, we don't want to call Beastcoast the underdog. Liquid have been there before. I know it's a long time ago, but they have won events. Very, very long time ago. But they've been in finals, they've been in semi-finals, they've played countless main stages. So, on the balance of probabilities for me, I think Liquid are the favorites.
I think that's fair, but there's one thing at play here. Beastcoast have nothing to lose. For Liquid, it has been a heartbreak after heartbreak. If you've gonna perform like yesterday, I don't know how Liquid can deal with that specific playstyle unless they prep for specifically to shut down Gunnar.
I know that we have spoken a lot about how good the Brazilian crowd was, but every team that has played yesterday has talked about how the crowd acts as proverbial wind behind their sails, pushing these teams forward. And it's no surprise that every single crowd favorite won yesterday. So, before we get into it, I know you've already been quite loud. There are 2 football teams in this city. I'm gonna poll you and see which of the teams you like the most. Do you like Manchester City?
Okay.
What about Manchester United?
A few cheers.
I mean, you mostly booed both of them. Hold on, I'll do this one again. What about beans on toast? What about London, England? All right, there we go. I figured that much.
Yeah, there's a very clear north-south divide, Parker, and we are up in the north, of course, inside of Manchester. Yeah, and obviously topical because Manchester City and Manchester United are playing the cup final as we speak as well.
In London?
In London, yeah.
Well, we are just seconds out from our very first semi-final. One of these teams will do something that you spent all year prepping for. Team Liquid has made an awful lot of grand finals over the last year and a half, but they have never brought home a major championship. Beastcoast have made their first semi-final ever. Now, a lot of the players on this team are very experienced, but as a team, they really haven't. Yeah, clap. You've played on stages like this before. You've played in Rio. You know how loud the crowd can get.
Yeah.
Do you think there will be nerves on the side of Beastcoast?
I do think so, yes. I mean, I think that now things are like coming to reality, like, oh guys, we might have a shot at winning this, making the grand finals, and all of a sudden that careless, carefree playstyle, they might be struck with nerves now thinking, damn, we are actually good, we are on for an incredible run.
I think there's a line between riding the wave and then, of course, getting a bit nervous.
Well, we'll find out. Will nerves affect Beastcoast? Cheer! As we start map number 1 between Liquid and Beastcoast.
So, Jack, anything specifically you're looking out for right now? It's Skyscraper, Beastcoast defense, Liquid on attack.
Yeah, I'm looking for, I mean, particularly the talk of this tournament, Nick, has been Shields. And there we go. The Montane has been banged out straight away, almost on point from Beastcoast there. And I think particularly on Skyscraper especially, is because the shields are so effective for those direct takes.
You hit it right on its head. That's perfect from you. So Deimos falls along. Really high band rate from this operator as well. I mean, it's the trophy, so if you want to lift him, you want to play him, you got to lift that trophy and earn your rights to it.
And I just wanted to ask you both a question here, because when we went through the regular stage prior to this event, Deimos was banned, but certainly not as often as he has been at this event. The main operators removed on attack were Ying, Dokkaebi, and Monty. Why do you think Deimos' ban rate has surged here in Manchester?
I'm not sure if I know the exact reason, but I think teams started realizing just how strong he can be. Yeah. Not getting information like Jackal, but actually getting kills vertically with that pistol and having unlosable gunfights, basically.
I think Deimos is super good when you're playing him in a man advantage situation, right? Because you can absolutely isolate a player, and then if you're isolating a player and then using teamwork as an attackers, 2, 3, 4 players against one, it makes that isolation of roamers so much easier. And I think that's why teams have kind of picked up on that and thought, hey, that's a great operator, let's use that. And then to counter that, teams are now like, hey, let's ban Deimos. I'd rather deal with a Dokkaebi. I'd rather deal with a Ying.
It brings me old Lion before the nerf situation where it feels so unfair. When you're tracked by the Deimos, you feel like you are just dead and done for. There's not a whole lot you can do to fight against it, really.
Yeah, because he gets a better ping, he gets a better live information than you do as a defender. Because, of course, that's a counter, but it's not a sufficient counter, I would say.
While you're fighting him or worried about where he is, there are 4 other taggers that are going to know exactly where you are as well. Not with the ping, but the communication in the server from those attacking teammates.
This does, however, free up teams to bring a Ying and a Dokkaebi with impunity. And immediately you're going to see Liquid lock in not just one, but both of those operators. Dokkaebi's pick rate has obviously soared as she has been almost unshackled, removed from the ban phase. And yeah, the general consensus is shields are pretty strong right now. Hard-pressed to find a team that operates shields better than Beastcoast at the moment. They won North America, in large part because they have not won, but 2 tremendously skilled shield players in both Hot and Cold as well as Spirits. Hot and Cold, it's been a bit of a renaissance for him as he shuffled around teams, and people thought that after he was removed from SSG that he would maybe not have that same level of career, and now here he is in the semifinals. It's been a nice bounce back for the veteran.
I like this. A Liquid rush possibly. Ash Breach, armor in the window. Catch Beastcoast by surprise with counter-aggression. Come on.
And they're off to the races. Supernova and but all of a sudden Beastcoast is prepared for this gunner. The first one to fall, finished off by resets inside of Geisha. Taken down from backstairs. Hot and on the board. Suddenly, it's all Nesk and Maya. Only 1 minute burned off of the clock so far. Nesk inside a drum, 2 silhouettes of Beastcoast not far removed from him, but it will be a tough engagement if he takes this blind. Dueling Beastcoast chance, and Maya beheading 2 members of the team in teal. A massive advantage for Beastcoast that has now evaporated as we just have a bit over a minute to go.
Yeah, if Beastcoast can identify this player inside of Geisha as well, they can identify the 2v1. It looks like they're looking around for a vault camera, so it's definite for Beastcoast that they do have information. Both of these players are playing inside of Drum.
Love that Liquid slowing things down right now. They got that quick push initially. Now, nice and chill. Get information, like you said. Isolate the 1v1s for both teams here. The thing is, Beastcoast, they're rather separated on the bomb side, whereas Liquid can push from the same side.
Gavin now being pressured inside of Geisha. Both remaining members of Liquid looking in his direction. Gavin, one of those hard cases to deal with, is now Hot and Cold by backstairs. Fire, but Gavin gets the work done on his own in round 1.
The big thing there for the Rush is that Liquid, I love that they go for it, even if it doesn't work out, but they only got one single pick in the opening there, losing 2 players on the attacking side. When you go for a Rush, there's 2 things that can happen. Either you rush the bomb side, you lose a couple of players, but the defenders have to retake into your guns. Or you get a bunch of kills, and now you just have man advantage. Liquid didn't get either in the beginning of that round, and it's a very big struggle for them to get back into it.
I do, however, think, though, that round 1 is the best round to go for a rush, because I think, especially as an attacker on what is a defender-sided map, you allow yourself, if it goes successfully, to assert dominance, because when you're on Skyscraper, when you're playing Karaoke T, as you can see, quite a defender-sided map, you're probably going to lose it anyway, whereas if you get in, you rush, you really assert the dominance, it can really start a map off well on the attack.
I agree. I mean, we all know that if you're playing defense, they rush, even if you win, but it's close like in that round, Beastcoast now go, guys, let's roam, let's extend like we see right now. You're playing offense, we're going to play, Geisha and T-Karaoke in the beginning. You might go to yourself, guys, don't go too far away from the bomb set because Liquid, they rush one more time. We don't want to leave it too exposed. The thing about Skyscraper, you still got Blitz, you got the Glash, you got the Ying. They can still rush in different ways.
They were just floating the Glass and the Ying in the 6-pick phase, and the Blitz as well. So I was kind of wondering if they'll do something direct, but I do think it looks like they're going to start out, apart from the playing the Amaru again. So it's going to be, I think, information. It's going to be about information and then working from there because Nesk might be able to get himself in up the hatch. We've seen that a few times before on this offense side. But at the same time, Maya is also clearing. So I think it's just going to be a case of feeling them out in the early round, finding the information, and then making a call to rotate very fast from there.
That can be difficult, though, when you have a team that is this experienced. Like, you have a more simple strat book, but you gotta play off a thing. You're understanding of the game individually, and then communicate to teammates, guys, I'm hearing sounds over here or not, but Maya finds the opening.
This is the same that we've seen at Maya all tourney long. Finding an opening, all on his lonesome. Maya's a player that you can trust to go out and do work without his teammates really providing much assistance. That's something that Palu used to be able to do, Nesk did in his prime. Now that you've got another threat on Liquid, it's very hard to have to deal with all 3 of them. And if Palu and Nesk can show up alongside Maya, as Nesk has done through much of this tournament, you're hard-pressed to start winning these rounds because, again, it'll come down to gunfights. And outdueling those 3 players on Liquid is a challenge for even the best teams in the world. Just ask Furia yesterday.
Oh, look at that. Paolo doesn't have the information necessarily, but the sound could be the defining factor if Hot and Cold hears him or if Paolo hears him back. But look at this. The discipline, the kill, the run back. If Hot and Cold can survive here, massive for Beastcoast.
Nitro from Hot now down below.
Yeah, as we see Palu, he's going to look. He knows there's a player's down here. He knows the C4's gone off. He knows Horn's found the kill. Doesn't matter anyway. Horn's found a second. Will he find a third? Yes!
A Herculean effort on the bottom floor. And now Lagonis will have to use some utility to try to deal with this Mira. Flashes go out. Last one does get Houghton. Unfortunate luck. Liquid trailing by 1 as Diffuser had died earlier on. The element of surprise is gone for the Amaru at this point. Nest position looking into the bar. Not far removed from Terrace. Slow peeking to see if somebody's there. Oh. Shot through the wall by Gavin, who won the round for Beastcoast previously. It's all up to Lagonis. Inside a Dragon, 30 seconds to go. A very tough position as he's spotted by a cam. Maybe a bit of nerves on the side of Lagonis as he misses a default camera. Making his position known now. And he walks through, he's shut down by, you guessed it, it's Gavin again.
Yeah, he's having an excellent game. But I want to shout out Hot and Cold for that play because if we look at where that round had gone, Liquid had taken a lot of space. Maya had taken all the space of Karaoke T side all by himself. Liquid, Palu had gotten in below. And actually, the Beastcoast players, they were going to be kind of confined to site. They were going to have a lot of pressure applied to them very early in the round, within a minute, 90 seconds. And as it is, Hotton's made a huge play, got himself 3 kills, basically won the round on his own just from some individual brilliance.
Yeah, I mean, I think he found the only gap that wasn't up. They were timing a bit of... I mean, the thing about players that are good in the roam is that they have a good understanding of where the enemy can and should be in a given round. He understood that Paolo's probably going to cut off, the stock portion of the map, but he was undroned right next to it. So you can sneak up the staircase, get a kill, fall back, but then in Hot and Cold fashion finds 2 kills afterwards. He did the exact same thing as PSG Talon to make it here to the main stage, actually. Yeah. Just pulling off those individual heroics. We see it from Gavin, from Gunnar, from Hot and Cold. Every single player is able to do it on Beastcoast. It's just a matter of, is it going to be one person popping off or all 5, basically, in a given match?
this is Beastcoast's map pick as well, right? So this is them starting out, and I think it's very, very bold. I said this yesterday, with Liquid choosing to start on the attack. Liquid have made that choice. And I think that's very, very bold, because there's one thing where you can argue, hey, they want to start on the attack. They know they're going to lose a few rounds, ease themselves into the semi-final. But if there's one team I wouldn't really want to give any momentum to at this tournament so far, it would be Beast Coast.
Yeah, that's the thing. So Liquid did the same thing yesterday in their match against Furia, where they start on the less favored side of attack, on the defender favorite map, but they do it because they practice these one-off strategies, like that first round rush, for example, that is tailored to counter the opponent of Beast Coast. But if those individual prepped strats don't work, you're right. You're giving Beast Coast so much unnecessary momentum, and they are a momentum-based team.
Will he stick it? Will he stick that blitz? He floated it in the last round.
Come on.
10 seconds.
The surprising thing is that it's like Gonis on blitz.
Yeah.
Typically, he'll play the Ying in the back, somebody else goes blitz, but not here.
With the fact he's got the diffuser, I would assume this is going to be something fast and direct to sight.
I like
Locked in. Before we get into this round, it might be a quick one. I spoke with Lagonis after their matchup, and I said, do you want FaZe Clan or do you want Beast Coast in your match tomorrow? And he said Beast Coast for one reason and one reason alone.
Okay.
They have less experience.
Okay.
The likelihood of them falling apart on stage due to nerves, he said, is higher than that with FaZe Clan. But he then conceded they are both scary teams.
Yeah.
So a very level-headed take. And honestly, you do kind of underestimate Beast Coast at your peril. Their result against FaZe Clan yesterday was a stunner. Maybe you think they've won, but in the fashion they did? Certainly not. I don't think many people, unless you are the biggest Team Liquid or biggest Beast Coast fan in the world, thought that that would be the result.
No. And that's the thing about Liquid, I think they always pay the utmost respect to their opponents, both in victories and in losses. And I think they learn so much every single time that they lose, but finding your place in the meta, no matter how good individual players you have, can be difficult. And it was Liquid who started off in Brazil in stage 1, very rough, losing the first 4 matches in a row. Maya getting 0 kills basically on every single map, not having an identity in this roster of Liquid. And then all of a sudden, a switch was flipped, and then this Liquid team emerged from nowhere and is doing really well. And I think Maya's personality and his energy has kept Liquid mentally in the games that have been tough so far this tournament, for example, against Furia.
And this was something that was talked about with Talon on our way to the venue today. Was, yeah, there's a long history of Liquid kind of bottling the finals or bottling big moments. But Maya has been so consistent his whole career. And bringing in somebody with that level of consistency, as you can see, 3 kills through those first 2 rounds, that's going to help Liquid's chances really effectively. Unfortunately, he's the first to die in this round, as Spirits has it covered, staring at that chasm that's been opened up into the office wall. Maya lost, Spirits lost. Both teams now in a 4v4 with a minute to go.
Top floor has been controlled now by Team Liquid. However, they've spent so long opening it that even though they've got the blitz, they've got the kind of direct take. Maya's dead on the Ying. The blitz is now for the late round, and Gunnar is still up here.
They haven't droned him out of Dragon at all, Nick.
They have no drones left.
What are you going to do at this point?
I mean, you send in Lagonis now, not for the bomb site take, for the roam, because if Gunnar doesn't die, you cannot proceed downstairs to the bomb site itself, and Gunnar is just sticking his guns right now. He's not leaving.
We saw him yesterday, 28-8 against FaZe Clan. Palu shuts him down, but if he can out-duel Nesk, if he can out-duel players like Maya and like Palu, you are in trouble on the side of Liquid. It's gun skill that often defines this team, but Beast Coast so far have shown that they can fire back. Every round so far, Beast Coast has held the numbers advantage for a sizable portion. Now they find themselves in the same spot, 3v2, 10 seconds left. Lagonis holding diffuser, but it's Gavin! Dance, Gavin, dance! He's won all 3 rounds, collecting all the exit kills.
Beast Coast seem more than prepared for these little pocket plays that Liquid are bringing, and I want to highlight that. I want to highlight their operator selection, bringing the tuber out to keep that office wall closed, to basically delay time, because as much time as you can delay, you can then get a great read on what's going to happen. And that's exactly what Beast Coast did. As we saw, keep burning the time with the wall staying closed, with the tuber out, and then kill the drones, kill the information, and as we saw, you reap what you sow when you do that.
Yeah.
Gunnar managed to find 2 from a position he was not known in, and then Gav found 2 from a position that he was not known in the end. I feel like Liquid have just... they're struggling. They're struggling because it's like plan A is not working, but what's plan B?
I also want to say that Beastcoast have done their prep work because that 2-brow Kai kind of wall deny strat that we saw was the same thing Furia did against Liquid yesterday when Liquid was struggling to attack. Because Liquid, when they get in the building, someone like Maya, someone like Ness, they will find kills, they'll get things done. When you stall out Liquid's plan A like they did here, they struggle so much in those situations.
All 5 of those, we just saw the replay of every single death that happened.
Yeah.
Liquid was not shooting at the defender once. Not one bullet went in the direction of the defenders. That's how much they starved the information and the time.
Well, I mean, when you got 0 drones and half the round to go, what are you going to do at that point?
Yeah.
Send in the blitz, no? Like, the Goners was waiting to be enabled in that round to go for that execute, like you mentioned, Jack. But if you play blitz and you have an end game in mind of getting down that diffuser, well, you need to not be too safe and save it for when you get there. Because if you can't clear the room on top floor, you can't plant anyway. So use him early in the round.
Admittedly, there are teams that will wait until the very final moments to bring in a shield operator to maximize its damage on you. If you've only got 2 defenders left and a Monty shows up or a Blitz shows up, you don't have the cavalry to call. The cavalry's already dead.
I'm loving this operator lineup now from Beastcoast as well. As we go into round 4 now, we're on the full rotation, so they're back to Karaoke T. Liquid have just taken their time out.
Yeah.
It's very plausible that Hug's orders said to these players, right, let's change up strategy, let's go to kind of the B takes, the C takes. Maybe a full clear. Now, if Liquid are going to come for a full clear rather than rushing, what are they now facing up against? A Goyo, a Smoke, a shield on the Warden, a shield on the Frost, and Frostmats, and then late information with Valkyrie on the C4.
Exactly.
Completely changed their lineup, ready for this.
No, I love it. Just keep things unknown to your opponent in Liquid because that multi-ban, they can default onto a safe, easy, entry operator to get that kind of information. And again, 50 seconds go by, Liquid still in spawn, they've lost half their drones, 5 out of 10 so far, and again, they are being locked out of the map, and that is when Liquid is going to be at their weakest. They depend on entries, they need Maya, they need Ness to show up and find some openings here, but this is Skyscraper. There are so few openings to be had, you need to create them almost, because Beastcoast won't give them to you.
It's a map where gadgetry is going to enable your fragging, and if you cannot get the gadgetry down, then you're going to be in trouble. Liquid had these same stumbles yesterday on their Nighthaven Labs map against Furia, where when they were on attack, they couldn't get into the building. They're being slowed down by Kaids and Bandits in particular, and those were bad rounds for Liquid. Halfway point, nobody died yet. Maya sees a bullet just pass over his shoulder.
This way you need like a mini execute like on Chalet, right? Like top mezzanine, top blue staircase. You gotta clear those shields, force defenders back, or get the kills here. When that small gap presents itself, they don't win the gunfight.
Diffuser's doubled up on. It looked like it was Maya's kill, but Ness gets the job done.
Oh.
More damage being done to Gunner. It's Ness yet again. Speaking of the previous round, now it looks like it's Beastcoast who haven't seen anything. Fighting shadows across the map. A flawless round for Liquid.
Jack, how does that happen? Because I thought Liquid were locked out of that one.
I believe we call that an overheat, Nick. I believe that we can, it's a big pet peeve of mine, actually, is when players are playing behind utility, and then they go in front of their utility and die. I hate it when it happens with Mirror knows it happened there with Diffuser on that shield, because as soon as he waddles in front of that shield, Maya saw him. It was an easy double up, as you say. It was an easy double up, an easy kill. Yeah. But crucially, it gave Maya that space to then exploit the people in the back line who weren't aware that that position should have been taken. The shield stayed up. The whole reason for that strategy is you play behind the shield until they get rid of it, and then you fall back. So this crucial kill, this crucial entry there from Nest really allowed the movement of Maya. It then allowed the movement of Nest, and they were just cleaning up between the two of them.
So such a small, simple detail. And it's just to show that if one player is not playing a strategy to its perfection, it will fall apart later on.
And you can kind of forgive it because this happens in ranked games.
Yeah, it happens.
It happens in pro play as well, where you're feeling yourself, you 3-0 up on your map pick, and you're thinking, oh, I can be a little bit cheeky here. I can find another one. I can really put the pressure on. And then it's just like a house of cards. It all just comes falling down.
And that's the thing against FaZe Clan, where Beastcoast, they kept doing these things and were never really shut down. We saw the FaZe cam off FaZe. They look kind of mentally out of it, not super happy, kind of bothered by the situation. Liquid, if you give them space, just, you know, one more attack around, get that 2 for half, I have full faith in their defenses to shut down Beastcoast on that side flip.
Liquid have once again lost a lot of drones.
Yes.
They're going into the, you know, just after the prep phase, the first 30, 40 seconds of the round, with what, only 5 drones alive?
Again,
it's going to be that kind of late round where they could definitely be punished. Of course, they do have the Twitch on the board, so that's 2 more that they could use, but even still, it's looking a little bit rough regarding that information.
See though, at Beastcoast, they can go for 2 options now, right? You swing out, you overheat, so to speak, or you just stick to your plan A. And I think it is good to keep Liquid on the toes, especially if you're keeping track of the drone count. 4 left on pocket of Liquid. They're not going to drone out every single corner, every single potential spawn peak, or run out on the walls, for example. So as time goes on, if Liquid don't gain map control with these last few remaining drones, they're going to get punished by C4s, by Captain traps, or by people ratting in positions hiding on the side of Beastcoast.
Really is quite astonishing that Solus and Mute have not been staples of this Beastcoast lineup, and yet it's Liquid losing drones time after time. About to the halfway point of this round. Skyscraper, the second least played map so far in Manchester. 62% of all rounds won by the defenders. So what Beastcoast is doing right now is pretty normal given those stats.
Yeah.
In terms of the bomb sites, not a single site favors the attackers. The closest is Kitchen Barbecue, which is actually tied with Bedroom Bathroom as the tertiary bomb site. And even then, Kitchen Barbecue sits at 50-50.
I was just about to say, we've not seen it yet inside this game. It was Bedroom Bathroom.
Huh. Liquid trying to go for a side rush, fake me, but Nescon's a kill somewhere. I think Beastcoast moving a little bit too much there on the bomb side.
I mean, if you're feeling yourself and you want to take engagements, swing on to Liquid. If you think you can get that pick, that's huge. If you let players like Nesk, like Maya settle in, bad things happen to you. Nesk will not be a factor in the final minute of this round as he's eliminated by Diffuser. And now, what little drones remain for Liquid will be so critical in finding these last couple players. Lagona's taking some damage now through the soft walls. He charges into Terrace, takes out a mirror window. Spirit for one kill, Gavin swings for another. Liquid trailing, Gavin finished off by Terrace. Maya the culprit. All these advantages for Beastcoast, they've had them every round, but they have not been overwhelming. 3v2 now, final 20 seconds. Flashes to go in from the Dokkaebi of Maya. Palu working side by side with Diffuser. Not the player, the Diffuser in hand, the case for Palu. As now he attempts the plant, Maya will need to cover. Off it he will go, down onto Spirits. A read now as well through the corridors. Maya sees yet another, both players from Beastcoast pushing this angle. The timer runs out, and the round is Beastcoast's. 4-1 the first half. One more round for Beastcoast on defense.
And who else to get the kill on the 0 seconds to get the guy that's planting the diffuser? But Gunnar, of course. Yeah. He was doing it lots yesterday. He's carrying on that reign of form today. And I just want to talk about it because Liquid are really, they're investing a lot of utility to try and get a foothold in the building, get close to the building. Lots of drones. But also we saw Lagonis spamming lots of Yin Candelas in with no reaction on it. Yeah. We saw Dokkaebi calls with basically nothing off the back of it, and therefore Liquid are just playing with, when it gets to the late round, they're playing with little to no execute utility and just having to walk into crossfires. I actually thought, it didn't come in clutch in that round, but I actually thought Kaveni putting sight cap cams was actually genius because of how bad Liquid have been with the drones.
It almost worked out as well. Oh. Nearest airport, huh?
3.1 rating on Google Maps, by the way. What's up with that?
Oh.
We don't need to get into it.
5 seconds left.
Well,
attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Take a step back for a second.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Beastcoast on their own map, on the favored side. Did we expect, in all reality, a different outcome to this first half?
Honestly, given how good the prep work from Liquid was yesterday, I would expect a 2-4 at worst, a 3-3 at best, which is the norm, but it has looked like Beastcoast been too much in the driver's seat to my expectations.
Yeah, I think that's it's the magnitude of the way that Beastcoast are winning the rounds and how Liquid are losing the rounds. The mistakes that they seem to be making, the kind of rookie stuff where they're using all of their utility and not following up on it, that's the type of mistake you wouldn't be expecting to see Liquid making, even if the scoreline is kind of as expected.
We'll say though, you want more with Skyscraper, it's hard to attack, you're gonna bank after if you're Liquid, things should get a lot easier on that attack inside specifically, and I will say, I still have faith in Liquid defense, but they gotta avoid that 5-1 scoreline!
Hot and cold in a peak I see in ranked. I didn't see that in pro play.
But it works.
It absolutely does. And he gambles as the smoke to get the job done. Maya looking down.
Has he heard it?
Yeah. And an easy follow-up for Diffuser. Once again, not that you're winning rounds, but how you are winning the rounds. Liquid looking to keep this close, but now they've lost resets to Gavin. Gavin having a tremendous game so far, 8-2.
He's had some good moments, and this is not the usual Skyscraper that we expect. I mean, we're not seeing execute. We see no plans being attempted really in like realistic scenarios like 2v3s, etc. And we've seen the attackers just struggle at the first step of the round. It's a 1 versus 4 for Nesk to get the second round on attack for his team.
This round is over?
I believe this round is over, and if anybody can do it, Nest can, but this round is potentially over. When you're in a 1 versus 4, you've got to isolate your 1v1 engagements. He knows there's one inside of T. He now knows there's one. Drum finds that shot onto Spirit. This isn't possible, surely, but he is going to take his time. That's the one benefit that he does have, is another 50 seconds.
I mean, the bigger issue. The 3 players from Beastcoast left are the 3 best players right now, but Nesk seemingly leveling up with every kill. The Banshee will give his position away, hot and cold with SMG out. First kill and last kill. Matthew Stevens elevating his team, and it's a 5-1 first half. Liquid have already called their timeout.
Yeah.
There is no parachute to slow this fall. I appreciate the audience's perspective, but Beastcoast is up 5-1. I don't think saying Beastcoast sucks is objectively correct at the moment.
No, right now, no. It's just the wrong time for it. But yeah.
Objectively a top 4 team in the world right now as well.
Kind of crazy scenes to think about, but they are right now locked in that top 4 spot, and they're showing that they belong here, taking down the likes of FaZe, doing great against Liquid so far, but I don't want us to get too far ahead of ourselves because, yes, there's no technical timeout, but if you want to use that on Skyscraper, it would almost always be an attack anyway. So again, if you are solid, if you are perfect on defense, which is, to be honest, not that difficult, of all maps, Skyscraper is great to go for this, they can still bring it back. But it comes down to the mental game from Liquid. Not give up, stay in it, and of course, enable your star players. Resets 1 and 5 so far, he's falling a bit behind.
This is where scoreboard pressure comes into play.
Yes.
Though. Because Beastcoast are 5-1 up, even if they do have the harder side on paper, they will have a lot of confidence in themselves, their players. They will be a little bit warmed up inside of the gunfights because they've generally won most of them. So if they can, especially if they get this first round on attack is so vital.
Yes.
Because if they get this first round on attack, it really ramps up that pressure for Team Liquid.
That's the thing, that like, Beastcoast, they're a bit cocky, right? They got that arrogance, the confidence, but rightfully so. But if you don't, reality check them and say, we're Team Liquid, we're gonna shut you down. You saw Spirits in that opening interview. He said, Liquid, those players, they're all a bit old. They're a bit outdated, right? And right now, Beastcoast are showing that they're the new guys in the block and they are indeed here to play. And Liquid, they don't know that they can hang yet, at least, in this best of 3.
I mean, it was Diffuser who came out and immediately did the I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Almost the Hulk Hogan, let me hear it, to the crowd who had showered them with a chorus of boos. Winner of this matchup will go into the grand finals. They will face either, and I'm going to ask you to cheer for them. Are they facing DarkZero tomorrow?
Okay.
What about BDS tomorrow? Some boos.
There was more boos, but there was more cheers.
Yeah.
More
they were quite
haters and more fans.
ambivalent.
BDS are more relevant, I guess is what we could say.
I suppose. And what did you say? This round right now.
So important.
Throw all the pressure onto Team Liquid as they would stare down a 6-1 scoreline. Great start for Liquid, as Palu has had a miserable game by his own standards. Gunner walks in, gets the pick, and now a battle towards the balcony. Nesk with a pick, Maya to swing, 2 from a similar spot.
There he is. That's the Maya that we know and love from yesterday. He shows up and he needs it, but Diffuser's still up. He takes down 2 players. Liquid on the back end already again.
Almost another, but you know how much that SMG struggles to be controlled. Cannot be tamed. So Diffuser We'll go for the reload again, a 3v2 for Beastcoast. That's a very familiar position for Liquid.
It's a tricky situation as well because they're completely split. Both Liquid players are split. They cannot play together to try and isolate these crossfires.
Oh! Nice read on Lagonis through the wall. Yellow ping enabling the pick onto Gavin. Team leading 8 kills in the ground. Maya will clean up the mess.
They've given up sight.
Yeah, it's a great call. Just go straight to sight.
And
That's
Spirits
genius.
going for the plant. Do they have reads on it? Lagonis seems to think. Nitro
Attackers
save!
are
It's too late. It's all up to the rookie. Diffuser at a monstrous 2K earlier. Shoots onto Maya, another lined up. To go on to map point, Diffuser just toying. And he will stand as tall as an American Redwood. 6-1 for Beastcoast. Already on map point.
Jack, are Beastcoast really outplaying and outperforming Liquid on Skyscraper now? What? They recognize both defenders, they're roaming still. They rush the bomb side, get on the diffuser, sure the C4 comes out, but it's too late. There's no time to react for Liquid. And the 2v1 not played well by Liquid whatsoever.
No, it was a great read. They knew that there was a player stuck over by Geisha Hall. They knew of the second player inside of Drum and just thought, hey, well, if you're leaving the bomb site free, we are absolutely going to take it.
Rasul. Could happen a 7-1 scoreline. It started off well, I guess, for both teams. Beastcoast, they strike first. Liquid, they answer back with 2 kills. The Diffuser here getting 2 kills on the same staircase. Those gaps being found way too easily for Beastcoast, because if you look at Liquid on the attacking side, they never found those openings at all.
That is a lot of composure. That is a lot of composure for a rookie on main stage to be making those types of plays. And it's not just him that's making the plays on Beastcoast as well. You know, when you hit this kind of tournament siege, you need multiple individuals on your team to be making those plays, especially when you're in a man disadvantage, for example. He's walked up there in a 3 versus 4, made it a 3 versus 2, and then got back to site and then won the 1 versus 2 to win the round. You know, it's him. You know, Gunner's been making the plays as well. We saw Gaveni make those plays. So Beastcoast are hitting a very purple patch of form right now, individually.
I did speak to one of our fellow casters last night in the green room, and I was like, what do you think Beastcoast are missing right now? Because, yeah, they've done well, they've beaten FaZe, but what could they do to get even better and beat expectations further? And he said, Diffuser has to stop being a bot. That was, like, flat out what he said. I'm like, what do you mean by that? He's like, well, he's kind of trolling sometimes.
Are you going to call out who that was?
Carter.
Okay. Mr. Lynx.
That's not exact quote word for word, but he was like, Diffuser has to show up here. He's not had a great performance. And I was saying, Diffuser right now might be the standout player based off that previous round, because he did it on the attacking side to open things up for his team. That's so difficult to do. And you're playing at global catch of Dokkaebi, you have to get active on their own clear.
Now, don't be surprised if Liquid win 1 or 2 more rounds just because of the side that they're on. But Beastcoast have such a cushion at this point that things will have to go catastrophically wrong for the North American team. Additionally, Beastcoast still has their timeout.
Yeah.
So if things really do go wrong, settle them down, have their coach, one of the most animated men in all of Siege, jump in and try to will this team back. But boy, oh boy, you got to imagine this result has spooked Liquid. Palu only finds his 3rd kill in 8 rounds, and it's Diffuser.
With the Diffuser, by the way, as well.
With the Diffuser. Over towards back stairs. Gunner walks up. Doesn't even see Lagonis as the jiggle peek from the door. Ends the rampage of Beastcoast. Another will come in, and the hands of Maya as Houghton is removed.
I feel like that's a play you make because it's 6-1. You just walk up saying, guys, this might be clear. It wasn't, now you pay the price, but the benefit here is that Beastcoast, they can absolutely throw around the 2 and not even give it down because they have a 6-1 lead. They can take these massive gambles for no reason.
Yeah, I think as Diffuser and Gunner have gone up there, it needed reaction from the team. It needed Gaveni not to be below, to be going up main stairs. It needed Spirits to be forcing himself into Geisha. As it is now, you've got to work through a 2 versus 4. And again, it's all about isolating engagements as Nesk and Resets are both in quite frontline positions. I wonder if they'll choose now to try and fall back and try and just consolidate.
They've chipped away at Gavin's HP. It's Spirits to die first. Gavin follows shortly thereafter. Some saving grace for Liquid. But they will need a miracle at this point in this match. The crowd was so hot for Liquid. Before we went live, Ian Chambers took to the stage and polled the audience, and would you believe it that Team Liquid was, I would argue, the favorites based on how loud the crowd was. Yes, that's correct. A team from Brazil was the crowd favorites, and not BDS, who are not just from Europe, but also have players from the UK on the roster. So to have this beginning for Liquid, not only is it going to get in Liquid's head, but as you can hear, yeah, they're saying Beastcoast sucks, but the crowd is staying in it. And just as we said at the top of the show, there is a wind at the backs of the players that have the crowd going for them. Liquid hasn't done much to bring the crowd into it to cheer for them. Not only is Beastcoast in your head, but the crowd's not helping you get out of that position. Liquid stuck in a rut, but one round so far on defense, and it is the favorable side. Maybe a comeback is actually possible.
I think one thing to note is that if you're Liquid, you of course want this first match to go as long as possible. The reason why I say that is Beastcoast, they've had really quick matches so far in their best of 3. It was a 7-5, 7-3 against PSG Talon. There's a 7-2, 7-5 against ITB. There's a 7-4, 7-1 against FaZe. If you go the distance in Skyscraper, Liquid, comeback time. Woo! Yeah, okay, let's believe in it. If you go the distance here on Skyscraper, Liquid then win on Bank, Beastcoast might be out of fuel come Oregon. That comes down to fundamentals, and that could be a problem if the series really goes the distance.
I think it would just be a little bit about breaking momentum as well. Even if Liquid managed to pull 3-4 more rounds, or, you know, even if they get close to overtime but lose the game, just break up a little bit of Beastcoast momentum, because if they get a 7-2, you know, every round matters, because if they get a 7-2, they'll be wanting to be back in the server as soon as possible, just to get it done, get it on the next one, because they are a very momentum-based team.
Further to Lagonis' point yesterday when I spoke with him, he said, yeah, Beastcoast is the least experienced team. But I feel like what we don't really talk about that much is, well, as a team they're inexperienced, these players have been here before, right? Hot and Cold is one of the most experienced players in all of North America. And that kind of veteran leadership is something that you really can't quantify properly. And he's going to keep this team in it. Spirits has been around before. Gavin's been around before. Gunner's been around before. The only real inexperienced player is Diffuser. And while he's 7-5, holding his own against Liquid and single-handedly won a round as well. Maybe a missed drone?
Yep.
Halu not spotted on back stairs, and yep. Pouncing on Gavin, expecting a follow-up. Nobody there, though.
It's those small things. I mean, they can win you rounds. You get the opening pick on it. Oh, boy, wait. Gunner tracks back, though. But now, Beastcoast, they're not in the building because they want to be.
But the guns on the attackers are hitting their marks. Spirits is a name that we've said so little today. But as we know, from all previous experience that Spirits had, he can absolutely take over games himself, but Beastcoast have not needed him much at all today. Final 45 seconds. Right now, the advantage for Beastcoast. They're looking to knock off Liquid and gain some serious momentum heading into Liquid's map of Bank.
No one's really above here. I mean, you got Lagonis downstairs, so Beastcoast could just go for a straight side execute or maybe sprint upstairs.
Not entirely sure. Hot and Cold has the Diffuser. He's waiting for the all clear. There goes a logic bomb. None remaining. Diffuser using full utility at this point. Grenades and flashbangs still in pocket for Beastcoast. But there's been some serious issues hitting these goo mines. Resets jumping on it. Hot and Cold and Gunner both falling in the same position. Diffuser and Spirits will need to go for some objective play. Diffuser with one immediately traded. And now it's Spirits all by his lonesome upstairs. Surely not enough time. Wasn't time. Reset showing that there's greater depth on Liquid, and it's not just an Esk and Maya show. 2 rounds in a row from Liquid. And a comeback does indeed seem to be brewing, Jack.
Is it the start of the comeback? That's what I was thinking. I think Beastcoast, their mid-round kind of went awry then.
Yeah.
They really struggled with the information of knowing, hey, are there still defenders up on the top floor?
I can't hear you, Jack. The crowd's too loud.
They were struggling to know if there were defenders up on the top floor. They weren't. They were all in and around the site. And it was because, obviously, they'd lost a couple of lives and were having to play a situation just from its neutrality. Nothing pre-planned, just what's the information in front of us? Where do we go from here? They ended up making a choice to try and do all the vertical onto site with only 30 seconds left. And then it all ends up in Spirits just having to drop down to his death.
Finally, Reset shows up. He's still negative, 5 to 6, but before that round, he was, what, 2-6? Not really on the scoreboard at all with any like meaningful presence. When Liquid, they've been doing well. When they've been winning their matchup, it is Resets, Maya, and Nesk, and Palu all four showing up. They are a team that needs everyone to be there on the scoreboard, besides Lagonis. And in this match so far, Lagonis has been showing up, but Resets haven't. So they're missing that kind of second/third entry on the attacking side. That's now fixed on defense.
Palu is currently the lowest rated player in the entire lobby. That is not a position that we expect Palu to be in. That is not a position that Palu often finds himself in. When you start to get into these quarterfinals, the semifinals, the grand finals, if one player is not showing up, if they are getting shut down easily, if they are having an off day, that could be it. That's curtains.
Yep.
You need all members of your team to be present, just as we saw with Furia yesterday. The matchup that Nick and I casted. Herds only woke up in the final map, and it was not enough. If Palu does not show up today, I don't know if Liquid has what it takes, especially given the way that Beastcoast has been playing at this tournament.
We're now back on the site that Liquid lost, their very first defensive site of Exhibition on Office. Obviously that came down to a clutch from Diffuser, and it looks like it's going to be a lot slower paced affair again. We've already had 1 minute of play. It's going to be a lot of breaching, but I think Maya's going to be in a very difficult position here because he's going to be trapped between a rock and a hard place.
Well, Beastcoast hearing the crowd and wanting to prove them wrong. The man of the hour in the previous round was Resets, and Gunnar says no more. MP5 gone, ACOG gone, Stims gone. There's been a lot of chip damage that's been done in this matchup. Why do you bring operators like Thunderbird, like Doc? Well, it's because if you survive a battle but you're on 50 HP, stim yourself right back up. Additionally, if you want to play selfishly and they can't secure the kill, Resets can get himself back up.
Sure.
That won't be present for Liquid. And honestly, the MP5 with the ACOG right now, terrific gun for the defenders.
Oh boy. There it is. Oh, doesn't work out. Too late there for Palu. The mid round though, right around this moment, Beastcoast, they gotta be excellent, and I think they've done a good job there, getting the wall opened up, and they got that opening kill, and they left Geisha alone. They're now slowing things down, rotating towards that bomb site, and just putting more guns against Furor by the site itself. They know they can overpower Liquid if they have to in these next 40 seconds.
That was a big drone as well, checking that there is a Solace on the board, and it's something to consider.
And Lagonis with one hot and cold trying to enter, shut down, Diffuser shut down as well. Hold on a second. Gavin's making it work. It's off to Nesk and Lagonis, but Nesk leveling up himself. Gunnar outside of the building sees the breach. Goodbye to Nesk. Palu is down. It's Lagonis and Gunnar in a 1v1. Searching for Lagonis. Gunnar has an opportunity by himself to stun Liquid. Move us to map 2. Tearing strips through Lagonis. He has him isolated. Gunnar in pursuit. But they're both playing. Gunnar is indeed him! And Beastcoast is them! They take their own map! 1-0 for the North Americans!
2 times, Lagonis finds himself in a 1v1 position, perhaps not the right player for that job. You don't choose who gets the clutch. It's the best player in the lobby at that point, and that was Gunnar.
And they really set themselves up on the defense, punishing Liquid's information, basically forcing them to execute late with no information, no man count, big, confident, aggressive plays coming out of Beastcoast. Even in the end there, that big clutch.
I really do appreciate how often Fett is going up to reassure and praise Diffuser, the one player on the team that will probably need the most reassurance due to being a rookie, and he's getting it from his coach. But the desk is going to want to talk about that match, so let's throw it straight to them.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, a trio cast for a game that ended with map 1 on the Beastcoast side, and very firmly, I would say. They've parted the sea of Liquid on either side of them, and I gotta say, this crowd is split 50-50 between the two also. However, like I said, BC with a win. Huge on Skyscraper.
Of course, and I mean, starting on that defensive side is always going to be a huge advantage, right? You're going to rack up the scoreboards, and I understand this is part of Liquid's philosophy. Throughout both the quarterfinals and the semifinals, they've chosen to start an attack on very defender-sided maps, and I think that's because they like playing from behind. They think they like setting the stakes and then knowing what they need to do on defense coming through to it, but it does put you in these rough situations where if the enemy team get onto a good foot, especially a momentum-based team like Beastcoast, you're setting yourself up for a huge task in the later half of the game.
And that's the biggest thing for me. Like you said, they're a momentum-based team. They're getting hyped. After every round that they're winning, they get more energized, more confident, especially in a game plan that feels like it requires individual players to get aggressive, to be confident, to win those gunfights. And that's something that happened consistently in defense. Every time they were ahead, I have numerous examples where sometimes they go aggressive early, sometimes they leave control to Liquid, then they go for a flank. Sometimes they go all the way back to bomb site just to deny the execute. Multiple variety of win conditions in defense, and every time they were hitting it in full control on that side.
Jesse, you got any clips for us to dive deeper into the game plan?
I do. The caster said we wanted to break down Diffuser, and I really want to talk about this guy because he's been one of my favorite players to watch all stage. And we saw him in the very first attacking round be the most important member on the team. Diffuser's been huge to come on through. He really was a power player for this team, and I think that him coming through has been massive for them, of course, on the entries. A lot of these highlight plays coming through have been really impressive, too.
This was an example here, for example, of Capcan. Gaveni actually gets a double pick with Spirits and then somehow gives that back away. I think there's still room for Beastcoast to be better. They were giving away too many kills in positions where they shouldn't be, sometimes in an advantage. Here, Diffuser, for example, really big round for him. He gets a double pick on the stairs and then ultra important clutch here in this 1v2, Jesse.
Yeah, so this is the round I'm talking about, right? Where Diffuser's having a massive impact, 2K in the early round, and then gets a massive 1v2 clutch, playing so confidently. And this is what he can do when he's alive in the late round. Because in the early round, too many times for this tournament on attack, he has been struggling. And in fact, the very next round, he was opening death on attack. In round 8, he was the first one to go down. And that's been a consistent trend. He's got the second worst attacking entry KD, -8 through the tournament. So for him to be able to survive into the late round, to have that late round impact was huge.
I mean, Diffuser definitely planted it active in the server, but Gunnar kept it rolling.
Yeah, and I think he's the only one that is really consistent on the side of Beastcoast. Obviously, all of the players on their side have incredible individual moments. This round, especially on Dragon, actually, everybody left around, everybody left upstairs, actually, and he went into Dragon, stayed safe, and got that double kill, and that's the only reason why they won the round. He's always so consistent. Sometimes you don't really see that. You know, you don't really see his impact. Sometimes he doesn't get a pick, but just him staying in this position where he can lurk or flank is so impressive and so important because he's the win conditions by himself just by doing this.
We saw him starting off the game with a fantastic couple of kills in that first round to stop the aggressive rush from Team Liquid, and then we saw him to end the game as well, closing things out on that final round. Gunnar is the most important player for Beastcoast in this tournament, and I think he's making a strong case for being the best player in this tournament.
Potentially the MVP of our tournament, but they have not eliminated Liquid just yet. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We'll take a quick break. When we get back, it's Beastcoast via Liquid, map number 2. Our first semifinal continues. Map number 1 goes the way of Beastcoast, and they look to close things out on Bank. But now it's time for us to fill you in on all you need to know. Welcome back to our analyst desk. I'm also with me are Jesse and Alfama. Manchester, are you here? There you go. Jesse, what do you got for us?
You know, I was just behind the scenes having a chat with Fett last night, and he actually told me that stylistically, he was a little bit worried for Team Liquid because unlike FaZe, who play very slow, almost a DarkZero style playstyle, he was thinking that unfortunately Liquid would match up quite poorly against Beastcoast for them. He thought this would be a tough game, but I gotta say, credit to Fett for being able to look in and find a map like Skyscraper where he really could pick things apart and find that on their map pick. Now that we move over to the second map of Bank, it's gonna be a bit more difficult. Because this is a curveball coming through from Team Liquid, it's very likely that they've not prepped this map to the same extent that they had for Skyscraper, so that is what worries me here.
Now, Beastcoast starts in attack, right? And what we've seen on Skyscraper, we've seen them spread around. That's the way Skyscraper is supposed to be played. Bank is supposed to be played the same way. If they can keep the same momentum, the same multiple pressure points, find the opening and commit to it, it will be a great match.
All right, seems like we're still split on this. Manchester, have we decided who we're rooting for? Is it Beastcoast? Is it Liquid? Well, Castles are ready for you. Take it away, Intero, Pengu, and Fresh.
Well, Beastcoast have done what we expected them to do, which was win their map. Maybe not with the numbers that they did. Now it's up to Liquid to do the same. Or this Cinderella run for Liquid all the way through the play-ins. The worst team in Brazil for the first 4 play days will be over. Gentlemen, if you're Liquid, is Beastcoast in your head? Look at Look at that social vote. 53% now for Beastcoast, 47% for Team Liquid.
So is Beastcoast in your head, or are you in your own head if you're Team Liquid? Because I think the one thing that we've maybe not addressed or maybe not touched upon is how much it maybe took out of them yesterday to beat Furia. Was that the big victory in their head? Are they maybe a little bit, thinking, hey, Beastcoast are maybe a bit easy, we don't know these guys, from NA. We know the guys, we don't know the team from NA. Are they now maybe in their own heads? They've been, caught out, they've played Skyscraper, and they're up against it.
Well, get ready! It could be the end of the road for Liquid or the beginning of Beastcoast's run to the grand finals. Bank is on the board.
It's a good question, Jack. And I gotta say, for Liquid, I think you identify the problems from Skyscraper and you say, okay, this and that. Now you go on to Bank, and I think stylistically, this map favors Liquid much more. It's more open. Maya can go into the building undroned, make some plays happen. And I also think it's easier to keep the drones alive on the attacking side if the solos, of course, gets banned out. Again, enabling Liquid's information game to favor them, because as Alpha showed in the pre-segment, Liquid need their drone intel to make their plays happen.
Who's going to be the 4th defender banned? Woo! We ready? We've started. Oh.
Liquid solos. Hey. Right.
Yeah.
Honestly, if that was yesterday, I would have been like, why the Kaid ban? But given the struggles Liquid had when enemies slow down the game against them, I kind of like this ban from them.
Yeah, I like it as well, and I think Bank specifically, the one thing it does allow you to do is it particularly allows you 2 things when you play in Bank, when you ban the Kaid. The hatches on the basement, which are so important for attacking the basement, and then the Kanto wall up on the the side of lobby on the top floor for when you're attacking the top floor. So it's a specific ban for this map that's obviously impactful on at least 2 of the sites, because Kaid also could be played on the open area bomb site as well. I do like it a lot. Obviously for Liquid though, it does mean that when they get onto their attacks, that Solace is now open, or is still open, and obviously we saw them have big difficulties on the droning. So that's one to just put in your pocket, keep in mind for 6 rounds time, because of course they will be starting on the defense.
Yep, and I just love the respect that Liquid are paying towards Beastcoast here with the Monty ban on the first map and the second, where, Liquid, they can play the Monty. We've seen that many times from them, but they say, Beastcoast, this is such a strong element from them that they can bring. But I also think if you ban out the Monty, you're going to get more aggressive enemies because there's no shield abuse.
But no Monty and straight onto the Osa. So we're obviously, we're going down to the basement bomb site. The fact diffusers on the Osa starts to make me wonder, is this going to be something direct? Is this going to be a server half clear only, where you look into plant, then be safe behind the Osa shield?
It could be. I mean, the counterplay from Liquid is there, though. They got impact grenades for the Osa shield, they got C4, Echo, Toxic Bears, etc., so they have answers.
Just coming back on myself there, the Osa isn't actually going to server straight away. Looks like Diffuser might be trying to take Garage, and I think that's also a great use. Doesn't matter, he said.
And a run out from Resets. Gives his position away, but what an opening for Liquid. High-value utility operator. And here it is.
Oh.
That was a heck of a shot. And he was ready for resets, too. Resets might be looking for more.
I mean, even if Resets dies in Garage, you've taken down the most important execute operator from Beastcoast. The Osa was more or less the entire win condition, right? As you said, Jack, go into Garage, put down that Osa Talon shield, cut off the bomb site in half, then go for a server take. You can still take Garage now, but first, you have to win a gunfight. That's a 4v4, and it's why Liquid, they've called for backup to say, okay, we're gonna take 2 against 1 if they wanna match it. But Beastcoast, they still gotta roam clear. They still gotta take servers, and when they do, they don't have that crucial operator off the Osa.
And that's the thing, I don't think this was initial plan. I think they're now having to pivot based off the fact that they've lost the Osa. They're now being forced into full clear in a more, I would say, conventional take, which means at some point there's a fight coming with Palu as well, who's playing on the server stairs. So there's 2 fights kind of coming, this Garage fight and then this fight with Palu on the server stairs, that they weren't necessarily intending on taking, but Liquid are forcing them to take anyway. That might be in, I would say, Liquid's advantage.
Also worth noting, Gavin has been sitting on his own camera in Garage almost the entire round. So only 3 members of Beastcoast roam clearing and taking servers. That's why they've been so slow. They don't have all 4 remaining players alive to work on the same objective. They're kind of split across the map.
The Saban will be using those X-Kairos to open hatches. Maya with another kill for Team Liquid. Resets in Maya so far, starting off well. The consistency of Maya has been really quite the sight to behold here in Manchester. As was noted on Skyscraper, though, map number 1, you need a bigger game from Paul. He'll be holding down the stairs, a goo mine, the toxic gas, and a shotgun, all working to get rid of Gunner. And now a tussle on the stairs as Nest shuts down Gavin. A flawless start to bank for Liquid. They need momentum. They need to get out of their head. They need a bounce back. That's the best start to this map you could possibly get.
Absolutely. If you're a Team Liquid fan, if you're a Team Liquid coach, or even a Team Liquid player, during that interval you'll have been thinking, oh, here we go again. We're going out of the tournament. We're 1-0 down. So much pressure. If you put on your Christmas card list, what could we do in round 1? It would be flawless round. They have achieved that. I don't know if they're worthy of GOAT status for a flawless round, but it was one hell of a round. I think it was a huge first kill onto Diffuser, just because of just how much it disrupted Beastcoast plans.
That's the thing, Bank really comes down to the operators that you pick every single round on the attacking side. Ammo, Ying, Blitz, you're going for a fast one. You're gonna play the Monty, the Osa, maybe a double hybrid setup. You're going for a slow, strategical, plan position. So if you can have the right read on defense and shut down the win condition of the attack, you can win rounds so easily because Bank, it is a pretty big map, I would say, but it is operator dependent. Here, for example, you got the Hot and Cold and Ying. He has to get some down with those Cadillas.
Operator dependent is one thing, Nick, but in stark contrast to Skyscraper, Bank is the only attacker favored map in the entire map. Every single one of the other 9 maps all have at least a 50-50 or a favorable win rate for the defenders. Bank sits at 60% of all rounds won by the attackers. And again, in contrast to Skyscraper, the 3 main bomb sites that are played religiously are all attacker favored. So if Beastcoast is unable to win 2, 3, 4 rounds quickly, they will be in trouble on this map.
Yeah, slow setup here. We've got Brava action, hack those default cams, deny the Valkyrie ones, IQ as well. This is going to be a counter intel side for Beastcoast, but they only have the Ying as like those execution operators. No Osa, no Blitz, so I think getting into the building, into the bomb site might be difficult later on.
I love the synergy between the IQ and the Bravo. Obviously, IQ being able to ping out the gadgetry, and then Bravo is able to go and use that drone to go and steal that gadgetry. As it is, it looks like Diffuser is still looking for a few things. But if they can get Valk cameras, if they can get Melusi Banshees particularly, it will allow them to be able to walk into areas that aren't covered by somebody holding it, but are covered by a Melusi Banshee that then gets stolen, which means that area is not covered. So it might allow them a route into this top floor.
I know people are going to go, what are Beastcoast doing, right? It's a very slow round, but they're basically spending the time now to not do that job later, so that once they start going, they can go pretty quickly here. Candelas going in. Is there a follow-up? Yes, Spears inside the building.
Burning some red pings and some Candelas. Nesk is ready for it, though. Complete vision on the swing in from Spirits. Diffuser, the first kill for Beastcoast.
Reloading.
Not just in this round, by the way. The period, because round number 1 was done flawlessly. Gunner eliminated over by Lobby. Palu holding that one down with ACOG inside of the elevator shaft. Gavin looking for the follow-up. Shot out from too many angles. Now it's Houghton outside on Repel. Upside down, a hard angle to hit, but he hits it on to Maya. Now a swing in. Just under a minute to go. Case in hands of Hot and Cold. All this action from Liquid might make you think the bomb site's upstairs. It's not, it's open area. Beastcoast getting stuck in the mud on the entry. Nesk realizes he can exchange a big portion of his HP just to slow down Houghton. You've still got Lagonis and Palu for backup. Nesk gets the job done anyway. Impressive start for Liquid. 2-0 on their own map.
Yeah, very impressive start indeed, and I think they really fortified up on the top floor. They had the mirror windows, the Malushi Banshees, and they also had the Azami playing up there. And the one thing that Beastcoast did in my mind is they overcomplicated that take significantly. I liked the idea of the IQ and the Brava and trying to find a gap using that. They had 9 drones still alive when the whole execute went on, the Ying to facilitate the entry. But unfortunately, it was mistimed. They didn't actually get rid of any gadgetry that they wanted to get rid of. And then, you know, it all went a bit wrong, even Gunnar rappelling down the skylight, not knowing that there was a player in elevator. As you can see it here, like, yeah. Liquid have done a great job of basically moving all of their people and their utility up onto the top floor, recognizing that the round was going to be won or lost there.
Yeah, I hear that you said that they quote-unquote over-engineered the top floor take, but I also want to say they almost simplified it too much at the same time. Yeah, overkill with the operator pick, but also if your only way in is toss out a Candela, rappel in, with lines of sight open everywhere, is that really the best entry you can do? What about walking in square, going in lobby, getting up those main staircases? That didn't happen that round.
And that's what I was kind of thinking and hoping they would do, but that's why I wonder if that's where the IQ and the Brava failed to take the gadgetry to facilitate that.
Yeah. I feel that. I think it's almost as if like there were 2 separate plans happening, right? There was the utility side, IQ Brava, hey, we're gonna do this. And then the people, the entries, hey, we're gonna try and get in, and they don't work together.
Just a very quick one on Gaveni's Claymore placement there. Lots of people place the Claymores too close to the wall there, and when defenders jump out, they jump over the Claymore. It happens a lot. So that's just a very quick one for you to use in your ranked games. Just take a step back. The Claymore doesn't have to be on the wall. And then you're wondering how a defender's jumped out over.
But Jack, I love flying out of those windows. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, why are you doing this?
Sorry. I know what it's like in the gold lobbies, Parker.
Ouch. Hey, I mean, when we play ranked together, Jack.
I'm a plat.
Oh, sorry.
I'm a plat. It's not much better.
I mean, when Jack and I play this bomb site, he goes, I might send it out and trade 1-for-1, and I'm gonna be okay with that.
Every single time I send it out. Sometimes I don't trade 1-for-1 because they've misplaced the Claymores.
Do you think that the pacing of Beastcoast right now, Jack, is a problem where they're going a bit too slow? They don't have that same punch as on Skyscraper, or do you think it's okay here on Bank?
I think as long as you've got an execute operator, which in this case they do, they've got the Capital, right? So they can kind of take that time, although Gravani has just been taken off the board, they can take that time to use the execute operators in the late round and really use all of the time available to them.
Huge difference in how Gavin is playing this map versus what we saw on Skyscraper. He was formidable, unbeatable. But so far, no kills through the first 3 rounds, and he'll ride the bench. Look for his first kill in round number 4. Neska died just a few seconds prior to Hot and Cold. Back at even numbers now is Beastcoast. Still semi in the discovery phase, but with Hot holding on to that diffuser, we'll have to deal with Lagonis, entrenched upstairs, playing by Janitor.
I actually don't think that swing from Ness was all that bad. Yeah, there was a 5 vs 4. Why swing? Well, the Flores drone was just about to pop off. Why would Hot and Cold watch that angle at the same time? You wonder, but that's still Beastcoast not being sloppy, holding down the lines of sight. Now they gotta break this bomb set apart. They got the angle, Spirits with a good information game here. They know the player position of the Asami, but they gotta work together now. Fire perhaps, and hold him from the windows.
And Maya's blinded, Spirits looks to walk in. He's gonna gamble all of his utility. The Capitao has all the fire arrows in pocket, all the smokes, and also has so many bullets. One of the beauties of the LMGs, boys, is that you'll almost never run out, and he still hasn't reloaded. Slaughtering the site. Lagonis with another kill. Diffuser will end the round on the swing into the bomb site. No objective play needed for Beastcoast. Finally, a victory for the North Americans.
Yeah, and I think they needed that, especially with what you were saying around Bank playing out attacker-sided. I think the map is pretty comfortable. I love that chant. As I was going on, the map does play out pretty attack-standard.
Yeah.
I feel like it's quite comfortable to attack because you can segment small portions of the map as attackers and come from absolutely everywhere. You know, if you think of the top floor, you come from stock, main stairs skylight, two of the lobby skylights, lobby window rappel, ATM rappel, CEO rappel, the square windows. There's so many places that you can come in from as an attacker, and I think that's why it does play out very attacker, or can play out attacker favored, is because the attack has a lot of options for entrance into the building. So that's why that round was so important for Beastcoast. It gives them a lifeline. It gives them something to hold on to, even if, you know, they are already behind.
And it's also why we felt the way that we did about the previous round, because they attacked top floor. Sure, it's an open area defense, but they had to like roam to the top floor first, and they didn't really do a lot by attacking from different positions. They all came, you know, from two angles maybe. Previous round, it is the CEO bomb site. Now they do that right, like proper top floor roam clear where they're fully committing all 5 players together, and it's why they found success. I agree. I think CEO bomb site is maybe a mistake from Liquid. I don't know if they'll go back to the bomb site myself.
Yep.
Go more dynamic. Taylor's archive is not too shabby these days. It's playable. You got a good strat for it, but in the end, it comes down to execution and team play. And Beastcoast, they found the right positions and moments in that previous round.
So I'm loving the pick of the Brava here, because as soon as you ever see a Maestro camp on side, you should be picking on the Brava because of how easy, especially on this basement bomb site, how easy it is to take those Maestro camps. As it is, Lagonis is actually playing with a pocket Maestro camp that he might choose to deploy later on into the round, which feels very weird to say, right? But yeah, I'm liking that as an already, like, the IQ Brava pick again could be instrumental in this round.
Well, let's see what they can do with it. They got good information. Game is with the Valkyrie. For Garrett, of course, you see Gunner. He tried earlier, but the DMR from resets gonna keep them at bay, but it's a drone. They have good intel. Also, really good pace here. Only a 60 seconds in, pop that stock half and just dropped it down.
Maya was not expecting it. He'll drop as well. Speaking of drones, Nick, all 4 rounds, Beastcoast has brought one of the additional drone operators.
Yep.
Back in round number 1, it was Twitch. Round number 2, Brava, Flores. Now, you got the Brava yet again. So you bring them with something in mind, but one thing that all 3 of these operators do is they also give you vision. All of these drones will work effectively to help scope you out on a map as big as Bank. Intel is so critically important. I mean, the defenders, Valkyrie, Maestro, as you talked about. Maestro camp's been put down by Lagonis, by the way.
Good.
He has the pocket barbed wire, though.
That's true.
What's he going to do with that?
Oh, no.
His pocket's full of razor spaghetti. Also the bulletproof cam for the Goyo. So both of these teams now will try to beat each other in the information economy.
Big decision here. Do you clear out Paolo on the server stairs or go for a main stairs lobby hash trap? Let's go out, but it's, you know, trades at the Toxic Babes, stalling out both sides. We see them. They're in dirt tunnel as well. They want to clear out Paolo.
And he's just trying to buy time. Gunner inside a server, eliminating Maya. Paolo right as the blind wears off. A big pick, Nest with one on the diffuser as well. Liquid getting these kills all over the place, but Spirits drops into Vault. It's all up to Gunner. His position known still. Has to dance around the fire. And it's an easy shotgun cleanup for Paolo. You know what that means? It means that despite the fact that this map is attacker favored, Beastcoast cannot win it on the first half. Liquid will force you to draw 3-3 or continue to do damage to you. It does not surprise me at all that Beastcoast will use their time out here because things have gone from bad to worse for this team.
I think it's a very sensible timeout. Like you say, the magnitude of these next 2 rounds in terms of being attacker favored or not. I think if we just quickly cycle back to this round, I think it's about choices. You highlighted it there, Nick. Do they clear Palu or not? Normally when you see somebody playing these server stairs, they get run down by 2, 3, 4 people at times, off the back of flashbangs, off the back of yin candelas, whatever it may be, they get absolutely run down. Beastcoast now, 2 times, have not chose to run that player down. They've just peeked him one, and then one by one, very later on the line.
Yeah, they almost wanted to reach for everything all at once. They were dropping down elevator hatch, lobby vault hatch, and also attacking server stairs, and they had about 40 or so seconds left, so they weren't necessarily forced into a spot where they had to go for a quick rundown, but they went for it. And again, I think Beastcoast, they're still trying to figure out what's the pacing going to be like here on Bank versus Liquid, because if you attack your opponent before you're quote-unquote supposed to, you can't catch them by surprise, but Liquid had so much information that they were not really surprised whatsoever.
So, tactical timeouts happened. Okay. What is the Beastcoast coach going to be talking about? Adaptations. It's very likely to be open area, right? That's what you'd be talking about. That's what you'd be saying to your players. Liquid have maybe outgamed Beastcoast here because they've gone to the bomb site, as you can see on your screens, of Tellers and Archives. Completely new strat. If that timeout taken by Beastcoast was completely tactical, was completely strategic, it's all just gone out the window, at least for this round.
The most played map, as we said, 129 rounds on top of the 4 that have been played so far. That means in total, 133 rounds have been played on this map, and this bomb site has been shown 3 times. 3 times. This will be the 4th time at the entire event that a team attempts this. But you know what goes in Liquid's favor? It's been won by the defenders all 3 times. So, as you pointed out, you're not expecting them to go to this bomb site. This is as rare as it comes.
Oh, the jump out.
And Nesk starts things off so well.
Run, Nesk, run.
Now it's Gunner taking some damage. Nesk attempting to get back to safety. He won't get the job done, but taking out the Ram. That's all the soft destruction above this bomb site. No longer an issue for Team Liquid.
As the window jump outer, Jack, is that worthy 1-for-1?
100%.
Okay.
He was misdroned, right? So they had no idea. He is the Valkyrie, his utility's already deployed. And like you say, he's got the Ram. You can't choose who you kill on a jump out. But if you could choose any of those attackers, you would choose the Ram, because the conventional way of taking it is taking above the bomb site and then using the Ram or the Buck or the Sledge, but they don't have either of them, to then get the verticality onto the bomb site and squeeze defenders out to allow your entry. They can't do that now, so Beastcoast have got to completely change their attack.
And now again, plan B, right? Plan A doesn't work, but look at this. A catch in the basement of all places, a Brava and a Melusi. What are they doing down there? They both know that something's weird is going on, but it's a 2v2. Backer from Liquid on the main staircase. Diffuser as well from the other bomb site downstairs. Not this round, but basement portion, of course.
Palu is stuck, effectively.
Yeah.
There's only 2 operators that can go through hatches, Oryx and Amaru, and Melusi is neither of them. Palu realizes it's swing or be swung. Diffuser wins the duel. Now the advantage is for Beastcoast. They equalize.
Okay.
Maya eliminating Gunner. Gunner taking some damage early on. A rough start for Gunner. A rough start for Gavin. They combined for 1 kill. Gavin looking to break that goose egg. But it will now be a goose chase as Maya drops.
Are they going to keep chasing people down here and never attack the bomb site, though? That's my big question. Diffuser does find the kill, but there's only 28 seconds left on the clock.
You've still got an Echo on board. You've still got a Solus on board. These are 2 operators that are very strong when an execute comes out. The question will be, does Lagonis find himself in a safe spot? Are those yokai drones up? Because all you need to do is buy time. Diffuser now with the case, his namesake. Attempting to get the plant. Lagonis looking for coverage. There's one from resets. Lagonis taking damage. Beastcoast spent so much time running across this map. They got the diffuser down, but Liquid cleans up 3 quick kills. And that's at least a 4-1 first half. This bomb site stays perfect for the defenders.
Are we saying that should be the primary bomb site? I'm not sure that's what I'm saying. I actually think had Beastcoast have executed plan A, they might have had a good chance of winning that. But losing the Ram was so key in that round.
I was gonna say, how does that play out if there's no Ram on the board?
Cheeky.
It wasn't just a 50-50 jump out. They had actual intel of great yokai drone usage to enable their players to make that play.
I like the back take from Beastcoast there, but they weren't anticipating the Solus hiding in small office. The wall opened up, prepped for you, so that when you run through archives, you're easily punished.
Yep.
And the call was, Let's get in and help Diffuser. Reset said, okay, I hear you coming. Immediately pivoting, and a great shutdown from Liquid as the damage for Beastcoast continues to get worse.
Just want to talk about this site selection again.
Yeah.
So as you can see, it's going to be the top floor. Now, this was the only site that Beastcoast won. This was the only site that they won on the attack. However, if we talk about how the rotation maybe should have gone, the Tellers Archives picked in the last round maybe threw them off. So now they might have spent, and I'm going to go on this again, they might have spent the whole post round of that Tellers Archives round saying, hey, right, it's got to be open area. It's the last site available that they won. And then Liquid have chose to go CEO executive. Obviously thinking that they can fix a few of the problems that they had the last time they played it.
I mean, it very well could be, and if that is the case, Liquid, they really have been doing the homework in terms of what they can do to throw off their opponents. One thing we've not seen from either team so far on Skyscraper and so far in Bank, no one's really planting. The bomb side is almost irrelevant for half of these rounds, and those executes, those 5v5s, don't tend to happen. It's an early brawl somewhere, the mid round gets very messy, and then often a clutch, if anything, in the late round of those moments. 60 seconds. Beastcoast are in the building, they got the demos, and because that self-destruction leading to the bomb side, he might find some good value here.
Beastcoast look very uncomfortable right now attacking this map. So, your saving grace, you hope that you look a bit more comfortable when you go onto defense. One more round for Liquid, riding this side, which is usually not the favorite side, but they're doing a good job with it.
Given how slow they are, I'm hoping they find value out of this Buck Deimos combo. Obviously, Buck can get in below. He can get the mirror in his hand. He can find a kill. That is the value that you're looking for. If the Deimos can now follow it up by selecting a player, trying to target that player and move him out of position for this window crossfire, then they can achieve a round where they can now win this and at least salvage something from the half.
One thing Liquid did here is that they actually played Mute in this round and put down Mute Jammers in those playable positions. So we saw Diffuser go for a tracker earlier. It was denied.
Yeah.
So Liquid actually have had the force to say, what if they play the demos? Well, they thought about it. Mute counters that operator, and it's why Diffuser is not finding anything downstairs.
I'm still starting to wonder about time, though, because where's the foothold in the map? Sure, they've got below the bomb site. They've got the windows to the bomb site, but there's no physical presence anywhere else out on top of the top floor. And you're now looking at 50 seconds, you're now looking at 45 seconds, where it's going to be a very rushed execute, which means for the defenders, even if it was a man at disadvantage, it's not anymore. It was super winnable already.
And that was still the same spot that Gavin was in earlier when he killed Palu. Maya dies. Nest with one on a Diffuser. A 3v3. Nice, Nitro Cell shot out of the air, hot and cold, asserting himself, walking up main stairs, swung on by Lagonis, all the while Spirits had picked off one. Gunner in the bomb site looking for more than a single kill in this first half. He's got the Diffuser down. It's all gonna be up to Spirits to watch. Spirits leading the way right now with 6 kills for his team. That drone at the top of stairs still there, isolating Lagonis. Gunner falls off the plant. Nesk needs to stop this, that's really it. That's the win for Liquid at the moment. But Spirits will be hugging the tight corner. Nesk game's a bit too high. Beastcoast wins only their second round on attack, but it sets them up with maybe a bit of confidence for the second half.
That's a close call, Jack. That's a very close call on that round. And again, it doesn't come down to a plan successfully, but this time Beastcoast, they baited out Liquid to swing because they're, baiting out the potential there.
Well, there's something that's been seen in this matchup that caught our wonderful analyst's eyes. Jesse, what is it?
How's it going, boys? I have ventured deep into the heart of Team Liquid territory to deliver some copium for the Beastcoast fans back home. Because while you said, Parker, that this is the most attacker-sided map in the tournament, and you're right on that statistically, for Team Liquid, it hasn't been. This is actually their worst attacking map that they have played all throughout Manchester. Now, admittedly, the sample size is small. They only played it once. That was against G2 in their very first game of the tournament. But they still only won a single attack of their 6 attempts. And when they won that attack, it came off the back of a great Deimos Dokkaebi roam clear. With Beastcoast banning out the Dokkaebi, that's not going to be an option anymore. So, while it looks a little grim for our North American friends, while it looks like Team Liquid are running away with this map, don't be too sure just yet. This crowd, I know you're excited for the play coming through from Team Liquid, but don't get carried away.
I don't know if Jesse's going to make it backstage. Going in the Liquid section and saying that.
Jesse is very small. Jesse is small. He is easy. It would be very easy to kidnap Jesse.
But he runs fast.
I think he's very fast. Jesse is very quick.
So can they do it? That's the big question.
Do you know what the one key difference is between playing G2 in groups and playing Beastcoast on main stage?
Beastcoast is here.
Well, yeah. There's a few thousand people cheering Liquid on.
Yeah. A little bit different, and that might be the loudest that the crowd has been for Liquid so far today. It's taken them a little while to wake up. If you watch that very first skyscraper, though, you know there wasn't much to cheer for. Oh my, hold on. Maybe Jesse was onto something here. Liquid's attack looks limp, it looks impotent. Resets and Palu are suddenly last two alive with a whole 2 minutes on the board. What happened on that entry? They find Gunnar walking backwards, a moonwalk and a hot cold as well. Down goes Palu. It's all up to resets. Does he have what it takes? This is a bottom floor bomb site. The diffuser has been surrendered on the main floor.
That's a Boss G. No, surely not.
A lot of damage done to resets, but he will walk away still intact. Making an awful racket.
Are they prone together in open area?
They're holding hands.
I mean, it's super sensible, right? You've got to hold on to the diffuser. As soon as you've got that, in the man advantage, sight does not matter anymore.
We'd like to report, by the way, Jesse has not been kidnapped. He is safely backstage. Oh. The hopes of Liquid might have been kidnapped in that round, though. Diffuser shuts the door on a resets clutch. Beastcoast closing the gap.
But what even happened on the roam clear? They got 1 foot in the building, 3 people died, and one of the last 2 was on the bomb site. I'm not even sure where those players actually died in the round. Diffuser got the opening, 2 seconds went by, 2 other players died. I'm not sure if it was Beastcoast aggressing into a spawn peak or Liquid getting in very quickly.
I think Liquid are trying to go fast on their attacks. We saw this on Skyscraper. You know, look at these engagements. Look at the time of these engagements. It's kind of a 3-2-1 from Liquid to try and basically just appear in the middle of the roam and really try and force them out. And it didn't work. I think Beastcoast were fully ready for it. And Liquid should have known they were ready for it because they were ready for it on Skyscraper.
Yeah. But I mean, the big strength from Beastcoast, or not Beastcoast, sorry, the big strength from Liquid so far, I would say, is you unleash Maya, you unleash Nesk, just let them get in the building and do their thing, and yet they win most of their 1 versus 1 gunfights. That's not been the story versus Beastcoast whatsoever. They are holding their own individually, but also in that round, you noticed there was not like a single 1 versus 1 fight that determined the outcome. It was multiple people from Beastcoast playing together, shutting down individual players of Liquid, and it's how they won that round so dominantly. It's really good basic siege for Beastcoast. It's simple, but it's effective.
Setup still ongoing now as it's an open area defense for Beastcoast.
And I'm liking the lineups. I'm loving the lineups from Beastcoast. If you look at this, what the Liquid have to work through with regards to utility. Mira, Warden Shield, Azami inside of Kitchen, Legion with a bulletproof, and a pocket mirror. You get rid of one, another appears. Gunnar, absolute genius. And then the castle as well. Again, a pocket castle. So there's so much utility. What did Liquid struggle with inside a Skyscraper on their attack? It was spending so much utility in the early game, and then in the late round, not having anything left for any kind of execute.
It's exactly the same as against Fury yesterday.
Yep.
Liquid struggled with utility against Fury. In a straight-up brawl, Liquid typically does well. But when you're requiring some level of cooperation around gadgetry, that is the hang-up for Liquid. Nesk vaults into his doom. 8 kills for Nesk. You cannot be gambling that with that level of sloppiness. Now it's Maya looking for one. On to Diffuser from above. The entire top floor seemingly surrendered by Beastcoast. You saw them all fall back. Perfect. They've wasted almost a minute and a half. Now they can get closer to the site.
And Maya's let Diffuser get back as well. He had him, but he didn't know he had him. He was waiting any self-drone to try and then find him, to punish him and try and bring it back to 4v4. I think it was a great reaction from Beastcoast. As soon as they got that kill, that's the trigger point. We don't need to have any utility on the top floor. We don't need to win the map. We don't need to win the round up on the top floor. Let's get back to site and layer ourselves back into the utility of site and force them to execute in a 4 versus 5. Because ultimately, when that happens, the defender should always have 2 players looking at one and be able to trade each other out to win the round. Really great reaction from Beastcoast for me.
It's all about clearing conditions. You can be a drone count, the time on the clock, getting that opening pick. There is only one downside now if you're Beastcoast. You're all playing from the same horizontal level on the map if Liquid can isolate those players, shut them down, for example, they have the demos, they got 2 frag grenades in pocket, that can get some kills. The difficulty for Liquid is getting inside the building. No shield play, no smokes, only 3 flashbacks in front of Palu to like deny lines of sight.
Oh my, what a shot from Resets! He assassinates Gunner, and Diffuser follows into the same grave dug by Liquid. Hot and Cold has almost barricaded himself out of this position because the advantage right now in numbers for Liquid. Maya can stick on this spot.
15 seconds to go.
Or not. There comes the advance from Houghton. Gavin taking out Palu. Maya needs to win this fight to hold on. The defender's cleaning house. Maya shut down by Houghton. Everybody on Liquid whose job for to take the site, they falter, and Liquid falls short. Fett cheering louder than the crowd. We've got ourselves a tie game. Liquid, timeout.
Oh, and again, I think Beastcoast, their excellence comes in a simple form. Hot and Cold, not just going for the wide swing on the server staircase, realizing I just need to keep Maya swinging back and forth. The roar of the mullets, huh?
Fight, 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 fight. Don't actually fight.
Don't actually do it.
For legal purposes.
It's not worth it.
Not worth it. Don't know if we can say that on air.
No.
But again, it's so simple from Beastcoast. It's again what you wouldn't expect this from a new team, but I mean, his shot first of all. Ball. Oh, there it is. You wouldn't expect it, but I think if you bring all these 5 different players together and you take the experience of the different backgrounds, Parabellum for someone like Spirits, you know, DarkZero for Gavin, you combine a bit of the good from all those individual teams and focus on the principles, you can make some magic, and I think this right here from Beastcoast is a magic run.
And it's not just taking them, right? So, some of these players were dropped by their teams. Think of Gunnar, maybe unfairly dropped by Sonics. Think of Gaveni, dropped before 6 Invitational to make way for Bolo. Hot and Cold played 6 Invitational. Was he the problem for SSG? Maybe, maybe not. But all of these players have got a chip on their shoulder to prove a point, to get back to the top on this brand new roster. So they've got that added little bit of spice, that added little bit of motivation.
I love it, and I love it for them, to be honest, because someone like Gunnar, you know, he was very young when he came to the scene. He was like 18 years of age, and he got a lot of flag on social media. What are you doing? Why are you doing this stupid peak? Why don't you play better, etc. And the players will always be their own biggest critic because they know when they mess up. But they have thousands of people telling them that they're messing up, they're not good enough, etc. They get dropped from their rosters, and now they feel that all those haters are validated in their opinions. Then you make a return and a massive statement.
Oh, hold on, boys. We're off to the races. Lagonis will smite Gavin, and Liquid seemingly finding some answers to this defense. Hot and Cold now in a 1v3. Flash go out. Hot cannot see. Lagonis has Diffuser down at this point. 3 players from Liquid still upright. All searching for the final player at Beastcoast. This has been the map for Liquid, but they surrendered it briefly to Beastcoast. The lead is Liquid's once more.
Out of nowhere.
That was one hell of a reaction, and I think it was a great play. It's something that we've come to know is these little pocket plays from Liquid certainly work for them.
Yep.
It's about, I suppose, great round, of course. Can they get over the line doing this? Maybe not. So sure, they've got themselves back in front, and yes, let's celebrate that, but let's contextualize it as well. They've had 2 very poor rounds before that. So for me, it's very, very important this next round. How do they react? Now they're back in front. Now they've won a round from absolutely nowhere. 3-2-1 with 40 seconds gone. They've tried it a couple of times. This is the first time it's worked.
Yeah, normally when you have like great fundamentals and like you can win a round the normal way, those small spicy rounds really change things up. That's amazing. But when you're going to these strats because the basics are failing, then you know you're desperate.
People love Gunnar or they hate him.
Yeah, there is no in between. But I mean, I also think that, you know, Gunnar is happy taking on this role of am I him? And sometimes he is. He pops off. He has, I mean, he finished the round 1 versus 1 on Skyscraper to get us to the second map. But now Gunnar has gone 3 and 7 so far. Liquid, they have kind of figured out, okay, what does Gunnar typically do in a round? Is he gonna go for a bad play? Is he gonna go for that aggressive swing? Because we see very often Liquid just holding passive angles, almost letting Beastcoast come to them in those gunfights.
Spirits is once again playing the boss G, by the way.
He loves that weapon.
Absolutely loving it. We've seen it quite a lot across the tournament, but yeah, if I died to it, I know I'd be tilted.
And a nice way to tie these two players together, by the way. Gunnar was the highest rated player at the end of map number 1. He is now tied with Gavin for the lowest rated player in map number 2. It was Spirits who was the lowest rated player, period, in map number 1, and is now the highest rated player, period. So as it goes, it's the duality of Siege. Sometimes you're fragging, and sometimes you're the free frag. And in this case, it looks like Gunnar and Gavin have had some stumbles. If Beastcoast want to win this, you'll need more out of them, but the rest of Beastcoast have been keeping pace with Liquid.
That was a really nice attempted mini play there, by the way. The IQ pinging out the Vigil scan of the Vigil scanner and then pushing in on the back of that. Spirits is very lucky that he got away with his life, and had it have not happened, Liquid would be sitting in a 5v4. They did everything correctly, but find the kill there.
The big thing I think as well for Liquid is that while they roam clear top 4, they also have presence in the basement, in garage as well. So they're already getting multiple angles right now, applying so much pressure in different ways towards Beastcoast. And you see right here from Paulo, Beastcoast, they have to react to all these different things perfectly, or they might fall by the wayside.
And Paulo's position is so key, because we can see from his point of view, there's defenders on the left-hand side, you can see the silhouettes as his scope just about blocks it, and there's defenders on the right. What he's doing is he's cutting sight right in the middle. If his team now choose to attack either the left side of the site or the right side of the site, they'll have a numbers advantage.
Liquid find the first pick. Palu eliminating Diffuser, losing the door now as well inside a garage. The ascent from Liquid is a quick one, but hold on. Gavin showing up. 2 kills for him inside of open area. Spirit with yet another. Liquid have just lost the advantage. Resets to swing through. He knows that Gavin is in this position. Gavin might have just given his position away. Deagle out. Gavin win that, good lord. Traded off by Lagonis, but Lagonis sacrifices half of his HP in the process. They're chanting one more kill. And that's exactly the stakes for Houghton and Spirits.
15 seconds.
Quiet emerging as all the pressure's on Lagonis. Houghton playing keep away for now. They know exactly where he is. All you need to do is shut down this plant, and the 2 players from Beastcoast will coalesce around this. Lagonis has marks. He's running out of time. And an anticlimactic end of the round. But Beastcoast doesn't need excitement. They've tied the game yet again.
Is that Liquid trying to do too many things at once, perhaps? Because, yes, they garage control, they got the opening pick, they failed to clear open area, and you can argue they could try and work those lobby elevator hatches, drop down, attack the bomb side, go for a server take, again, just attack the bomb side, but they're doing both. They're attacking the side a little bit, trying to roam clear. They didn't necessarily have enough manpower for the same plan to come out victorious.
It's about reactions for me. It's about reactions. As soon as Palu finds that position, Palu finds that first kill, sight is the gap.
Yeah.
Because there was a roam, so Liquid just needed to find a way into sight. I liked that you talked about the lobby side, because I think they actually went for the server side, but they couldn't because there were so many players inside of open area, kitchen.
Yeah.
As we saw, Gav, he got a triple kill from this one position inside of kitchen. If Liquid had reacted and just sent it to site, probably down a lobby or an elevator hatch, or even the main stairs, whichever way they could have found, they would have been in the site planting just through sheer numbers advantage. But they didn't react well enough on Palu getting that opening kill.
And that's why we talk about that opening kill conversion. If you can get an opening kill every single round, but you don't win the round, you're not doing enough with that. So you want to convert that, big lead in the beginning into a round victory, a success somewhere. Liquid, they're good at finding the first pick. They're not necessarily good at doing the right thing with it, by keeping the numbers up, by making the right play, or making the right read in the round. And as Jesse said, they're not great in attack typically on bank.
And look at the right side of your screen, gents. A Lion and Amaru. Probably holding a shotgun for Palu. Nesk will take up entry inside garage very quickly. Palu is not too far removed, but guess what he's going to do? Slingshot his way up through the hatch.
It's a classic face.
It's been opened up. Gunnar frozen in placed by the Lion Scan. Lagonis miles away, but still a factor, using his gadget and enabling a first kill.
It's very important that Paolo actually peels off now, because when you get that kill with Amaro, they're going to know what the plan is on the defensive side. You cannot go for the plan A, the Amaro rush on the bomb side. You go to plan B now, but again, you have the opening pick.
Yeah, that's the big thing. They've got the advantage. They can go to plan P. They can now convert it and play out the numbers. It's very different to the opening kill in the last round because of how early it happened. It allows them to pivot. It allows them to then use their time and then come up with a secondary plan, but execute that perfectly, knowing that they're going into it with a 5 versus 4.
I think the big thing for Beastcoast, they actually stuck to the top floor portion. They're still playing in stock behind the top of the shield. They're playing in meeting CEO. So they didn't overcommit thinking, okay, they're going to rush the bomb side, get downstairs. No, they have top floor control and they have side control. And Liquid on this plan B still got a run clear.
Spirits will need to back up Diffuser, but there's Gavin. 2 very fast kills. Beastcoast regain that numbers advantage, but there's half of the round to go. Spirits has 1 lined up. Resets close enough to strike. Spirits literally turns him into the perspective of another player, and Nest will allow Spirits to get away. The great escape, as there's a hatch drop. Inching his way up. Drone goes out. Diffuse. Oh! Holy smokes! Nesk is sent into another dimension. It's all on the shoulders of Palu. And of course, the rookie is the one who acts like the vet. Beastcoast, 1 round away from the grand finals.
Imagine you take down Furia. You create a massive upset. You overcome, and I think you touched upon this beginning, Jack, you overcome the biggest opponent so early in top 8, in quarterfinals.
Yeah.
You're thinking Beastcoast, that's going to be an easy one, but they are somehow the more difficult obstacle for you to overcome, and you might go out in semis instead.
Gavin made a huge play here. He was being Yin Candela, as you see as one. He's made a big double kill and then got himself back down to side. That was the winning moment. Of course, Diffusers then started flexing as well. But yeah, wow, 6-5 Beast Coast. They're on the brink of a major grand final for a team of discarded players, for a team that people didn't even think would make the major from North America.
I think it's time that I apologize, because when they made it as first seed in North America, I said, that's a bit of a fluke, right? Other NA teams underperformed. I thought NA's region wasn't all that great, and while I still stand by the region standpoint, I will say I underestimated Beast Coast's ability to play at the highest level of Siege, because this is not FaZe playing poorly and Beast Coast luckily winning. I don't think it's Liquid playing terribly and therefore Beast Coast getting lucky winning again. I think Beast Coast are playing phenomenal, high level of Rainbow Six Siege, both strategically, adaptively, and individually, and it's why they're finding victories in the quarters and 1 round away here in the semis.
It really is a perfect storm. Beast Coast, referred to as the island of misfit toys. You pick a bunch of players who arguably were never even the best players on those teams. You get them all together, and the meta just immediately suits your team. The strongest shields have ever been. And of course, it's a team that feels at home playing. Players that thrive in slow and calculated gunplay. And what did the scope changes do? The ADS changes. It slowed the game down. This is the Beast Coast meta. It was like it was built in a lab for it. And they are thriving. The crowd desperate to get the favorites back into this match. Liquid have only won a single round on attack so far. They must win a second, or their run here at the Manchester Major is over. They start with a pick on the Spirits, the best player on Beast Coast in this matchup.
Here the crowd helped so much. Liquid looked a bit frustrated, of course, backs against the wall, but the crowd still believes in them. They've said so many times, when the crowd helps them, they can do better.
You need that crowd buff behind you. Liquid seemingly imbued with all of that energy. And they walk in. 2 very, very fast kills. Houghton flicking over, Diffuser first kill! What? Another on the resets. You cannot lose the plot. There goes Houghton from above, Lagonis drops. Liquid now with the advantage.
And you'd be forgiven for thinking that this is the top floor bomb site. It isn't. The bomb site is Teller's Archives.
Look at this right angle from Diffuser! But suddenly, It's Gavin in a 1v2. Diffuser gets one before traded off. Lagonis holding on to the case. One more use of Grim's gadget. 3 flashbangs for Palu as well. But if there was ever an operator to have in a post plant, or if the plant's to go down, it's the Solus. Gavin standing pat, 30 seconds. This is the quietest the crowd has been all weekend. And you can feel the tension in the air. Liquid with their impressive performance yesterday. Gavin doing damage, but will have to peel off. Looking for Lagonis to get the diffuser down. Oh, but he can't get through. Oh, not even wasting time. A big blunder from Liquid, and all Gavin needs to do is just waste time. Lagonis getting it down. The punch. Gavin through the wall. From zeros to heroes, and now to a grand final. A team that didn't even exist months ago will vie for their very first trophy and knock out the crowd favorites. Job's not done. Beastcoast have one more match ahead of them.
When the teamwork doesn't work, the individual player shows up. Gavin with a beautiful 1v2 to send them to the finals.
Oh my God, what a match it was. The end of the road for Liquid at the hands of the best from the West. Our beautiful Ian Chambers is down on the stage. And boy, oh boy, I'm certain you'll want to hear from him.
Parker, thank you. This crazy, crazy weekend in Manchester just keeps getting more and more unbelievable as I stand by here now with Gunnar ready for a conversation. Not just Gunnar, grand finalist Gunnar of Beastcoast, a team, like Parker said, that didn't even exist. Disregarded players out here proving doubters wrong in the biggest way possible. Gunnar, I can see it in your eyes, I can see it in every single part of your body. Can you believe this?
I don't know what is going on. Sorry, I didn't mean to steal the mic from you. Let's fucking go! Oh my God! This is awesome. I mean, job's not finished. We need to win the grand finals. But I mean, no one expected us to make grand finals. We all got dropped except for Diffuser, and we got made fun of for picking up Diffuser. So, I mean, here we are, man. I don't know what's happening. This is insane.
You've still got a big job ahead of you in a best-of-5 series, of course, tomorrow in the grand final. But you've taken out 2 Brazilian giants. What do you have to say to anybody in the past that has ever doubted you and your roster?
Anyone who's ever doubted me or any of them, I'll keep it light, 'cause I don't want to get fined. But fuck you, and let's fucking go, bro.
Oh, I love it. I love it, Gunnar. BDS or DarkZero, who do you want?
I don't care. I do not care. We'll beat both.
Beat both, probably at the same time. That's how much belief this team has. Gunnar, congratulations. You have 100% won this amazing crowd over here in Manchester. One more time for Beastcoast.
Give it up one more time for our victors, Beastcoast! We're here for a big game, and we got one. And to join us on the desk is Fettuccine Fett himself, the best dressed man in the arena, coming from all of us here. Congratulations on the win. How's it feel like to be in the grand final, buddy?
That was crazy. I'm out of breath. Like the way I almost fainted over there. Like I popped up. I was like, yeah, yeah. Then I started like tripping over myself. It was crazy. I love you, Manchester. Let's go!
Fett, last night I saw you in the hotel lobby, and you look a little less happy than you do right now. You look tired, you look stressed, and you told me stylistically you thought Liquid matched up really well against you. You thought this would be a really tough game because of that. Did you encounter those problems you were expecting, and how did you overcome them?
Oh yeah, that team like counters us really hard style-wise, and they have so many strats, and they counter very, very well. Their analyst, T-Sice, that's my boy. He's really good, and I mean, they came with the heat. They were unpredictable. We just had to stay ahead. We had to stay calming. We had to make sure, because our team is, we have a lot of options as well, but we just had to keep it going, you know?
100%.
But 3 months ago, this team didn't exist. You took 5 free agents. Somehow you made it a team that is so coherent and plays collectively. You have an amazing map pool. How did you do it in such a short amount of time?
We're so hard on ourselves. I think that's the biggest thing. Every single time we win, I'm still critiquing them. Every day in scrims are going well. We're yelling at each other. We're going at each other's throats. And in the end, we're having fun, and because of that, we allow everyone to flourish, right? The biggest thing I want everyone to take away from this is on any team, if you scapegoat a player, you are playing at 4v5, yeah? So you won't lose. We play at 5v5 because we all believe in each other.
And if anything, you're a big believer in your own team. We see the reactions at the end. We can replay that kind of for you just to give you an idea, because it's different when you get to see how things work out. So let's put it on the screen for Fit to see. I mean, look at this jumping. Look at this.
I almost passed out.
I don't know. What's going through your head through this here?
I don't know. That was crazy. That was the craziest round ever.
It's jumping for joy. At some point, you're thinking, oh, this is over. We're going to go to overtime. And then suddenly out of nowhere.
I mean, my players are just so good. I mean, Gavin's a monster. You saw that guy tearing up Team Liquid. All of my players are monsters, absolute monsters.
All right, now preparing ourselves for the grand final. Anything you'd like to say for whoever it is on the other side of that bracket?
I don't know. Y'all can have it.
Fair enough. Give it up one more time for Fit and Beastcoast! And there you go with this victory. Thank you again, Fet. Always a pleasure to have on a team that is so passionate. And we're going to break things down for ourselves here on the desk. Welcome back. Hi, Milos, Jesse, Alfama. You know how it goes. Let's talk about this. Jesse, and he's in the final. Good God.
Yes, they are, Milos. North America has made it there, and after 2 years of not winning a single tournament, it seems like they've got their best chance. But, I mean, Beastcoast in this game, what a performance on Bank. Yes, Team Liquid came through with some great ideas, especially on the defense. Every single round, it felt like Liquid had a game plan going into it. They knew what they wanted to execute. They had players in great positions. You see Paulo here. They always had a good plan, and they very often got the opening kill. But then it would be some crazy multi-kill. I don't know if it was going to be Gunnar, it could have been Gavin, it could have been Houghton, it could have been anybody. Somebody would just pop off, find 3 kills out of nowhere, and Liquid's plan would get thrown out the window. That is the power of Beastcoast.
You know, one of the things we discussed last night, actually looking at their game, it feels like everything always goes their way. Like there's something, they have a lucky charm. Even the last round, this little beam that's preventing the Grim to actually rotate through buys enough time for the deny with the Solis. It's actually crazy. Anytime they go for a multi-kill, anytime they lose them an advantage, somehow they find a way to bring it back. The way they manage to bring this round back every time, even if they're losing strategically, is crazy.
Once in every couple of years, you get a team that comes around. I'm talking about Navi and Tokoname. I'm talking about Team 1 in Mexico, who against all odds, not the favorites in the slightest, come out and win a tournament that nobody had them winning. Now that Beastcoast have made it with a brand new roster to a major, made it to top 8 with a brand new roster, beaten one of the tournament favorites, beaten the guys that beat the world champions, and now we're in the grand finals, I don't want to call it early, but it really feels like Beastcoast are feeling like one of those teams.
But before to move on, kind of lock this in, there has to be something about this lack of pressure that is on Beastcoast. We talked about it, over the past few days that they're coming in. Yeah, people put some sort of expectation, but it was more of a, yeah, we don't really expect them to make it here. So they're looking only to prove people wrong.
You can clearly see the difference in the Liquid that we saw playing today and the one yesterday. I think yesterday they were going against the world champions. They had no pressure on themselves. Yeah. That's one of the things they said actually when coming off the desk is they were saying that they were able to play Flourish playstyle, many different variations, because they felt like they were in control, they were comfortable, nobody was expecting them to win. And now they come into this matchup, and it's a completely different story. Everybody expects them to win. And the fact that they're the consistent underdog, Beastcoast, that's a way to enable them to actually play that aggressive, to go for these multi-kills. The main win condition that they have is that control, that comfortable.
Now let's talk about Liquid, because despite everything, Liquid still made it to the semis. You almost had a map 3. It could have been completely different. What can we say about their run to close it off?
It's another Liquid, another tournament, another failed trophy attempt. I mean, listen, I love Liquid, and they played well through this tournament. You know, especially coming off a rough SI where they didn't really perform, and especially a brand new roster. You know, this is good for them, but also for the legacy of this org, for what they've been trying for so long, to make it so close, and yet so far, I think is going to be tough for them. We saw the emotion on their faces. They're not happy with it. I know their fans are going to be disappointed down in Brazil too, but I mean, that's Siege, right? And I'm sure one day Liquid's day will come. It just wasn't today.
You know what, Jesse? I wouldn't be too harsh on them. They've actually been the best performing team out of Brazil this event. And that's it. I think that's the big story here. Brazil is eliminated of this major. The biggest region in the world, the one that's been dominating for 18 months, this Siege, is not in the major anymore. We're going to crown a new region as a major champion. This is crazy. This is new Siege.
Brazil's reign might just have ended here in Manchester. Who would have thought that that would be the case after what we've had over the past 2 years? I'm still at awe at the situation that we're in, and it's NA that has come in to dethrone in their own way to make it to the final. I mean, you're putting that Liquid C here.
For sure, but we'll hold our horses a little bit on the North American excitement, because there's a very scary team coming up next that might want to rewrite that narrative a little bit, Milos.
All right, now that we've closed it off, Alfama, thank you very much. Jesse as well, thank you all for being an incredible crowd for our first game. I know it's not easy when you have two teams that one half of the crowd cheers for pretty much, but hey, we got a great one out of it. Let's take a quick break. When we get back, we'll be ready for game number 2.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Manchester Major. I know I keep asking you this, but how we doing, Siege fam? Now I know that as soon as tickets dropped for this event, you lot came out in masses, sold out super quick all 3 days. Is the event so far living up to the hype? For those of you watching at home, I hope you're enjoying it. We are seeing some crazy Siege go down in front of this packed out crowd here. We just saw Beastcoast book their spot in our grand final. The question is now, there is only one more question to be answered here on the stage today, and that is who will join them? Will it be DarkZero? Or will it be BDS? Time will tell, but I do have a couple more questions for you guys. Sao Paulo, the 6th Invitational just a matter of months ago, was arguably the greatest crowd we have ever seen. Look, there was something like 9,000 people packed into the Estadio do Ibirapuera. I think that's how you say it. I revised that when I was there. And it was amazing. But a lot of people said after that, how can we ever top that crowd? How can we ever match that crowd? And I said, UK fans are just built different. And what I mean by that is we have the most unique chants. I'm not promoting this, but we like a beer. Am I right? Soft drinks as well. Water. We love water. Give it up for water. You can't boo water. But what I want to ask you is, are you here to prove that you are the greatest crowd in Siege history? Well, you're doing amazing, and we've still got a long way to go. Of course, we've got another semi-final coming up, and then the grand final tomorrow. Speaking of that semi-final, it's time to meet our next 2 teams.
Being in a semi-final, just the same as quarter-final. Top 4 or top 2 doesn't really matter. You have to win the whole thing.
Semis, not been here before. I mean, I'm looking just to reproduce what we did in that first series against MAT.
I think the most important thing on the stage, play your own game. That's what matters.
Our biggest strength, mentality and experience.
The best team in the event, it's us, Team BDS, Go Shaiko, The Go, Leak Effect, the best IGL, I would say. All the teams are really good, but I think they're the best individuals in the team.
We've got a good core roster. All of the players are talented in the team. When we put all those pieces together, you know, we can create something special.
DarkZero, I think that will be the game I'm looking forward the most. One of my best friends playing for DarkZero, Nathan, so it's going to be a magical game.
Honestly, all the guys in BDS are good apart from that one guy. That's his name. That guy, I don't even know how he's on that team.
I can wish you good luck, but you don't need it because we will win the game anyway.
You're coming up against DZ. We've been here before. You know every player on the team. You know what we can do, so look forward to it.
Welcome back, everybody! There it is. We're loving it here in Manchester. We already had one game go the way of North America. Who would have believed that Beastcoast are in the final, but we've yet to decide who they play against, and that will be now to figure out between DarkZero and BDS all in the final, or will we have a classic one with EU there? But hey, welcome back to the desk. I'm Milosh, your host. With me are Jesse and Fresh. Great cast, how you feeling?
Yeah, I'm not recovered, to be honest, Milosh. I am not recovered whatsoever. Crazy, Beastcoast in a grand final.
Nobody saw that coming.
I mean, except for you. You were talking about it.
Okay, I called it yesterday. That was a little early, a little late.
Fair enough. I mean, we're not going to call it double NA just yet, right? We have to go through our game here between DarkZero and BDS. We really want to kind of shape things up for this because these two teams have not really played much against one another historically.
No, not at all. I mean, there have been a couple of plays in the past, but typically that's been when BDS have not been at their full strength. DarkZero, I mean, a legacy team for sure. They're a squad that have been all around North America. You know them, you love them, you know how they play. They're very predictable at times, right? They run the same op bands every single game. You know Troy's gonna be running around top floor. You know their attacks are gonna be slow and methodical, but that's really their strength as well. Because they play the same style over and over and over again, they're extremely good at it.
I've got a bit of a hot take here, Jesse.
Give it to me.
Are DarkZero the North American Virtus Pro?
Ooh, I would accept that. I think so, yeah.
Slow, predictable, methodical. The one thing that it gave Virtus Pro, the one thing it gives DarkZero is a lot of consistency. Because you're not often seeing them make those grave mistakes that cost a lot of teams. You're seeing them have a consistent basis every single round.
And they've even made it to the Invitational and the top lengths of it, basically. They played on the main stage. They know how it is to deal with pressure. But when they came in this morning, what do they have to say to our team?
Bolo, you guys are standing here in the semifinal after taking down M80 in the quarterfinals. How does it feel taking down a regional rival and now coming into the semifinals against a European opponent?
Yeah, again, like I've said it many times, M80 is not really a true NA team, but it is still nice that we're kind of, you know, inside the region, we show dominance over another team. It feels good. We're ready for semis. Hopefully we're ready for grand finals, and I'm excited for BDS.
And speaking of BDS, maybe a little bit of a home crowd favorite of sorts. Are you worried that's going to give them some extra momentum, maybe?
I don't think, like, yeah, like home crowd is always like a nice buff, but I don't think it really matters to us. Me, it doesn't really matter. We all just kind of get there, play our own game, and we just let everything else do the talking for us.
And you guys have come pretty far in the tournament. Is that down to team play, individual plays? What has been the key to victory for you guys so far?
I think traditionally throughout all of DZ's history in Siege, they've always been kind of catered as or hailed as a kind of strat-heavy, teamwork-heavy team. And I think when you have that system with great players, great individual players, it just works out.
And then looking at your match yesterday, we saw some bans come in specifically targeting Canadian on his Monty and his Solis. Is that going to be something that BDS might try against you guys?
I mean, there's always a good chance, you know. I think the thing is, it's like, people can always try to target ban, but like people would always try to target ban the Ying on Rob or Pambazoo. If you want to target the Monty, you know, then you have Rob on Ying. You got to pick your poison. You really have to pick your poison, and I think we've got a good system right now for it.
And then just individually right now, Bolo, what are you feeling? How is it looking for you? Have you slept well? Are you him today?
I mean, the cards are in my favor right now. I'm feeling good. Hopefully I'm him today, but you never can tell. But let's just hope I get in the lobby, I get in the zone, and then, you know, we make it to grand finals. That's all that matters.
Thank you so much for your time.
We'll see if DarkZero and Bolo will be in the zone for this game. But BDS on the other side, they are not going to be an easy opponent to take down, Jack.
No, of course they're not. The only EU team left in this competition. The EU, I suppose, super team that was conceptualized during this Six Invitational off time. Obviously, BDS switching from a French-speaking, all-French roster, switching over to English, switching their communication language, picking up 2 European players from the side of M&M, Users and Solotov, making these big changes, and I believe to break their ceilings, so that they start making these majors consistently, so that they start winning these majors consistently. And they've got themselves to the semi-final after what was quite a rocky tournament to this point.
Absolutely, and I mean, coming into this tournament, every single person basically predicted it would be won by Brazil or it would be won by BDS. That was pretty much all anybody expected, and now one of those options is completely gone. So it's either going to be BDS or we're going to have a massive upset in the grand finals, and there's a good reason. BDS have dominated in the European League. They've got some of the best players in the world, and they're an extremely scary team.
Well, I've been theory crafting about BDS for the past 2.5 months, so now let's see what BDS had to say as they arrived this morning.
Liquefact, you're standing here in the semi-final, going through the quarterfinals into today. What's it feel like right now?
I'm feeling really good. Like, we had 5 months working with Yus and Solotov, so be at the first major semi-final, it's amazing.
And then just looking at your performance yesterday, you took the last map with the clutch on 1 versus 3. Explain to me how that happens and what it looks like from your perspective, looking into the Manchester crowd going absolutely nuts.
What happens? I clearly don't know. I mean, this is a quarterfinal major, so everything can happen. And the feeling after winning this clutch was amazing. The crowd was amazing. That's why I stand up and I scream all I have. So no, it was amazing.
And then going into the semifinal here, you're going up against DarkZero from North America. Is there any expectations you have about North American siege that you're going into here?
I would say normally North America are easier. No offense. But DarkZero is a really, really strong team right now. And also with a lot of experience. So it will not be an easy match like we expect from North America.
And then tell me about Team BDS going into the semifinal. What is something that you guys can do to absolutely just take down DarkZero?
Just play our game. I have nothing else to say. Like, if we play our game without pressure, we'll be really good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Always good to hear from BDS and Likefak. And that is BDS set up and ready to go. Now we've set up both of our squads and what they look like, but what if we put them head-to-head against one another? It's a classic graphic we'd love to talk about, so please, Jack, guide us through it.
Yeah, so it's a super simple graphic. I think the two top stats on this graphic are the important ones. BDS are looking a little bit comfortable. They have a 47% attack win rate and are more comfortable on the defense. However, what I want to focus on is that DarkZero have a very, very successful attack win rate on the 63%. They're great at the attack. That's a big thing behind, with Canadian behind the Monty. And it's very, very close to their defense win rate as well. And the reason that I wanted to focus on to that, actually, Jesse, is because I think DarkZero have such a unique defensive style. Yep. They like to have basically 4 players +1 on the defense. Obviously, that +1 being Canadian, often down there on the Solace or the Valkyrie or the Pulse. And for me, I see that as an ingress of opportunity, I would say, for BDS. I think they will look to exploit that, and they will look to basically either make a conscious decision, either hunt down Canadian on his own and really punish him for being on his own on the defense, or take the 5 versus 4 onto side. And I don't think enough teams have done that against Canadian this tournament, or DarkZero in this tournament.
That's a fair point, but I also gotta say, people have known the way DarkZero play for ages now.
True.
This is not new from Canadian, He's very, very good at playing these roaming operators and giving that intel to his teammates. He's out there on the roam so that he can better assist guys like Pamba, guys like Bolo, so they can go out there and get those frags. And although everybody knows it's happening, nobody's really been able to counter it so far.
Well, no, but it seems easy. He's on a different floor. He's entirely alone.
It seems easy,
You just push him 5 versus 1, get that kill, and then move on to the next objective.
Finding him is so hard when he's on the Solus shooting your drones. He's a little ghost ratting around the map. He's a tough guy to pin down.
Gents, we're going to have this conversation all day if we continue down with it, but what about kind of the win streak of BDS and DarkZero so far?
No, you're right, Milos. Both these teams sitting on a 5-map win streak, and they've got very similar records coming up to this point. Both of them 5 maps ago, taking down one of the Japanese teams. Scars going down for DarkZero in a dominant map. Beastcoast scraping together that game, if we remember from the Swiss stage, up against Cyclops. They both played Team Bliss. Flip side of this one, DarkZero struggled a little bit in that game. BDS fared a bit better against the Australians, and then both of them dominant 7-4, 7-5 games in the quarterfinals to get here to this point. Both these teams, similar stories, and they've been very, very consistent through these matches.
It kind of poses us nicely because it's very similar level of opponents that they've played. Both teams are coming into this one absolutely hot.
And from what we see from the graphic is that there's a lot of map variety. So who knows what we're going to get for this best of 3 series. Let's pull up our map bands and have a chat about that. Starting off with our first pick after 4 spans. Please take it away.
Great, so DarkZero trying to hit BDS at a weak point, picking Border here. Despite BDS picking this map in the EUL finals, they lost it 7-2 to ITB, making it one of only 2 maps that BDS lost domestically in stage 1. Neither them nor DarkZero have played this map through the Manchester Major thus far.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a map that BDS have historically liked in terms of the old roster. The new roster is trying to incorporate it a little bit more, but I can see why DarkZero would pick into it. If we move through to the very next map, we're going to see that it's Oregon. And that's where it's a bit of a surprise, because if you look at BDS, they picked into Oregon, and it's a map that I wouldn't say that is particularly a stronghold map of BDS. It's one where they lost to PSG Talon in groups on.
You're right, Jack, but Oregon is a map that DarkZero do not play. A 1-3 record in stage 2 last year. They permabanned it through SI. They've not played it since. This is DarkZero's worst map. If we get to that Oregon, when we see that, it's gonna be hard to find. Now, our final map coming through here, it's gonna be Consulate. That'll be a fun one for sure. DarkZero, 2 games this season, first smashing Auction and a 7-1 victory, but they couldn't get past Beastcoast in the NAL semifinals. They blew a 5-1 lead on that map last time they played it.
Yeah, and crucially, not Beastcoast, BDS are going to get to start out on the defense of Consulate, which I think, to be honest, is the map that you're most comfortable defending out of all 9 in the map. pool right now. So if we get that, if we get to that third map, that's what we'll be talking about, how BDS will start on their defense.
Gentlemen, we've set everything up, we've set up our maps, and now it's time to introduce our contestants.
It's no secret that this team is back to its best. It's Europe's last hope, BDS! They stormed through the quarterfinals, sending home an EU rival. And by all accounts, they expect the same result here with a home crowd as their sixth man. Can they make it to the grand finals? Their opponents are looking to paint the town red, white and blue. It's DarkZero! This time, 2 years ago, they won their first major in Charlotte. That is where Canadian won his 4th international event. He's here again, this time with another world champion by his side and a UK favourite on fire. Let's have a conversation here before we get into it with Solotov and Nath as they join me on the stage ahead of this pivotal semi-final. Solotov, you are one of the recent additions to this BDS roster, but you are making a massive impact. How confident are you feeling here on the stage?
Really confident. We're pretty sure we're going to win this series. Quick 2-0. That's it.
Quick 2-0, that's it. Very confident words from Solotov. Nath, I don't ever like to initiate a chant on stage, but he's one of our own. So if you want to get that going, feel free. Nath, what's it mean to you to be stood in front of your home crowd here?
Honestly, it's crazy. Well, compared to Brazil, a lot less hostility towards me, so yeah, definitely a positive.
You two have played on the same team. This time round, enemies. Any last words for one another?
It was just supposed to be this way. I was talking to Dave before as well, like the major. We know we were going to meet in the finals. It could be semi, quarter, or the final, but it seems like it's the semi-final. So I'm pretty sure it's going to be a great game as well.
And you, Nath?
I mean, I said to these guys when they first joined, obviously, my M&M boys, it's destined, it was meant to be. But at the end of the day, only one European in that final tomorrow.
All right, shake hands and go and get into position. Best of luck to BDS and to DarkZero. It's time to find out who will join Beastcoast in our grand final with our casters. Let's get over to them right now. It is Dev Mata and Lynx. Take it away, you two.
Thank you very much, Ian. It is about time for a little bit of an EU versus NA rivalry. North America already has one team into the grand final, and representing that on the cast, I got the big dog, Lynx. But Europe have been cheering this whole time for the European teams, and we only have BDS left. We've got a UK player on both of these teams. From M&M to enemies now on the main stage. Which will take it?
Now, okay, I know a lot of people are gonna think, oh, this guy, he's gonna be up on the broadcast, he's gonna be trolling, saying, oh, DarkZero are gonna win, they're gonna win 2-0, it's gonna be an all NA final. And don't get me wrong, that would be really funny. Unbelievably funny if DarkZero were to beat BDS. However, it makes sense that we're here, Dev. Sure, G2 have been great. Sure, Team Secret were on the come up, but BDS were one of the 3 tournament favorites alongside 2 Brazilian teams. They've been knocked off, one of which by Beastcoast again. Big dogs from NA. But we know who the crowd wants. And frankly, there's one team in this matchup that the story wants, and that Rainbow Six needs to be back in a final.
Very true, and as you can see, while this major is in Manchester, the entire of Europe has shown up. French flags, I even see some Swiss flags flown for BDS right at the front, and the chicken for some reason. But for BDS, they have the pressure of their whole region on their shoulders. And, well, it has been quite a long time since we've seen BDS and DarkZero meet in the server. They haven't played each other for over 2 years. And every time they have met, it has been a full 3 maps or a full 15 rounds. We are guaranteed that this is going to be a phenomenal match.
We've been missing some 3-mappers this majors. I mean, you know, frankly, I'm glad Beastcoast are up 4-0 in the playoffs. Don't get me wrong. Very happy they've not gone to a 3rd map. But aside from Furia Liquid and Furia looking a little out of it that series, we haven't really had a banger 3-mapper series. We've had only one that went the full distance. But here, to keep EU's final team in the tournament, to make sure that, as opposed to what Nafe said, that there's more than just one European in the server in our grand final tomorrow, I want to see Shaiko tested. I want to see Canadian trying to solve every minuscule problem in front of him, almost at his wit's end on map 3. That is what we need to fully solidify what I still think, hopefully, will be BDS in the grand final tomorrow. Oh. That's my prediction.
Yeah, your prediction, certainly the hopes of the crowd. BDS is already getting a little bit sweaty. They've gone backstage, changed their jerseys, and walked back out again, and they're looking extremely ready. Now, it is actually quite a warm day here in Manchester today. We don't get many of those.
Unseasonably so.
Yeah, I've been here for about a week, and it's been raining most of the time. Today, it's a sunny, it's in our 20s. It's beautiful. It's quite a day to sit inside and play some video games, and it's going to get very warm.
Is Shaiko a hot environment player?
Yeah.
Can he handle the heat?
Can he handle the heat?
He's been having a bit of a rough tournament so far. I mean, popping off every map here or there, but it's really been a tournament between Yuzus, Lickyfac on Beastcoast. I mean, Yuzus especially, not only one of the highest rated players at the tournament, but also, despite his more passive role, one of the best entry players on Beastcoast. Sorry, I'm still stuck in the previous matchup.
Mate. Or living in the future, maybe.
Hey, only time will tell. Watch what Chunner can do tomorrow. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Beastcoast certainly will be watching this game very intently to know whether they will be playing against the Europeans or their North American rivals. BDS, though, what a story it has been for them. Last year, their worst year ever of Rainbow Six. We are dead split with DarkZero just edging ahead. The power of Bolo on their side. BDS and DarkZero are about to go head-to-head on the first map of Border. It is Europe's last hope and an intercontinental classic, Europe versus North America. Only one can chase a second major title. Former teammates now battle for their first grand final.
And on a map I really expected, but not to come from DarkZero. They've brought Border into their pool this stage, and if you're not only a fan of Rainbow Six, but Rainbow Six Esports, you're thinking, DarkZero picked Border? One of the most chaotic maps, one of the least controllable maps for a structured team? That's where DarkZero have gone? We'll probably get a bit of a clue into their strategy with this ban phase. They have played it before this stage. It's been very hit or miss. Dominant wins from huge Pamazoo performances, dominant losses. But for their attacking and defensive bans, well, what do you know? It's Dokkaebi Azami, as it always is.
Yeah, they do tend to favor Dokkaebi Azami, and it's BDS that, if anything, have thrown a spanner in the works. The Monty taken out, a serious favorite this year since the Shield rework. Monty has been so prolific in the tournament so far. Not here on Border, but Glaz, Osa, Sens, Ying, all of these powerful execute operators that enable those cheeky rushes on Border will be kept in.
But more importantly, and most importantly of all the operators left up in my mind, is the Solus. Because we have one big Solus player on DarkZero and a couple big Solus players on BDS. Lickyfac, playing that Solus with the Specchio scanner, renowned on Oregon, our second map, by the way, for running around the map, taking 1v1s, and being an absolute nuisance. But on the side of DarkZero, Canadian is the Solus player on this roster, and right now he's -12 in the entry over the past 3 months, since the beginning of stage 1 to now, as Fresh mentioned, on the defense, constantly roaming, constantly anchoring, and constantly picked off early. I'm very worried that whoever has the Solus in their hands, in this case, Shaiko, might be a little more effective.
Every one of these players has played a major before. Everyone knows what it's like to perform on stage. Some more so than others. This is Troy Canadian's 15th time playing on a main stage at a tournament of this caliber, and he is hungry to raise another trophy. Whichever team wins, they will have a shot at being the second ever team to win a second major trophy. And we're deep into this round already.
You can hear the crowd already excited. Probably the most energetic I've seen them this weekend already, and we're not even 40 seconds in, just now 40 seconds into Border. A couple players spotted on Deimos' scanner, Pamazoo already with a couple options. Deimos be very dangerous to take down the CCTV player. Solotov, oh, long angle, Nafe dueling with the very player he just squared off against on the stage. Slicky back. There's another early death for Canadian, the Ying and the Hibana gone.
Huge start for BDS. DarkZero was simply waiting, and BDS more than happy to give them a few early engagements. I wonder who the crowd's favoring in this match.
They want this 5v3 converted. They want Yuzus to hold on. Don't want Pamazoo to spot him with that death mark tracker. Instead, it's the Warden Lickifak found, but there's Yuzus. There's Solotov. And there's likely round one for BDS.
Oh, MJR can't find anything. The Europeans open Border with a very dominant round. Looking more chill than ever. DarkZero a little bit slow to start on their map pick. We always knew that Border was a little bit of a curveball, not a favorite map of both teams, highly banned, and yet it has been picked here by DarkZero.
This is the problem. Their chants are so complex for me.
They're
I'm
so
like, what are
good,
they
but I
saying?
can't understand them. Anyone speak British?
Can we get Nafe? Nafe on the line to translate. Yuzus as well are two Brits.
Is he bleeding?
What?
Did I see that right? He's, okay, so we have a technical pause because Nafe was destroyed so much in that round that he got a nosebleed.
the whiplash hit him.
Wow, did you see that shot that Solotov landed onto him?
That was a little ridiculous.
I'm not surprised. Let's have a look at a replay of this shot from Solotov's POV. That's the shot that gave Nafe a nosebleed. Look at all these one-taps today.
Jesus Christ. And a wall bang. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is already in round one. My fears for how Border could play out against BDS. I know, poor Nafe.
Bit frustrating for the squad as well. Just having to hold on and chill out. Very rarely do we have a medical emergency, if you can call this that, on stage causing a technical pause. Usually it's something game-related,
yeah,
or admin-related.
It's very funny that this is also like, we have a technical pause. Something's gone wrong with his body.
Yeah, technical malfunction with Nafe himself.
I don't think I haven't had a nosebleed in like 7 years, I don't know.
Must be nice to be you then.
Can we get a beer can?
Oh, can we get it for Shaiko? BDS just chilling and waiting. Same can be said for Pamba here.
Mr. Zhao or Mr. Zhu.
Mr. Zhu.
Pronunciation changes depending on the nationality.
Canadian, seeing him on a main stage just feels right. Imagine him back in a grand final again. DarkZero, well, it's been quite a long few years that these guys have been in the scene. They've seen their fair share of main stages. 7 different events they've qualified for the main stage. And as I said before, Troy himself 14 times. And after back-to-back main stage in Atlanta and Sao Paulo, these guys now have another shot at the trophy. We're going to a very quick break while we sort out this technical issue. We'll be back before you know it. Welcome back to the Manchester Major. The leak has been plugged, ladies and gentlemen, and we are ready to get back into the game. Nath is looking spry as ever. An opening round that was very dominantly in favor of BDS. Shook DZ a little bit more than we expected, but now we can get back into it.
And to build off on something that I brought up earlier, which was that first round went, in my worst case potential scenario, was basically what happened in that first round for DarkZero, which is, okay, BDS are one of the best teams at getting aggressive, and even if they aren't the best in a given series, they've got Shaiko, they've got LickyFat, they've got Users, they've got Solitov.
But there are DZ fans in the crowd.
They are.
Didn't hear them before, but certainly see them now.
And they have every right to cheer for their team, of course. DarkZero, in the midst of the NAL stage, having a bewildering series of losses that seemed like they quite literally could not even begin to comprehend what to do in the round, or a case of overthinking so egregious it paralyzed players at given moments. But then they bounced back later in the playoffs. They were able to qualify for the major. They've looked much sharper this event, as I think we would expect.
And when you get Troy on main stage, you know what happens.
It's where he lives.
Where he likes
it's
to
his
live.
room.
Shaiko as well, a legend in his own right. Having a good first round, having a maybe not as much of a stellar tournament as we expected, but that's just because we've seen BDS play for 2 months now with this rejuvenated roster with Turkish Solitov and the British Users joining this French roster, the team moving to speak English instead of French from now on, and well, they've really come into their own form this stage, haven't they?
And Shaiko's role on previous rosters was to basically be the win condition in 50% of their rounds. Resource after resource poured into him to set him up for success, whereas now, he's just an outstanding player amongst other outstanding players. Yuzus can take some resources, LickyFat can take some resources. It's not just the Shaiko show anymore, which takes the burden off his shoulders, and also requires that he doesn't need to drop 15 kills a match for BDS to have a good tournament. Not that they needed that before, but it was very helpful to have one of the best players in the world. Speaking of, NJR cutting down Shaiko early on, thinks he can go for the run out, and he's been baited.
Well played from DZ. Slow and steady wins the race of the opening pick. Amber's also gone downstairs, and he's on the hunt for this player down below. He does lose his fight, but Bolo's there to save him for a brief moment. Users drop down below, but the plant is going down. Another player drops down below. BDS prioritizing hunting. And they have vacated the bomb site. They have allowed DZ to come in and look for this plant. Now the three of them locked in place from the E1D of NJR. Look to make this retake a reality. There might be a chance. Tuck in the corner here, LickyFat has to cover. It's up to NJR to make sure that this cannon defuse doesn't happen. Good jump out from Solitov. He finds his man. Big bad Nadian. Can't get anything done, but it's okay because his teammate denied the plant. Now it's up to the big bad Nadian. There's 11 seconds to get this defuse. Canadian, he has to cover himself. He has to cover the diffuser. He can't do both at the same time. LickyFat locks in the retake for BDS.
And a bit of a rarity for DarkZero. I believe Jesse mentioned yesterday. Ridiculous attacking conversion percentage when they get that opening pick for DarkZero. And what happens here? NJR baits Shaiko on the run out. DZ get their win condition, put the diffuser down. But BDS are so good mechanically and coordinating, they can fight back. They can take fights, but most importantly, the player retaking doesn't actually fully commit to the fight with Canadian up top. LickyFat gets that kill, goes for the defuse, but Solitov does something more important, which is waste Canadian's time. Make him peek back and forth, make him retake angles to allow LickyFat to get that defuse. BDS now up 2-0.
Beautiful way to do it as well. BDS know how to fight when backed into a corner, and that's exactly what happened that round. Now, DZ, 2 rounds into their map pick, are yet to find much.
10 seconds to go.
The first round in particular was quite pitiful. BDS did not give any quarter to DZ, did not give them a chance to get into that round. And now the North American squad move on to the third different bomb site they will have to attack.
third chance to try and gain some momentum in this matchup. Pambazoo talked about this is sort of overall, domestically and internationally, been a so-so stage in comparison to his previous performance, but had a really good day against M80 yesterday. On the Deimos, a really good operator to make this work, but lack of intel. Very common for the defense to place utility on that balcony, be it barbed wire or an F-Not mine. In this case, he walks right into it and gives Solotov an easy pick. 0-3 now. One of DarkZero's key entries silent for the remainder of this round.
Bit of a rotation as well. Oh, NJR finds a very dirty kill through the drone hole deep into bathroom. Bride is going to be kicking himself for that one. This roam is still quite far afield. Leakafak alone has a few options. He's got impact grenades to make himself rotations out. Meanwhile, Bolo, you might have heard of him, third best player in Manchester. And he's on for an entry here on Archives as DZ set their sights on top floor control.
Yeah, at this event, Bolo fucking a 118 rating so far. Such a key player, not only in the history of Rainbow Six, of course, a hammer lifter himself. Very strong individual performance. Bit more passive at the moment. Him and NJR trying to pinch this player in Fountain, but Solotov can take the fight. He's got the intel. He'll hold Fountain for the time being. BDS's overall defensive setup, relatively unpunctured. Solotov and Fountain can be traded out by Shaiko on top of the Teller's Hatch. There's also Leakafak moving around the metal stairs. DarkZero might have made this a 4v4. They've taken down Bride on the site, but these roamers are fine. The best thing they have is control of Customs and Passport at the moment, but Leakafak can easily retake this, and DZ need to be ready for that.
A form of a bait here, perhaps. No, DZ indeed are committing to this execute as Big Bad Nadian finds his way deep into Tellers. Leakafak trades one back and brings BDS into a winnable situation, but that diffuse is going down. Is there cover? NJR here on the window finds his man, his third, his fourth. Big round from NJR, Bolo to find the final. A reply from DZ.
Crowd not happy with DZ getting there first. Would have much preferred a 3-0 and likely a tactical timeout from Mint.
There are pockets of the crowd.
There are. There's a couple DZ sections. Of course, that round for DZ, a 51-49, I would say. They're able to get into the site itself, but there is still Leakafak, who can either move up the hallway, try and take fights with players in courtyards, but really nice kill from NGR right there to clear out the site. Force one of the BDS roamers to actually fall back and play the site, but then just doing what he does best. NGR has got to be one of the best cutoff players in the world, always holding windows. I would say kind of the modern day thinking name in many ways.
Yeah, he's top 16 player in the tournament as well. It's been a standout tournament for a lot of these DZ players, and it really has needed to be. While they have been back-to-back at international events, both Atlanta and Sao Paulo, making main stage time and time again, we haven't seen them have a big win on the main stage, or any win whatsoever, since they were champions in Charlotte 2 years ago, and they had the NA crowd buff on their side. They certainly didn't have the NA crowd buff in Brazil, and they barely found any rounds in their matchup there against the Brazilians. Now, I don't think they have the crowd on their side, but DZ are a team that certainly wants it and certainly play off of it well. So if you are part of that DZ section in the crowd, you know what to do.
Well, it seems the rest of Manchester also knew how to respond. But DarkZero, as you mentioned, have often been, I suppose, the unfavorite team in the crowd, the enemies in a given matchup. Canadian, very familiar with that position on the blitz of all operators, taking quick control of break room.
This is very good. He's a bit cautious because of the dread mine. Uses, he goes deep for it, flash! Big Bad Nadian finds his pick. And no refrag possible from BDS. Solotov pushing for more, and he gets it! But another one from the blitz. Walking into a crossfire. Troy has to steal his nerve and fall back for a brief moment, as Solotov has been on fire. 5-1 in this game so far. Oh, but he's wall banged out of the server from NJR. Out-fragging him as well is the American. BDS, gotta be careful because NJR is cleaning house.
A bomb has been
Now it's on Shaiko in many ways to retake. LickyFact deep into the site. Oh, one engagement crops up, and he reacts in time. But NJR is on for another 4K in a row.
Here goes the blitz. Canadian going for it. Now LickyFact is a good operator for this.
Back to back.
What can you do against this guy? NJR's 10-1. 3 rounds into the game.
He's greasing the wheels for these DZ attacks. You can see how fervently BDS are fighting for that map control. Canadian runs into break room, is able to get that first pick, and there is immediately somebody, Fountain and Metal Stairs, to stop him from getting entry into Beepers, Fountain, anywhere. And that attack probably gets stalled out, at least for the next 45 seconds, if NJR can't get that kill. If he can't sit outside the reinforcement, wallbang the guy Fountain, because that allows Canadian to rotate over, be the tip of the spear, and then on top of that, he just decides to end the round on his own accord afterwards.
Dude's having a life game, and you wouldn't be able to read it on his face. Good tie up at the scoreline for DZ. It was sorely needed, down 0-2. They did not have a lot of momentum in that first round at all. Now they're back into it. And on their map pick, they need to push for a big win. There is a world here where DZ takes this series 2-0.
There is. There is a world where they could take this series. And with rounds like that, if they've got NJR popping off, or Pamazoo maybe showing up as well, really they just need some player to help them get that opening pick and get an entry into the map. Because when DZ are trying to set up their execute, the best matchups for their opponents, or well, the worst matchups for them, are teams that play like BDS is playing right now, that are fighting at every entry point, fighting for every bit of map control to stop them from getting set up to get that diffuser down. So they need somebody like Pamazoo, or NJR in this case, to get the requisite kills, to secure the necessary control, and allow DarkZero to get into the site. It's not always NJR. Even Canadian has been having an all right tournament compared to some previous ones. As long as somebody's able to go big in these rounds, it can work out. Armory Archives defense, as you can see, and one player that needs to go down is Brede with this C4 right here. LickyFact would be a nice alternative to deal with that Solus from below. But DarkZero need to get inside of Workshop to make sure nobody can deny this plant vertically.
It looks like Pamba has done just that.
Waiting for the
also
Solus.
Waiting for a player to drop, and LickyFact actually gets sprayed from NJR. Good teamwork here from DZ. They found the opening pick, and an impactful one it could be, but Shaiko's pushing for more! Massive from the Frenchman! He finds the double, and the Osa shield has been dismantled. Nafe to replace the position of NJR here on the window, but he's gonna have to fall off, and DZ will have to think up a new plan.
I can tell you this so far, we're only 5 rounds in, but this is going to be a good game. DZ are looking sharp. They're recognizing what they need to do to get their diffuser down, get Pamazoo down below, hold the cutoff. NJR doing well individually to take down LickyFact. But then you also have BDS still able to perform individually, retake control of that Office Archive side, destroy the Osa shield, and now DZ are forced to rotate. They've got to push somewhere else, and they're ready, BDS are, for Pamazoo to lurk up Metal Stairs. They know they have the advantage. DarkZero's only option is to rotate Armory side, and BDS are clearly ready for it.
That's very aggressive there, and doubling down now, Nath. He is eliminated inside of Armory, and Bolo doesn't withstand anything at all. A desperate attempt from DZ, and BDS more than happy to pick up the pieces and regain the lead.
And again, an extremely close affair. DarkZero with that kill onto the Solus, Pamazoo holding things down below. They had it all. But Shaiko able to get that kill on the player on the vent window, then rotate around, and even if he doesn't get that kill, destroy the Osa shield, he's reignited that threat of the player inside of Archives. So DZ, best case scenario, would have been forced to reset and try again, but then he gets that kill, puts DZ in the 3v4, they've got control of the Office side. Now DZ have to rotate, and BDS know it.
Another really good long angle kill from NJR. He has been very hot, but when Shaiko goes big, there's only so much you can do. Shaiko's got a 4K in that round and feeling like the Shaiko mood. 4-4-4, that's what we know him for.
There's been 3 of them in a row. 2 from NJR, now 1 from Shaiko.
10 seconds remaining.
Might be what this game comes down to. If DarkZero are calling well and BDS are adapting accordingly, it might just come down to whose players are showing up more consistently and more impactfully on the day, which is when matches of the tournament happen, when close games become memorable. For the final site BDS have decided to go to, we're going down to Customs and Inspection. Down below on the first floor, not a site we see all that often, but it's border. The map's like 2 centimeters wide. We're gonna see a lot of the same positions held we normally see. CCTV, maybe moving a bit into Armory and Break Room on the opposite side, maybe Ventilation and Workshop down below. You generally just have to hold everything vertically and horizontally around that site within the immediate vicinity.
I like this from Nafe as well with the Flores drones. He's just taking out a lot of these castle barricades very early on. I just know how much fun the crowd's having even when there's nothing happening in the game. I love that.
They know how to keep themselves entertained. I respect that. 5v5 now, and some action will surely happen imminently with Kambazu outside of CCTV again.
It's the last round of the half as well, Carter, so DZ realistically need this. And Nadian managing to hack that Maestro camera is going to be massive. He's got both of the cams in his control now.
Excellent find. If DarkZero want to go through that jail wall, get that diffuser down. Bolo finds Solotov. That's the CCTV player. That fortunate outside spawn angle not going Solotov's way in the final round of the half compared to the first. But Shaiko's still holding control of 90. He can also retake this position, take the fight with Bolo outside on the balcony. This is still generally, I mean, obviously with the 5v4, going DarkZero's way. With all the utility they found inside, all the Maestro cams they found, if one of these anchors goes down at little cost to DarkZero, this seems like we'll have a tie half.
Yeah, BDS have really struggled in this round. They've been picked apart by DZ, but Leakafan brings at least 1 kill onto their side. At the cost of a lot of HP, though, DZ have made their way into the building.
They have, but the core issue, they still haven't found anybody on the site, but there's one.
Could it be converted? That was just a trade onto Leakafan. Users is still surviving. Is he going to get flash from this? Bolo not able to win his fight. Users might have had all 3 of his cameras hacked. It doesn't matter, he's still got that older NJR. Beautiful flash. But somehow, Users doesn't get flashed. He's traded regardless from Nafe. BDS just have 2 players up, and both of them are on this top floor. They have seceded control of the ground floor, but Shaiko says, not for long. I'm back and I'm on it, and I'm playing Ring Around the Rosie here. He's sneaking up on Canadian.
They've got no idea. On this back line, he can shut down the entire round here. Just wait 5 more seconds, but there's somebody catching it.
Oh no, he's got him! NJR cannot be touched in this game. And DZ have an adequate response. 3 rounds apiece at the end of the half.
That reaction from NJR saving round 6 for DarkZero. Shaiko had the exact right play. Found a gap bottom metal, rotates through Workshop, and he's got it. He's got it right there. But even if he hit the flank right there, NJR had anticipated it in time.
Oh, we've got the double chance going back and forth.
I mean, the DZ fans, I think, definitely feeling emboldened after that half, but this is where Jack's point that he made on the desk could really come to fruition. DarkZero have got the 3-3. They've won those attacking sides. They're a good attacking team at this major, but already in round 1, Canadian is on Vigil. No solos on the board, surprisingly, from DZ, but this is where BDS can exploit a flaw in DarkZero's game plan. Canadian goes for these roams and these lurks to gain intel and better his calling. Understandable, reasonable, to each their own. It still means that Canadian might have to fight Shaiko on an entry engagement, and I know who I'm taking there.
Yeah, we've really got little information on how this game is going to pan out because it's dead even, and across the tournament so far, Border has been literally dead even. 23 rounds of attack, 23 rounds of defense, a straight 50-50. So every round is going to have a huge impact, and BDS could have just as much fire on their attack.
I was about to say, look at the lineup we have. Sens, Ying, Glaz, and Deimos as well. Setting up on the Armory side right now. Presumably the ROUs might cut off the angle from Office and Archives to look over towards the Armory breach, be my guess. Then the Glass to walk in and see if anybody peeks. The Candelas as well, the blind. But what is Shaiko's role in this? That's what I'm curious about.
Well, here come some of those ROUs. Leak Effect dancing around them with the Glass. He can move as much as he wants and still peer through these Sen screens. As can Nafe as well. The Warden is the perfect counter to this push. And a good early kill from Leak Effect. He made the cross. Now he's going to punch down another smoke to try and peek again. He doesn't know, though. He is fighting against Nafe on the Warden.
It's a good look. Licky Fact now goes for the peek, but he walks back. Nafe not giving himself away to that angle. The ROU's meant to allow Licky Fact to peek close on Armory and CCTV, and now they've got the control they need, but Nafe's still right around the corner.
Shaiko's on the hunt. He has a vendetta to settle here. Sees the player in sight, wants to go for a pre-fire, but looks like Leakafak is going to find the entry with the DMR. NJR continues his reign of terror. 13 kills thus far, eventually put down by Leakafak. Sorely needed is BDS to find this numbers advantage, and so they have done. Nafe, though, hungry for more. He's shut down. Pamba to Pamba. He's been red dead. BDS can find the lead again.
These rounds are coming down to such small moments, but everyone in this lobby is making the right moves, thinking 3 steps ahead. It just comes down to who's thinking 4. Pambazoo, again, 2 rounds in a row. We've seen a defender make a very smart flank that could have won the round, but the second the attack is about to be punished, one of them realizes where they are vulnerable and reacts in time. Pambazoo shut down there. I like this idea from BDS as well. They know that the crunch between CCTV and Armory is the main thing stopping them. So they throw the ROU, put Leaky Fack in that position, see if anybody gets aggressive, and in that case, Bolo did.
There is a serious rivalry going on in the crowd as well, with the L's coming out from the French as they look over to the DZ corner of the crowd. Nice to see the doc is on watch, on duty here. But if anyone needs a doctor right now, maybe DZ. 1 round behind. And Bolo will pick that operator again. Looks like, for the most part, a change up of the bomb site, but still looking to contest as much of the map as possible, as we expect on border. But guess what? Bride has brought to the table the Blitz. And this could well be our rush.
Yeah, another quick execute, the Glass on the window, but maybe to try to bait utility early. They might not commit, so see whether they move or not. They might just try to extract utility from DZ.
2 Candelas, 3 smokes. This doesn't look like a bait to me. It looks like a full send. Musis is the player to cover. The planter is the Blitz. Good shot from Musis. NJR shut down. And it looks like DZ are able to convert. Everyone on BDS that tries will find their kill. DZ on the ropes now. 2 players on a retake that is nigh impossible. Leakafak's got the read. Could it be flawless? Bolo, doesn't matter how many subscribers that man's got, he does not have a leg to stand on.
Look at that. Cold war almost between the Glass and the Warden outside the building and inside of Workshop. They both know they are the only players in the lobby that can counter each other, and Usus wins the fight, and likely by extension the round. The first half was very competitive. This second half, round 7, very competitive as well. But now you've gone down 5-3. This is the good time for a tactical timeout. DarkZero now realizing what BDS are doing. They are playing plant focused. They are getting as little control as they can get away with. If they can just take 1 room and 1 room only to get that execute down, they'll do it, and they'll be happy with it, and based on these 2 rounds, they'll win it.
DZ sorely needed this tactical timeout to flip the momentum. Despite a historic performance from NJR, these guys are now trailing 2 rounds on their map pick. We always knew that border was a risk to take. I would love to know what Mint has said to the squad to try and prepare them for what could be quite a quick finish to this game if BDS continue their attacking prowess.
It looked so well oiled, this BDS squad attacking border. very, very clean attacks in these first 2 rounds. Not necessarily in that they've both been flawless, though the second one was. Just making the right moves, DZ keeping it close in round 7, BDS just barely edging ahead. So DZ will move back up to Armory Archives on their first post-tactical timeout defense. And what will BDS do? They went for these very, very minimal direct takes in the first 2 rounds. They will likely rotate to something a bit broader in scope, taking control of either office and courtyard if they want to go for an archives plant, or CCTV and maybe fountain as well, but certainly break room if they want to go for something in armory. It'll be a bit more traditional round, I think, Ben.
That's the way that DZ like to play, though. They are the masters of the methodical. They know a game plan. If you don't throw too many spanners in the works, they usually have a good read, and they are very well drilled. That's the strength of this DZ roster. Not to mention a few upgrades recently in terms of their fragging capability, but you could say the exact same thing for BDS. And quite a contrast if you look at the scoreboards, or NJR far and away leading the charge for DarkZero. And he's got more kills than the entire, or as many kills as the entire rest of the team, if my quick maths is right. Whereas BDS, incredibly well-rounded, and Usus and Solotov, the new pickup's been so good for them. Leakafak takes a hell of a lot of damage on that vertical angle. But thankfully, he will get out of dodge just in time.
Past 2 attacking rounds, BDS winning the opening engagement, have been able to convert into their execute very easily afterwards. So DarkZero really looking to get a 5v4 here, have one of these players either inside of Office and Archives or inside of CCTV go big. When DZ have won border dominantly, it has been at the back of, honestly, Pamazoo playing on Office Archives, getting big multi-kills, 0-8 right now. And thankfully for him, I don't think BDS really cares so much about that position. It seems they are moving towards the CCTV clear, but DarkZero holding on. This buck from below hasn't worked out just yet, but Canadian, be careful.
It's a lot of damage. Bolo is in the hot seat right now, feeling a lot of pressure from Leakafak below, who's now watching his retreat and inching towards, but Bolo finds his man, supported by Nafe as well in Armory. Bolo taken extremely low on HP, but still withstands.
Just barely holding on. Shaiko's got the intel, but with how good DarkZero's trading is, they've got one player, Fountain, to watch the CCTV player. They know where BDS are reading their defense is weakest, and they're gonna try to stop this attack in its tracks once Shaiko pushes up metal stairs, or if anybody does for that matter.
Oh! Bolo down! I repeat, Bolo is down!
But they've only got 35 seconds, Dev!
Usus is getting aggressive though, he needs to take down that tread mine. We need to see more from BDS. Still, East Stairs cameras up, still CCTV in the hands of Canadian.
3 days over by Armory right now, and Usus thinks he has a Gaff Archives, but BDS have no way to get this diffuser down.
Amber finally, the first kill. BDS might have had some form of advantage, but it is slipping away. They will need to frag out, and we know how capable they are. But if Pamba shows up, then perhaps it will be a showdown after all. Pre-day in a 1v3, and the big Bagnadians coming for it. The final kill for DZ, and an easy cleanup. A tense rounds, but no map point not yet for BDS.
The crowd a bit higher energy than DZ after that one, in all honesty. DZ recognizing how close that round was, but they were consistently, I think, the favorites to close out that match. I mean, there were so many engagements around border that were so close to going one way or the other. I mean, Bolo, how long was he sitting on that hatch? And how long was Leakafak down below trying to find the slightest pixel of Warden's shoulder to just make it a 4v4? They already had the advantage, DarkZero did. They made BDS fight for everything, and by the time they got that pick, they only had 30 seconds left. So they needed to win that round on kills, and Pamazoo in this position, bobbing and weaving around the rotate, is where he is strongest on this map, and it's where he gets his first 2 picks for DarkZero.
But you can still feel the pressure in those late round situations. BDS are very capable of fragging out, and DZ, you can't help but think there's a chance that they could fumble this round. That's how I felt last round, and I saw it on Mint, their coach's face. After the round was ended, we saw the biggest sigh of relief that DZ was able to convert their tactical timeout. BDS are still just 2 rounds away from stealing DZ's map pick. But DZ have shown that they do have legs on their defense.
They've got legs on their defense. And with how much they've been permabanning Oregon, even if this map were to go down, there's a DarkZero. They might not show up in the server sometimes, but they think things through. They would not have let Oregon get this far, but no, see? This is what I was talking about. This is just for the bait. There's no blitz, there's nobody hopping in the window to follow this up. BDS are hoping that DarkZero, remembering that rush from round 8, will throw out a lot of their utility, and they'll be able to move into the site easier later on. DarkZero don't bite, we still got the C4. Impacts have likely already been used. Nobody really rotates from DarkZero. So that's what I was maybe trying to foreshadow when the blitz was involved, and they just ran inside of the site anyway. But that's the bait I was thinking they could do.
Yeah, but it was very well read by DZ, who didn't really relocate from their positions at all. They didn't give up any ground. BDS, honestly, didn't achieve anything with that bait.
Only costs 1 smoke, and I think 1, maybe 2 Candelas, so there's still a lot of utility they can use, flashbang smokes as well. But those Candelas can be very impactful, and not getting any utility for that, it's one of those things where it's not gonna hurt them right now, but it could hurt them later, especially now with both remaining Candelas used.
Oh, and Liquefax coming in for the backstab, in through Workshop and Vents. Needs to find this kill, but on the other side, NJR, who's having the hottest game we've seen from him in a while, will not give Liquefax any opportunity. Elsewhere, though, BDS begin to fall, not without taking some bodies with them. Still a standstill between Liquefax, but eventually NJR goes down, and Liquefax finds Bolo on the push-up. Nath now in a 1v3, and he will have been heard on that drop. Caught in the crossfire. BDS convert easily in the 3v1. The bait ineffectual, but it doesn't matter because they fire up in the late rounds. And now they have map point over DZ on border.
Genuinely brilliant Ying usage from BDS that round. Sure, the bait doesn't work out, but then they use the second 2 Candelas in that exact same position, and that time, we see DarkZero look towards the teller's window. They don't throw all their utility, but they've got to respect it. In the mid-round, that could be BDS committing. So Bolo turns around, looks forward. NJR turns around, looks forward. That allows Liquefax to move in, and the Chaos allows Shaiko as well to slip through the cracks in Courtyard. They might not have got utility off of those, but adjusting the positions from DZ got BDS match point with that great Phantom Ying usage.
The crowd buff may be real, but I'm still hammering on about the crowd debuff for DZ. The last time we saw them win an international match on a stage was in Charlotte, in the American hometown, in these guys' home major, and that was when they won the whole damn tournament against another North American team, believe it or not. And if they are to win this game, which is not looking likely at the moment, they will need quite a comeback, and they will get another NA opponent with a rematch against Beastcoast. They've already taken down one NA team on the stage yesterday in M80. BDS, though, are not looking to give them any quarter. That is a great start from Shaiko with the Brava hacking that Banshee.
And remember when Pamazu walked into that F-Naught mine all the way back on DZ's attacking side? He died because of it. Now that Banshee being gone gives BDS a little more freedom, but they're going back with this Sens Glass lineup on a different bomb site, Ventilation and Workshop, using the ROUs again to allow Solotov to walk up this balcony and catch if anybody gets aggressive. I think DZ will be ready for it. I hope Nath doesn't get too aggressive, nobody from CCTV gets too aggressive, but this is a very innovative strategy from BDS to try to work a pick early on.
Nath has crossed and exposed himself for a brief moment. He's got the shotgun out, ready and waiting. Solotov marches too close. Nath will be happy to receive him.
He's ready for it.
What's the play, BDS? You gotta make your move. Nath is still just waiting. Look at the patience on this man. BDS are not giving up anything so far, though. They're thinking, there's info! Oh! Nath is gone! BDS have an opening on the top floor.
Only 2 drones left. 3 of you count the clutch drone, and they still got that 5v4. They still take the time to find that intel. Two more players up top, though. Pamazoo makes it even. Trades it out. Damage being dealt either way. BDS spent a long time just to get that one Solus on the top floor, but with that cleared, they've got to hold down these vertical angles because Bride's running into defuse.
Solus down means that they won't have information on this defuse. Bride's going to do it just amongst the smoke. Good cover from users. NJR is caught out with a C4. He doesn't know the plant's already gone down. Big kill on Shaiko, but a 2v3 on the retake is a very tall order. With Solitov firing up BDS! Europe is one map away from having a representative in the grand final of their home major. DZ have a lot to do in the next hour or two because BDS are making a statement.
BDS have outshot, outcold, and outlasted DZ on their own pick. I'm worried for DZ going into map 2.
And we'll be able to break that down for you guys on the desk with Milos.
Thank you very much, Jensen. Yes, we have an entire crowd here that is rooting for BDS, and we got even French flags. Definitely no bias whatsoever here, coming all the way to the UK.
I mean, it's the European crowd. They can have a little bias. I think that's more than fair, and they certainly deserved it after the performance we just saw from BDS. Honestly, fantastic play coming through here on Border.
Yeah, they outskilled their opponent, they out-cheesed their opponent, they outfought their opponent, and they were just better in literally every aspect. The team play, absolutely everything. It started off with two absolutely mega rounds coming out of BDS. Almost flawless in both of them. Sure, fair enough, NJR did pop off with a couple of kills back, but it was just NJR. It wasn't NJR and friends, it wasn't DarkZero. It was just a one-man army at that point, and that's never going to be sustainable over the course of a game.
When DarkZero played their best on Border back in the North American League, there was one player that was by far the most important, and that was Pamba. Absolutely absent, especially from the start of this game. Just did not load into the server until way too late. Didn't feel like he was able to have that impact running around the server for DarkZero. We see him, unfortunately, 4-10. He has been their best player on this map historically. The fact that he went quiet today is a big reason why they lost.
I mean, this is a conversation that we heard from our casters in the previous game where you were on Jack with Penguin and Terra, where you get to a spot in the semifinals, everybody on your team has to fire up on all cylinders. If one slips, unfortunately, might be the case here. However, Bride on the other side was not doing too hot either for BDS.
Bride was getting the plants down though. We saw him in that very last round. There's a sign right in front of me actually that says death, taxes, and Bride plant are the three inevitable things in life. But yeah, no, I thought BDS were great. I actually thought their use of a weird operator that we don't speak about a lot, the Glaz, was excellent.
Yeah,
we saw Solitov use it, we saw users use it. They used a lot of smokes, Ying, sense to play off the back of that and just really find kills for absolutely free.
And I felt like sometimes, you know, DarkZero, they tried some of those cheesy strategies as well. You said they out-cheesed them. We saw some good stuff, right? Yeah. We saw the Blitz coming through, which we found a lot of success, but more often than not, they would get a plant down, say it was on the bottom bomb site, and they would maybe sneak the plant over for BDS, but the retake was so strong, right? BDS were so good at coming up, coordinating with each other to make sure one guy goes above, one guy gets on the disable, and DZ look absolutely lost trying to counter that.
Outgunned, outplayed, and outstratted. That's BDS to take map number 1. Thank you, Jets. Let us all take a quick break. When we get back, it'll be time for map number 2.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Manchester Major. We are into our second semi-final. BDS in charge at the moment. We will get to that, but I'm standing with some very special members of our Siege community right now. To my left, we have the one and only Tom J. Sherlock in the building. Tom, I'll come back to you, but say hello, will you? People love you here.
Up the BDS, baby!
And to my right, looking absolutely phenomenal as Azami, we have Mika. Mika, we've got your translator Abigail to your right, but how are you?
I'm so good, so exciting. Yeah.
So exciting, and we are very excited to have you here. Abigail, just translate this for me. Of course, the great things about these international events is we have people coming from all over the world. I'd like to ask, how far have you traveled? When did you arrive? And yeah, how much are you enjoying Manchester? That's a lot.
どれぐらい飛行機は長かったのか、どんな旅をしてきたのか、マンチェスター楽しんでますか？
飛行機は20時間乗ってきました。でもこの大会に来られるということが本当に楽しみで、もうそんな疲れなんて1ミリもありません。もうマンチェスター最高です。
Well, I fly 20 hours to be here, but honestly, just having the opportunity to be here, it just made me forget about all of those 20 hours. I am so excited to be here. Manchester is great.
20 hours, give it up for Mika! Woo! Manchester loves Mika. Right, Tom, before I let you guys go and we go over to the desk, you are the king of a chant. Do you have a PG-13 chant that you can teach us all here?
Yeah, I do. Should I go with it?
Let's do it.
Looking back on when we first met, I cannot escape and I cannot forget.
Tell him!
Use this, you're the one. You still turn me on. The Major's coming home again. I'm the BDS, baby!
To Abigail, to Mika, and to Tom J. Sherlock, enjoy the rest of the Major. You're amazing. Over back to Milos on the desk.
Thank you very much, Ian, you wonderful, wonderful man. And of course, thanks to everybody here who's cheering on. We got incredible guests here at the Manchester Major. And we're all part of this one big family. Though, even a family has to feud every now and then, and we're getting ready for game number 2 between DarkZero and BDS. Welcome back to the desk. Milos with me are Mr. Jesse and Mr. Fresh. Let's have a chat about this, because DarkZero, they're looking to take it back and bring it to Consulate, but they've been outplayed from everything we've seen in map 1.
They have, and they're not going to an easy battlefield here, Jack. This is DarkZero's worst map. They've been permabanning it for months. They don't play Oregon. It's a map that they struggled on all the way back in Stage 2 last year, and we really have seen them struggle to even bring it back into their map pool over recent months. So this is the real test. How much have DarkZero been working on it in the recent past, and how much have they brought to the table?
One of the things that I love about Best of Threes and just tournament, bracket Siege in general, is the methodology behind map bans, because you can either pick a map that's strong for you or a map that's weak for your opponent. I wouldn't say BDS are like amazing on Oregon, but if DarkZero permaban it and don't want to play it, I can see why they've gone into it. Like I said, BDS have lost it a couple of times. They didn't look good. They didn't look synergized when they've played it throughout the phase 2 of this tournament, but they have generally got over the line a bit. But they nearly lost it to CAG, and they did lose it to PSG Talon. So it's a bit more in the balance than maybe the preferences suggest.
If I may be annoying for just a moment, put you on the spot, who do you think can take this?
I think they've got the pressure now. I think they've got the foot on the throat of BDS. I think BDS will win this.
Jesse?
I expect BDS to honestly win this 2-0, but I will say if DarkZero can somehow muster up a win on Oregon, I think they've got the momentum. They can pull it back all the way.
Is this you turning your coat on your region? You're predicting the European team, Jesse.
Listen, they're playing so well, Jack. I don't know what else I can do.
Jets, before this devolves into a fist fight, Manchester, let's get ready. Map number 2 is all set up. Our casters are ready, and we toss it back all the way to them.
My, Europe. It's been a while since you guys have raised a trophy, but the same can be said for North America. Last time NA did so, it was DZ in an All-American Grand Final back in Charlotte, but now it feels like Europe's moment.
It does. With the way BDS are performing, Beastcoast have got the story, right? They've got the excitement, they've got the energy. But BDS right now, they've got the team. We have been predicting that this team would be in this grand final tomorrow. The moment the leaks came out, not even when BDS announced the changes, when it was rumored that Yuzus and Solotov were replacing Renshiro and Alems, people said, oh, this is going to be one of the greatest teams of all time. This team does not have a weakness. And shockingly, even though they won the EU stage, they have looked surprisingly weak. Good, but with weaknesses. And on this map we have coming up, Oregon, there is genuinely a world where Cyclops Osaka knocks BDS out of the tournament 8-7 on this map, and we have a different series in front of us.
In the parallel universe, BDS weren't even here when they were pushed so close by the Japanese, but now they are making a statement on the main stage. They are one map away from a grand final. We haven't seen them in a grand final since they won in Sweden at the Jönköping Major about a year and a half ago.
Right after they made another very good roster change, bringing on LickyFac. Now we've got two here. And the trophy might just be guaranteed.
Oh, 5 years, these guys were a French team, and yes, a European team, but any team that is French is first and foremost a French team. But now they've brought on a Turk, they've brought on an Englishman, and they are ready to bring a trophy home. First, they must get there. They have not yet earned their spot in the grand final, and BDS will need every ounce of energy that the crowd here in Manchester can give them. Up against DarkZero, who have quite a task ahead of them to make a comeback on Oregon. This is Europe versus North America. BDS, are you ready for this?
I'm sure they will. This has not been an easy map for BDS, despite their comfort on it. As Jack mentioned, it has at times looked very shaky for BDS, especially against Cyclops. LickyFac went from SSG the day before, sprinting around the map, shooting people in the head, to looking...
He's having a laugh right now at the Glaz ban as well.
I've actually just looked at the ban. They've actually banned Glaz.
Fear or respect, says Solotov. Fear or respect. Bit of fear, he says. And the second ban that comes out is perhaps one of fear as well with that Montaigne.
You have negative mentality.
I love this. There's banter, and we know it, right? Yuzus, Solotov, and Nave were tight teammates on that M&M roster. When that team broke up, so many people were heartbroken, but these stars found themselves a very worthy home on BDS and on DarkZero. I even heard that Yuzus and Nave have been housemates for the last 2 months as well. What an awkward trip to the bathroom that would be when you're brushing your teeth. Next time they go back home, if they, well, we know for sure one of them will survive in this tournament, the other will be knocked out.
One goes up to the other like, not only did you not fill up the water pitcher, you also beat me in the semifinal. Could you not give me something? Could make for a very awkward conversation, as you just mentioned, but BDS now up 1-0, going on to their map pick. As I mentioned earlier, this map, despite their comfort, has looked very shaky at times. And with this ban phase, something we need to mention, something I have to bring up. For the first time, I think, in, what, 6, 7, 8 months, DZ have not banned Dokkaebi and Azami. In a DarkZero matchup, Dokkaebi will be on the board. And it seems that BDS will make use of this operator immediately. And I have to say, even if he doesn't play it, leaving Dokkaebi up when Yuzus is on the other team, one of the best lurkers we've seen in Manchester, it's a little bit of a risk. It's a little bit of a risk. And then you've got LickyFac as well, who can use that SMG-12.
Well, for DarkZero, there are a lot of firsts. It's the first time we have seen Oregon from them since all the way back in the Atlanta Major when they only just beat Fury 8-7. It's been out of their map pool, their most banned map ever since. And now BDS, after winning DZ's map pick, have taken us to Oregon as the second. DZ have been working on this in the shadows. And this is the first time that we will see it played in a very long time.
It's a map that rewards structured teams, but it does lower the skill ceiling because of how Well trod it is. Ooh, Pambazoo.
Pamba doesn't get flashed there, but Leakafact does not overextend. Cautious as ever is BDS, which is great. Not going to succeed an early pick. BDS now with Shaiko moving down the freezer stairs, look to inch their way towards the bomb site and start to drown out some of this utility. A great nade as well will clear a lot of those Vulcan canisters.
And this is what so many basement attacks come down to if you want to at least have a chance at winning this on the attacking side. How much utility can you clear? Can you get the magnets? Can you get the F-Knots? Can you get the Vulcan packs? And then afterwards, depending on which side you push. For example, if you're going front side, can you push the Warden out from behind laundry? Or in this case, the Goyo out from behind laundry? If you're going E-Box side, can you push the guy out a pillar and clear out bunker? Once you clear that utility, you need to push usually 2 players out of key positions to get you a foothold on that bottom floor. Because your only options are walking down a couple staircases, maybe a double door, maybe a hatch, and that's it. BDS have made a decent bit of progress. They are setting up for a front side take and likely trying to insert Leakyfac on the back side once BDS start focusing on the front.
Leakafac's just biding his time before he goes for this logic bomb. Oh, long angle from Shaiko, but he can get it done with a holo. In come the flashes, the Grimm's Bees as well. And the first kill is for Canadian. Leakafac shut down as he tries to drop the hatch, but he sneaks his way up. The Brit on the forefront, the tip of the spear for BDS as they do find these picks. It's up to Big Bad Nadian to NJ after his stellar performance on the first map, which was not enough for DZ. He will have to come through, but Bride is forcing this plant down. With that diffuser on the ground, DZ forced to retake. Shaiko to cover for one. NJR popped off on border, and in Oregon he finds nothing. Great opener from BDS.
Outstanding opener from BDS. Outstanding basement attack. They clear out that utility very early on, burn the Goyo packs and the Dread Mines in freezer, clear out the front side utility. At that point, you know they're going for a front take, and I think DZ recognized that as well. You can't just... Basement's a hard side to attack. It's even harder to rotate on with very low time and limited utility. And honestly, when DarkZero get Leakyfac on the backside, I'm thinking they've got a good shot at this. But Shaiko is able to walk down freezer, Yuzus able to walk up front side, and they win the necessary fights. And ultimately, that's a lot of what basement attacks come down to. Can you win the fights? And Yuzus almost won 2, but Shaiko also winning the necessary fights.
A lot of energy for BDS. You can see the tension is ramping up.
That as well. You can't just... Basement's a hard side to attack. It's even harder to rotate.
That's a great point, Carter. Basement is a hard side to attack. That guy knows what he's talking about.
That guy. Can I hear? Can we tune out the crowd? Can we hear more of that guy?
I'm standing right next to you. I have to hear you twice.
Can I pipe? Actually, I guess I technically do have my own audio piped into my ear.
You do? I can turn that up for you if you want.
I'll just turn it off for me.
I wish I could do that in real life sometimes, Carter.
All right, that was uncalled for. That was a bit much.
Look, NA's had enough dubs today. I need to knock you down a notch.
Yeah, how's Bliss doing?
Mate, don't kick a man while he's down.
I love Bliss. I love those guys. And I'm glad Beastcoast are in the finals. And will we have an all-NA matchup? Well, I'm going to be honest right now. After that strong first round from BDS, it's looking more uncertain. Solotov with the rare, actually not the rare, the unfortunately common self-flash inside of Rainbow Six. Oh! Canadian shut down early by Leakyfac up front. DarkZero trying basement again. And Canadian either caught out roaming or something, I'm not sure, but there's another player even further extended all the way up on that top floor, and he's got no way back.
Oh, Leakyfac, good shutdown, another one perhaps.
It's a 4v2.
DZ threw bodies at the problem and themselves got bodied. NJR looking to try and cover and perhaps go for a very risky revive here, but Leakyfac has flashed him into oblivion. And BDS want to make sure that they do not allow Bowler to get back on his feet, but baited there. Nath uses him to his advantage. Bowler might have gone down, but he was already on the ground regardless. And DZ perhaps winnable now in the 2v3.
Crazy, he burns all the Candelas to confirm that down player. But 3v2 realized.
Oh, good angle.
Oh, very good angle. The Brit certainly feeling comfortable in front of his home crowd, and now BDS in a difficult position. Leaky Fact burning all those Candelas to confirm the downed player, and now you've lost the man advantage. Brede still has all that Capital utility, the fire bolts to fire off Long Haul and Laundry, the smoke bolts to cover the angle inside of the small closet. And there's only one toxic canister from NJR remaining. DarkZero are a bit low on utility, and BDS might have the edge here.
Fire goes out, but Naif manages to steal his nerve and sneak on through. He gets the info! Triple kill on the round for Naif, who's cheering for the homeboy, because everyone in the crowd has seemingly been cheering for BDS, but it's a Frenchman now going deep into the site. NJR dodging around the corner. 4 kills for Naif. The reply that DZ have been searching for comes up big for Nathan.
Just a little 2v4 action from DarkZero to get their first basement defense over the line. I hope they're not saying that to Naif.
I do wonder. Obviously, we have a Brit on either team. We've got Naif and we've got users for BDS. It's clear that the European crowd is cheering for the European squad, but do they have a preference between the two Brits, I wonder? Naif, I guess some could consider the villain for vacating Europe and going over to North America, but he certainly knows how to play the crowd, that's for sure.
And very content with that play, I think. As I said, I think BDS had the edge in utility, but as we saw, just a little bit of intel left up in Freezer allows Naif to take an informed swing, watching those feet holes, making a very winnable round for DarkZero. Still came very close. DarkZero tried to roam, and BDS shut that down immediately. They win a second attack here on Dorms. As always on Oregon, we start entering dangerous waters and dangerous territory. But a lot of BDS's problems in that Cyclops game were on their defensive side.
And we can all acknowledge that the biggest problem for BDS in that CAG game was that they were absolutely chalked. And we've seen BDS in extremely high spirits today.
Curious who they're talking about.
Naif on the clash here is a great operator to stall out time in this position, especially with that deployable shield facing the top of Armory stairs. Does reduce the options here for BDS, but they are problem solvers.
Very much so.
Oh, aggressive. Oh, but it gets a bait kill for Bolo. Feeling a lot of pressure from the Grimm's Bees at the top of the Armory stairs, but he still can support his teammate. Solotov looking to try and support. Bolo caught. Hell in a cell position for him. With the revolver out, he will stand his ground, and Pamba's taking out Leakerfact. DZ holding their ground. Finally, Solotov finds it down, but it's not enough yet. And Nadian joins the fight. Bolo still has not been moved. Eventually, the down comes through. The clash still keeps him at bay. 2 players for DZ are on the floors. The first is finished off. BDS have a lot more work to do, and the Turks gonna have to go huge.
Especially with this utility, so many players all around this attic position at the moment. Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh! What another one for Solotov! Information from the Bees! It goes deep! Shotgun round! Oh my god!
You've gotta be shitting me! With the bailiff? One of the worst guns in the game!
Solotov is a menace! There's no world! He should have won that! There's no right for BDS to have taken that round! The DZ have been slapped silly!
He's aced him! He's 2v4'd by himself! We were worried about BDS losing the mental game. How the hell do you come back from that? A Turks just danced on you with a gun that's supposed to make rotates and vertical.
There was the first kill. There was number 2. Third, the Malusi rotating out, sprinting in. There was a moment when he saw the clash, he knew he could take this fight, and the fact that he got the final one, an ace for the ages from Solotov. A star player joining a star-studded roster. That certainly means you have to keep up with your competitors, and let's be real, it's been more so the leak effect, the Shaiko and the users show for BDS so far. Solotov has reminded us just what he is capable of.
It's weird, a lot of people predicting Solotov to be one of the biggest performers on this roster coming into BDS, and frankly, I mean, BDS, Breed Ace statistically, obviously the weakest, but he's on the hard support. Solotov has not been slacking, but I think people were expecting a bit more out of him this stage, definitely seeming a bit weaker in comparison to the rest of the team. But this tournament, he has slowly started regaining that Eminem form that he had when he was teaming with Uzus, teaming with Nate. Able to make plays like that, maybe not as ridiculous as that, but still impress and hang with Leaky Fact, Shaiko, and Uzus. Now on to the tertiary site. He's back in action. Just a 1v1 with Canadian up top. SMG-11 in hand. And I'm curious if DarkZero are starting to regret leaving that Dokkaebi on the board.
I don't care how many hammers you've raised. When Solotov's running amok on you, you better just sit down. BDS have built up some form on their attacking side, no less, on Oregon. You said it multiple times, Carter. We all heard it. Oregon basement's a hard one to attack. BDS have already won it. They forced DZ onto this tertiary site by rattling them on dorms as well. BDS have built that momentum. They found their form, and they are taking no second chances against DZ.
Polo honestly in need of second chances right now. This Mew Jammer doing so much heavy lifting as they are 3 to 4 BDS clearers, all trying to hunt down this Legion.
Solotov looks the wrong way. Does he not know? Bolo's Mew Jammer may have saved him from the drone. It may have saved him from the logic bomb. So he bides his time, so he waits. Multiple players within touching distance as C4 goes out. Pamba finds nothing with it. There's the first for Bolo. Solotov is down! Oh, Bolo! He will not let up! The Dorms is his to manifest a win for DZ. BDS on the ropes once again, but we've seen 2v4s before. Pamba shuts him down. Goodbye, Shaiko. Leakafak. There's DZ for you. What a response.
Bolo's 4K unfortunately not rewarded with goodwill from the crowd. 4K, not as good as an ace with the Bailiff.
Still pretty damn impressive.
Very much so. Able to sit on that Mew Jammer after Canadian dies early on. And unfortunately, BDS a little too complacent on that clear. To be fair, DarkZero made it hard for them, had that Mew Jammer up top. But you still got to be diligent, still got to be careful, and unfortunately, BDS assume. You know what they say about assuming? Don't do it.
But DZ have found a little bit of fire. If after the Solotov ace they had been put down without a fight, I would have been hella worried for them, Carter. But maybe NA have another chance yet.
10 seconds to go.
Oh, Beastcoast, who do they want to play in the grand final? I wonder. I certainly know who I want to see. No bias, but BDS for Europe versus Beastcoast in the grand final. It's something that I think everyone in the crowd here wants, and DZ is certainly playing the villain at the moment, trying to fight that storyline.
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I think Manchester would love an all-American grand final on British soil.
You speak as an American.
Yeah, listen, I think a full NA versus NA grand final, I think Manchester would love it.
I'm going to press X to doubt on that one, Carter.
They're actually just booing that Canadian fell back out of Big Tower that quickly.
Yeah, you're on the copium right now, and I don't blame you. NA, it's been a hell of a long time since they've had teams in the grand final. The same can be said for Europe.
Am I on copium when Gunner's in the grand final? I don't know how I could be.
Look, for a year straight, every single grand final has been Brazil versus Brazil. Finally, we have NA and EU with a shot. And Solotov repping his region. It'll be the first time we'd seen a Turk in the grand final of a major. if he's able to continue this form. He's shown no signs of slowing down, opening kill 2 rounds in a row.
And I gotta say, I understand, banning the Glaz, reducing BDS's ability to go with some of those cheekier strats they like on Border, on Oregon, but they are so good at using this Dokkaebi. They are so good at not using the logic bombs for full clears, but for enabling individual plays from Solotov, from Uzis. And BDS have used it to great effect in rounds they've won or lost. And now when you need to go for that utility clear, that we saw in round 1, BDS can clear out the utility on site very well. Use these Rotero drones to burn the barbed wire, destroy the barbed wire, burn the Vulcan packs. That Rotero actually will miss by a little bit. But also deal with the F-Not mines, the Dread mines, burn out those smoke canisters early on. It was BDS's strength in that first round. And as they're gearing up for a back-sided take, LickyFac is trying to find a gap once again on the opposite side of the execute.
There is indecision, though, from BDS. Look at them going back and forth. Unsure where this execute will come through. It'll hinge on the flashes. We still have 8 available for BDS. EMPs as well, but where is LickyFac going to backstab?
He wants to try to backstab through Freezer while the entire defense is focused on the front side with the Grim utility and the flashbangs. He walks in and hits a flank.
Go the bees. Canadian managed to dodge some flashes, dodge the bees. Down goes a drop, and, well, okay. BDS caught off guard. They didn't think about Nadian here. Hiding inside of Blue Bunker. Bit of damage from the shotgun. Second one! Another pump for him. Shaiko 1v2. It's so winnable. So winnable for him. Round of the corner. Bees, information. Nadian down. Another one for Shaiko. It's all he needs.
He's got no utility to stop this plant. He's got to swing.
The Brit against the Frenchman. Shaiko pushing for it. Nafe is there, but he's been put down. Spam the fours, because Shaiko is all for it.
They've got the 3-3. They've won basement twice. They don't care if they're only winning most of these attacks off of hero plays and clutches. It's just one map. You can get by on it. We know how strong their defenses are. We just saw it on Border. And they could be problematic like previous Oregons. But BDS have the one thing that DZ, in my opinion, have always struggled to have. Hero moments. We can have big clutches. Pambazoo can pop off. But DZ are a system team. Whereas BDS with the freedom, the star power on this roster can will rounds over the line. And it's given them a tie game as we go into round 6.
I mean, there's even a world here where they can win this half outright 4-2, Carter. DarkZero, one thing that I know for sure about this team, you're saying they're a system team? I think they are a team that relies on the crowd, because every time we see the crowd against them, they seem to lose. Yesterday, they had it on their side against M80, an All-American matchup, and the crowd didn't want to cheer for the Brazilian players on M80. In Brazil, DZ shat the bed. They could not cope with the crowd against them. And now, well, you heard the chants, the British crowd wants to send the Americans home.
And based on what BDS have set up for, this could be a play to really get the momentum fully on their side to silence the doubters. Grim and Amaru on the board, flashbangs already going out. Where is LickyFac going to go? Could go up the dorms hatch, maybe go in through the dorms window. That's my immediate first couple guesses. Then off the back of the Dokkaebi call and the Grim Bees have full utility to take these fights. But remember how long Bolo persevered in Trophy before. He's the first pick. Shaiko's already got him shut down. DarkZero can't play as aggressive here.
It forces Pamba to replace his position. At least there's something for the defense. And Solotov, the killer machine himself, has been put down. DarkZero still have solid positions, but Pambazoo is not the Wamai. He cannot support himself, and LickyFac's here on rappel. He's being baited! He's been shut down by Pamba. And maybe there is a chance here for DZ to tie the half.
Air jab goes out to stop the clash from retaking. Aruni Gate reactivated. First air jab burned, but NJR's holding on. DZ not playing aggressive, holding these passive angles, and BDS are walking into him.
We saw them win a 2v4 before, and there's one kill for DZ, putting this into a 1v4 for Port Bride. DZ tie the half. There may be boos, but I heard cheers amongst it as well. DZ have a few in their corner, and they found a third round on BDS's pick. Keep themselves alive.
And this is where that DarkZero strategy, perma-banning this map for the better part of 6 to 7 months. Barely even thinking about floating it in a best of 1 or a best of 3. This is where we need to see them outthink BDS. What attacks are they going to go for? How are they going to surprise BDS? This is Oregon. Not exactly a hotbed of innovation in the comp map pool, Dev.
There's only so many things you can do to surprise your opponents, but teasing out a blitz is one of them. As we see the big bad Canadian himself get onto the shield. With the Monty banned by BDS, DZ's options are limited. With DZ themselves banning Glaz, their options are limited further. And he's actually going to get off that blitz and pick an operator that we very rarely see unbanned between these teams, the Dokkaebi.
This is what I'm most curious about. How well will DZ be able to play off this Dokkaebi? And I'm curious how Canadian will decide to play her. As I mentioned that a lot of players will pick Dokkaebi and of course use the Logic Bomb to help the team, but also to fuel their individual play. Yuzu, Salatov, whoever trying to walk down a staircase, flank up a hallway. Is Canadian going to do that, or is he going to use the Logic Bombs in a bit more of a supportive role to try to set up players like Pamazu with those Deathmark trackers as well to try and utilize picks? The presence of the Deimos and the Dokkaebi, though, on the cards for DarkZero indicates they have a very good setup. It could very easily go for a roam clear if they want. And BDS tend to be very aggressive on this map, especially, I was about to say, players like LickyFack. Oh, hello.
There's a lurk and a half. Is anybody ready for this? Is there anybody watching Laundry? Bride tempts fate.
He has to win this fight.
He needs to survive here, and he does. He gets Nadian. Oh, a double! Shut down a DZ. As they push the side, everyone falls, and they find something. NJR has not had the performance we saw on Border here on Oregon. He's been read, he's being watched. BDS just need to lock out a 4v2 in the most defender-sided site in the game.
And they certainly should be able to. Nafe stuck on E-Box Hatch, NJR outside the door where they know Diffuser a world away. How are DarkZero getting out of this one?
NJR will need to find a few big kills. He checks every corner. Okay, there's users putting everyone down for DZ. BDS, a very convincing round for them. Never a moment in doubt on the basement of their defense. And they have a very strong start to this half.
And that round probably coming from something extremely simple. Hey, either a Dokkaebi call's gone off or a launch or main lobby cam's been shot. Could they be rushing?
Good reads.
Could we just, hey Bride, you're on site. Why don't you just check front side? See
and
if
then
DarkZero
kill two
rushing.
of them if you can.
And then, yeah, kill 2 of them if you can. But it's just good awareness from BDS saying, hey, a couple different factors, Logic Bomb going off, maybe the default cam and main lobby being inactive. Make sure you check front side, see if anybody's pushing that way, because we're roaming backside and don't see anything. He checks, it pays off. DarkZero try to regain the momentum with a quick take and completely put to bed.
So the guy in the SSG jersey is going for BDS. Send him home, hey? We've heard that chant begin near the end of every single match we've had here on the main stage. And every single time you hear that chant, it's as if the Grim Reaper is rearing his ugly head. It's come for major champions, it's come for world champions. Could it come for DZ?
Could certainly come. If BDS win this series, could come for Beastcoast for the first time this major tomorrow. DZ win, I imagine they'll probably be the recipients of the send 'em home chance 2 matches in a row. BDS, after winning that laundry defense handedly, will go to dorms. Where's LickyFack on this Solus? That is my #1 question. There he is. over in Big Tower. Calling, by the way, Deathmark failed. Leaves that because
he's standing near the mute jammer.
Mute jammer on the opposite side of the wall.
Nice, very handy there from Likafak.
The big thing about this position from Likafak too, he can call that DarkZero aren't going for an addict take right now, that they aren't pushing that side, which allows BDS very early on to remove their utility to deal with a big window white take. See, Bolo's already pushed up, but he's only half clearing. He's not trying to go for this control. But with Likafak by himself, will he still go for the fight nonetheless?
Bomb located by attackers.
Is there a read here? Bolo, Likafak falls back at the perfect moment. He can clear the Deathmark as well with that same mute jammer. Nadian's on for the flank. Likafak's about to be in a world of hurt.
And this wall's full reinforced. Likafak is stuck here with Canadian down below. He could very well be pinched unless DarkZero have found a gap in sight with Pamba getting that kill on Solotov. They might have found it.
They've silenced the man on 10 kills. Pamba goes in for more, but there is a trade. A good crossfire as Uzis and Bride are able to cover. BDS, they're feeling a lot of pressure from below. Bolo! Shut down by Shaiko. Here with the Warden Glass, he's the perfect operator for this position.
And now the Solus can rotate down below in this 4v3. Bolo's had to give it up. He's got to rotate with the take and leak. There's nobody to stop Likafak from playing below.
DZ are in very dire straits here. They need to find this player below. They need to have an inkling on site. And it's Nath to go hunting. Nadian finds Likafak, but not without falling himself. A lot of time on the board. If he is to be picked up, it's going to waste some for DZ. Nath goes for that rotate. Less than 30 seconds remain. BDS just have to wait for DZ.
Have to wait for DZ, but no Bs, no Deathmark trackers, no Dokkaebi call. They've got no intel for this 3v3.
And Bride's in the perfect off angle. He's got the position. DZ have to walk into a three-way crossfire, and the Frenchman is waiting. A bit of a pre-fire. He finds the first, doubles down for another. NJR, V3, DZ may be on the verge of being sent home. Oh my God! 2 kills. It doesn't matter as a timer will be victorious for BDS. The Europeans have built up some serious momentum. This train is chugging away, and DZ are asleep.
Got to be awake for this tactical timeout, though. DarkZero as they try to regroup and retool. Chance of your shit in their comms.
As they try to listen to their coach, help them get through this. DZ's tactical timeout didn't mean a lot for them in the first map.
Taken at the same scoreline, if I recall. No, it's 2-1.
Yeah, it was very early on.
Very early.
But BDS now are 2 rounds ahead and just 2 rounds away from putting this series to bed. DZ are feeling that pressure. They had some unbelievable rounds on Border, and they've had some pretty damn good ones here on Oregon as well. They have been pushed to their limits. And imagine a world where DZ make it to the grand final against Beastcoast. They would be the favorites going in, no doubt about it. But are they even going to reach that grand final? It's feeling nigh impossible. This is a team that has been to main stage events, international events, time and time again. This is Canadians' 15th time playing on the main stage. But they weren't able to make it past the top 8 at Atlanta. They weren't able to make it past their first main stage game in SI. DZ need to keep pushing. There's no second chances when you're on the verge of elimination.
Their lifeline could be this meeting attack right here. Canadians sticking the blitz. Remember how quick those attempts to get into the site on Border were when Canadian was picking this operator. On meeting in particular, we don't really have the, the stereotypical OSA to allow for the easy hold and attic or on top of meeting. Only hard breacher being the ace, no thermite, another traditional operator brought for that meeting plant. So DarkZero could still plant that diffuser there, don't get me wrong. But I think they're going to try to be a bit more flexible with this, see where the gap is. Bolo on the opposite side on front at the moment. Still 2 Dokkaebi calls, but 1 going through. How are DarkZero taking this?
They've got a good breach here, thanks to Naif, who's now on the lurk, so he's done his job. He can just look for someone playing downstairs. Very common to have people in that position, or Brede might get caught out. If he peeks again with a shotgun into a long angle, Naif is going to come and help pinch out.
That's what they're trying to do. The blitz is going to pinch out the player on the backside with Naif down below to force him back. Only concern, Canadian with the diffuser. If he goes down, DarkZero in a tricky spot.
Canadian has to make this entry, but he falls, and he is that one with the diffuser. Naif misses his shot as well. A drop now down electrical, but Shaiko has been read by Naif. At least something there for DarkZero, but not near enough, especially with that diffuser on the ground, thanks to Canadian.
That's why that gamble doesn't pay off. Brede even going upstairs now to cause DarkZero more concern, but Pambazu's found Usus.
Perhaps this meeting attack could be the lifeline. Brede's still alive. He's been phenomenal on Oregon. An immovable object, an anchor, but Naif has ripped out Solotov from onto the bomb site. Leakefak looks for a trade. Brede's rotated back up to Attic, and that does mean he can cover both of these bomb sites vertically.
This is a bit risky, though. They've seeded control the diffuser, and with no toxic canisters, the only form of plant denial is this C4. And Leakefak's still being pressured by Naif on this side. He's effectively cut off until he takes this fight. I think by giving up that position, it's a risky gamble either way, but DZ, somehow they've let Leakefak slip through, but not enough.
Well, he's got the cover there, thankfully, for DarkZero. Brede 1v4, with plenty of time for DZ to shape up for this plan. Pambazu to start forcing it down. Is he in a safe position from Brede? It looks to be so. All the way at the back of meeting. And this is a tall task, a very impossible order for BDS. DarkZero took their tactical timeout, and they've made good on that promise. They have delivered. Only 1 round behind BDS, and still on their attack.
But it came close. It required, if Pambazu does not get that kill there, whole different ballgame, whole different situation. Because diffuser in Canadian's hands, dropped after he's taken down by Brede. And BDS have control of it for the entirety of the mid-round. So Brede rotates upstairs, rechanges position, forces DarkZero to clear him. But once they go in the 2v4, he's in a bit of a difficult spot, but he decides to fall back, and that gives DarkZero the way back in. Good play from Naif overall as well, obviously cutting off anybody trying to rotate down that hatch. Maybe Shaiko getting a little too aggressive, trying to retake down below. But DZ needed a lifeline. They needed a bit of momentum. They've got it. They just got to go to basement now.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? BDS went back-to-back on the 2 primary bomb sites on this map, and both were quite convincing. DZ, they can't afford to lose this basement attack, otherwise it would be serious point against them, and you just know how electric the crowd would be if that happened to support a European team here on European soil. DarkZero have been on the ropes for what seems like this whole series, and yet they turn to the blitz again as the solution. It was not the answer last round. There's no two ways about it.
It's been a very imperfect solution, unfortunately, for DZ so far on Border and Oregon. Canadians been picked off quite a few times, that round being no exception, and DZ needed to recover the round instead of setting the pace early on and just fulfilling it to its planned extent, or its planned pace. Emma going for the lurk, though. Different solution to this backstairs problem, but is the Fender ready for it? Dreadmine placed, he certainly is, but Canadian's in sight.
How much does he push forward? Does he get over ambitious? He flashes the Warden, and it looks like DarkZero, well, they have taken some sight. They're not looking too comfortable with it. They need the support. Canadian's got the diffuser inside the bomb site. His teammates are not anywhere to support him. Shaiko has inched his way back into one of the plant spots, and Canadian can force that plant down. Shaiko needs to win this fight. He does! Canadian can get the plant, but Shaiko's got him dead to rights! Naif against 4, and he finds the first. Users picked up again. Against 2 of his former teammates, Naif must stand tall and cover this diffuser. DMR in the long angle, the first one for him. Goodbye, Solotov. Uses his low HP. How did BDS play this? They must regroup. Nath, oh, it's a long angle! The C4 ineffectual, but uses against his best mates! Catches the defuse! BDS! 1 round from the grand final!
When you got it, you can't turn it off. BDS, they've got it. They've got that one thing that makes them different. The star power, the hero potential. It can come in kills, it can come on long arm diffuses. But BDS are that team in 1 million right now that are just a little bit better. Hamba gets that first pick on Brede, but remember, Canadian has run so far ahead. The only player that can directly support him is Nath in Freezer. NJR's dealing with Shaiko.
Look at this angle.
I know. Through the
so
wall.
well played. He tucked into closet, he opened up a hole with the shotgun, and all his teammates needed to do was cover the defuse. There's no doubt that 2023 was the most tumultuous year for BDS. They won a major to cap off 2022, and then it was a year of struggles, failing to qualify for Copenhagen, only getting top 8 at the Atlanta major, getting knocked out, embarrassed by G2, and as a result, failing to qualify for 6 Invitational. For the first time in 5 years, BDS dumped 2 of their French players and switched to English. And here they are on the verge of making a return to a grand final.
Falling back on old reliable, Licky Fack in small tower. Hamba's got to be ready for this. He peeks ahead of the nade. Does he know? He falls off.
Has got a read, but oh!
The timing!
Caught with a scanner. Spells the death of Licky Fack. Good early ambition from Pamba. He commits to the swing, and he gets the kill. Straight back out and looking to clear Util on the white stairs. DarkZero have an advantage.
And remember how problematic this Solus was on the Dorm's defense last time. DZ had to go on a side quest with a minute left just to find Solus by the end of it. Shaiko cuts down NJR. 4v4 now. DZ want to go big window and white, but Pambazu's in the sight.
Oh, Pamba! 2 kills for him on the round, but BDS reply. Leaving it all up to the man himself. Bolo against the crowd, and against 3 from BDS to try and fight for survival for DZ. But BDS have been waiting a very long time for this moment. All they have to do is wait a few seconds longer. Bolo desperate, down below. The skeleton key will net him nothing, as BDS don't give him any opportunity back into this game. He must commit. The Dread Mine keeps him at bay for another moment. A flash, another shot onto the Dread Mine. Still nobody from BDS as they steal their nerve. They must swing together as a team. They have only been a team for 2 months, but they're about to make their debut as this roster on the main stage. It seems like the drought in Europe may well be over. 1 for Bolo, the first of 3, and still time to play. Looking for a second, he has to bait out the shots! For the first time since they were champions in Sweden, the boys of BDS are back, baby! Back for a major grand final!
There were 3 tournament favorites. FaZe, Furia, and BDS. 2 are gone, and 1 remain. To take a trophy that they have been promised since the start of this stage. Only Beastcoast stand in their way, and BDS are in tournament winning form.
What a feeling it must be after a year of turmoil, after challenges and tribulations, failing to play on the main stage in Brazil, failing to even qualify for Sao Paulo. They went into reconciliation. They looked to revamp their roster, and what a treat it was. Such a risk after 5 years to bring on on English-speaking players, but when talent like Users and Solotov are available, you have to take that risk.
And going into this stage, bringing that new roster, this is some of the best form this roster has ever been in. For DarkZero as well, making 2 changes. The first time they've made it past a quarterfinal at a main event in years. They can be proud with this result.
And it's heartbreak for Nath, but for BDS, their first shot in a year and a half at raising that trophy as we go to Liekefak and Ian on stage.
Can I hear it, please, Manchester, for Team BDS? Commiserations to DarkZero. BDS will join Beastcoast in our grand final tomorrow, and I am standing by here with Liekefak. Everything seems to be going right for you guys at the moment. It is all clicking. How are you feeling being among such incredible momentum?
Feeling so happy about my team. We work a lot to be there. It's since 5 months. So yeah, finally a major final, and we'll do our best.
Do you feel unstoppable at the moment?
I mean, we work for this, so for now I'm proud that first major we did final. Unstoppable, we'll see tomorrow. And
Well, you know what it's like to be in front of a live crowd. Maybe not one quite like this. It's very loud. I mean, the building, the acoustics in here, you must be able to feel and hear the support that you're experiencing. What do you want to say to these fans of yours in Manchester here?
thank you a lot, guys, and these guys as well. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And that's mean a lot, really. That's a max. The boost in game. Even if we can't hear everything, we hear the vibes behind, and that's amazing.
How much are you enjoying having an Englishman on your roster?
Good, really good.
And finally, Beastcoast on the horizon. We've seen what they are capable of. They will meet you in our grand final. You must have been watching them. They're blowing everyone away. Are you daunted by them at all as an opposition here?
I think it will be a good game. They explode all the guys they face. So it will be a good final for sure, and we'll see tomorrow who's the best team.
All right, Liekefak, thank you very much. I'm about to take a little bit of a risk here. I know that Shaiko doesn't do interviews. In fact, he hates interviews. Shaiko, can I just borrow you for 1 second? I'm not going to talk to you, I promise. I'm not going to talk to you, I promise. Here he goes. No words. I just want to do one thing in front of this crowd.
There it is. Give it up for your grand finalists, BDS. There they are. Our international EU squad has made it in to the grand final, representing the EU League. Welcome back to the desk. We're here with Solotov. Congratulations on the win. Tebrik ederim. How do you feel after this?
Thank you so much. Obviously, we're feeling great. We came here to obviously win the semi-final and go into the final, obviously. So we're pretty happy. Just gonna chill now, then prepare for the game tomorrow.
A lot of big changes that got you into that grand final. Jesse would like to ask something of our guest here.
Solotov, you obviously had a great game, and I think there was no better moment for you than your ace in round number 3. I want to walk you through that round a little bit and hear what your thoughts were like during that round, because it was an interesting strategy from DarkZero. They're running the Clash. They've done some interesting reinforcements. When you saw this setup, what was your first thought?
When I first see this setup, it was like, I think from FaZe, King was playing Clash. It was a similar strat to this.
Yeah.
So we wanted to just clear a trophy side, but we lost some gunfights, so the round was a bit harder than it's supposed to be.
And is this a strategy that you have prepped for specifically? Because it's been played a couple times, as you said, from FaZe and a few teams. Is this something that you're aware of and were ready for?
To be honest, this map, it was complete adaptation, because we don't know how DZ plays Oregon. They were perma-banning the map, so we wanted to pick Oregon when they let it open. Why not? So this game was a complete adaptation from our side. We have no info about them, how they play the map.
And in the 2vx here, how do you work with Brede to make these kills happen?
Brede calls out and I just kill.
That's simple, eh?
Yeah.
Fair enough. That's what we got. Jack, you got anything to ask here for Solotov?
Yeah, just a quick one, Solotov. Do you feel that you're really settling into this BDS roster now? Because obviously EU League was a bit up and down. but you're coming into your own, I mean, particularly inside of this game, especially with this ace as we see it on the screen. But how do you feel that you're settling into the team?
Obviously, at the start, when I first joined the team, it was a bit harder for me because I was the guy playing the Shaiko role in M&M. So at the start, it was hard for me to adapt the role and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But obviously, when you settle in, it just gets better and better. So it's just getting better and better, of course.
And you're feeling great inside of this team now. I feel that you can just win everything.
Literally the best teammates I've ever had.
There you go.
No doubt.
Seems like it. When you get the investment in the good environment, you get players that can shine, and that's what we got from Solotov and the rest of the squad. Now that it's locked in that you're playing Beastcoast in the final, is there anything you'd like to say to Beastcoast in North America?
We're just going to beat them. It's NA, so it's free.
It's NA, it's free. You heard it here first from Solotov. Give it up to our guests and to BDS. Congratulations. Can't wait to All right, now that we're done with our interview, we'll say thank you again to Solotov. And now we got to break down our match. Complete reactivity from both of the teams, but BDS, they're just charting new ground on every single round.
Yeah, I mean, I like that DarkZero came up with a lot of cool ideas. We saw that clash play coming through. We've seen that a few times. Obviously, as he mentioned, it's been so long since we've seen DarkZero play this map. They were obviously going to come out with a lot of cool stuff, but I even felt in that first half, when DarkZero got the 3-3 split, it still felt like BDS were in control for most of the map.
However, it also took 2 clutches for BDS to get a 3-3 split. We saw it there, just Solotov and Pride on the 2v5, and Shaiko also getting a 1 versus 2. So it was really a game where it's kind of topsy-turvy, but what comes out on top is the individual skill, the individual talent to just make something happen. That game was there for BDS to win. They didn't end up winning it in the end because they had to fight through from a 3-3 defensive split. And yeah, BDS. It wasn't like, you go up against them, you think you've strategically beat them, you've got a counter strat, you've got them on a map where they haven't looked comfortable and they've nearly lost to 2 APAC teams, did lose to 1, and even then, just these guys have just got that much talent. It's scary.
It's not just talent too though, like the gun skill's 100% there, but even in that final round, you know, getting the disable through the soft wall, these are the genius plays that they go through, which will consistently take down even the teams that can match them on gun skill.
I'll tell you what, it seems like in our semifinals, the biggest adversary to any team are soft walls, because we've seen it in game 1, we've seen it in game 2, and I hope that we're going to get it once more in our grand final, because that is now locked in. Let's recap things with our bracket and put it up on the screen for you to see. BDS defeating DarkZero 2-0, with Beastcoast taking down Liquid also 2-0 to make it. We have our grand final set, BDS versus Beastcoast in a best of 5.
Just as we all predicted.
Absolutely. Everybody's predictions going down the drain.
The top half of the bracket, maybe you could have predicted. I think BDS to beat Secret, fine. Either of the NA teams, it was a toss-up. But that bottom half of the bracket, Beastcoast, nobody even thought they'd get to the semi-final, let alone the final. And if we're right, Jesse, which we're usually, no, we're not.
Bad track record.
It's the first EU-NA grand final since TSM versus Team Empire at SI 2022.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. Brazil, over.
Yeah.
It's all over. It's all over. You know what? We're not done yet with our show. We actually have Ian standing with, is that cute moon god? What's going on over there?
We got all sorts of fans here. As they all start to leave, I've managed to keep some BDS fans in the building here. Are we all supporting BDS in the grand final? All right, so I'm going to come to you first. How long have you been a BDS fan?
Ever since they've been in the EU league, really. So since this first started. So when Shaiko first joined, when everyone first joined, I was a fan of them.
What did you think of that performance there?
Really dominating from BDS start to finish, but DZ pulled out some really good tactics, but BDS are just better.
It's true. I mean, the proof is in the pudding there. BDS were just better. What's your name?
Jacob.
Jacob, I know you're a big Shaiko fan. Are you happy to see him on the main stage here in the grand final?
Oh, it was amazing to see. I haven't seen him play in a very long time. And I know one thing, my play style in Siege, I've adapted after him. And I love it. It's amazing to see. He's amazing.
He is amazing. Any final words? I'm going to ask everybody, just in a word, I'm going to let you lean into the microphone here. Will BDS beat Beastcoast in our grand final?
Of course. Good word.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay.
Screw Gunner, BDS!
tomorrow between BDS and Beastcoast. So let's wrap up what our schedule will look like for Grand Final Sunday. We got a show match ready for everybody, and more info on that tomorrow because there seems to be a few surprises leading up to it. I've seen some tweets, I've seen some stuff circulating, and before our Grand Final between BDS and Beastcoast begins, oh boy, Operation New Blood and all the new goodies will be shown here for everybody to see, and I promise you a lot of oohs and ahs to come from Manchester. Though, it's time for us to say goodbye. So Jesse, Fresh, thank you so much for today. Great cast, by the way.
Thank you very much, Milos.
Great, I love it when you say it that way. Thank you very much for all of our team here that's made it happen between Lasses casting, everybody that makes it in the background. We love you so very much. Good night.